record in case number 2023-00092, the electronic 2022 Integrated Resource Planning Report of Kentucky Power Company. I'm Pete Chandler. I'm chairman of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Will be presiding over the hearing today. Joining me are Vice Chair Angie Hatton and Commissioner Mary Pat Regan. I'd ask everyone in the hearing room to please either turn off your cell phones or set them to silent mode. The purpose of today's hearing is to take evidence in this matter. Before we get started, we'll have an entry of appearance of counsel for the applicant, Kentucky Power.
Good morning. Katie Glass of Stites and Harbison for Kentucky Power Company. Also appearing with me is Ish of Stites and Harbison, and appearing pro hoc vice is Hector Garcia Santana and his counsel, American Electric Power Service Corporation.
All right, thank you, Ms. Glass. And for the Kentucky Office of the Attorney General.
Mike West for the AG's office.
Mr. West. For the Kentucky Industrial Utility customers.
Morning, Your Honors. Mike Kurtz, Jody Kyler Cohn for KIUC.
Mr. Kurtz. And for the, is it joint interveners?
Yes, Your Honor. Byron Gary on behalf of the joint interveners. Hearing with me today is Thomas Smar, Melissa Legge, and Hema Lochin.
Thank you. And anyone here from LS Power? Oh, thank you, Ms. Koenig. Is that all the parties? Great. All right. I reviewed the record. It appears that on what's that? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. For commission staff. Excuse me.
Yes, Ben Bellamy for commission staff with Jurgens Van Ziel and John Ross.
Thank you. Public notice, proof of public notice has been filed into the record indicating through affidavit of the publication dates that ran between, appears here, May the 24th until May the 30th. So public notice has been provided and proof of such has been filed. It's my understanding there are a couple of outstanding confidential petitions. Are there any other pending outstanding motions or anything that we need to take up before we get started? Okay, great. Pursuant to the public notice that was provided, we put on our website, consistent with that notice, a link for folks to, or information for the public to indicate whether they had interest in providing public comment in today's hearing virtually. As of 9 o'clock, no one had indicated their interest in providing that public comment virtually. Anybody who is interested, who is watching this or views this hearing prior to the submission of this case, can provide public comment anytime prior to the case being closed. We just ask that you provide your name, your address, and the case number when you provide public comment, which in this matter is 2023-00092. You can provide public comment via our website, psc.ky.gov. You can email them to the commission at psc.comment@ky.gov. And then you can also mail them to the Public Service Commission at 211 Sower, S-O-W-E-R, Boulevard, Frankfort, Kentucky 40601. Given that no one's indicated their interest in providing virtual public comments, is there anyone here from the public that would like to provide in-person comments? Seeing no one from the public, we will move on. Ms. Glass, take up our administrative items.
Yes, Your Honor. So we filed our witness list last week. Generally, that's our intention to call our witnesses in that order today. Subject to anything changing. With one exception, we intend to call Mr. Gary Spitznogle first. Mr. Spitznogle is recovering from a medical procedure that prevents him from being able to sit for very long periods of time. So we'd like to try and get him in and out of here as quickly as we can. Just wanted to let the commission know and the interveners know. We will also be asking that Mr. Spitznogle be excused at the conclusion of his testimony, but we can make that request at that time.
That'll be fine. All right, that'll be, you'll take Mr. Spitznogle and then get started with Mr. West, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Is there anything else that we need to take up before we get started? Okay, Ms. Glass, please call your first witness.
Sure. Kentucky Power calls Gary Spitznogle. He'll be presented by Mr. Gish.
Mr. Spitznogle, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? I do. All right, please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
Morning, my name is Gary Spitznogle. I'm at 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio.
Mr. Gish?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Spitznogle, can you please state your title for the record?
Yes, I'm a Vice President of Environmental Services for American Electric Power Service Corporation.
And Mr. Spitznogle, did you support the preparation of the Integrated Resource Planning Report subject to this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you provide responses to data requests in this case?
I did, yes.
And knowing what you knew at the time of your responses or at the or in preparing the report, would you prepare the same report or provide the same responses?
I would, yes.
Mr. Chairman, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay. First, Mr. West.
We don't have any questions for this witness right now.
Okay. Mr. Kurtz.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Gary.
Thank you. Yes. Good morning, Mr. Spitz.
Good morning.
It's nice to meet you. My name is Byron Gary, attorney here in Kentucky for the joint interveners. With me here at the table is Mr. Smar. He's just going to be helping, possibly sharing some exhibits or things that we'd like to talk about. First, I just want to start by saying if I ask anything that's unclear, feel free to let me know. I'll try to clear that up or re-ask it in a different way. I also understand, just heard you had medical procedure recently. If I go too long or you need a break, but feel free to interrupt me. It's at the chair's discretion, of course, but no hesitation in interrupting me if you need anything.
I appreciate that. Thank you. We should be fine.
I hope you're recovering all right.
I am, yes. Thank you.
Good. My first questions just deal with American Electric Power and your role. You work for American Electric Power Service Corporation, is that right?
I do, yes.
Okay. And you were just introduced as the Vice President of Environmental Services for AEP-SC, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you explain what your job entails broadly?
Yes, so I and my team support the environmental compliance activities for the entire service corporation, including Kentucky Power. So we advise on new rules and regulations. We provide training on those, and we support all activities in the rulemaking process.
Okay. And you're in charge of that team?
Yes, that's
folks.
correct.
Who do you report to?
I report to Chris Bean, Executive Vice President of Energy Services.
Okay. And so you're employed by AEP-SC, which is a subsidiary of AEP Company, Inc., right? And AEP owns Kentucky Power as well?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. But you're not employed directly by Kentucky Power?
No.
Okay. So your role is broadly to evaluate environmental regulations and their applicability to those other companies, though, those sort of sister companies?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And did you assist in the preparation of the IRP?
I did from an environmental standpoint, yes.
Okay, so just those environmental pieces?
That's correct.
Okay. But you reviewed the entire IRP?
To some extent, but my focus was on providing guidance on the rules and applicability of those rules.
Okay, so you're generally familiar with what else is in the IRP, though?
In general, yes.
Okay. And you sponsored certain responses to requests for information. Did you assist in preparing or reviewing responses sponsored by anybody else?
Potentially, but not generally.
Okay.
My focus was on environmental responses.
So maybe other specific ones, but not all of them broadly?
Absolutely, that's
Okay. And did you review the comments from the intervening parties in this proceeding?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. And did you participate in the preparation of the response to those comments at all?
To the extent it affected environmental analysis, yes.
Okay. So part of your responsibilities include keeping track of environmental regulations, in particular for relevance to this case, as they affect Kentucky Power's generating assets?
Yes.
Okay. And you follow announcements from EPA about proposed and final rulemakings and things like that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So I assume you're familiar with the announcements made by EPA on April 25th of some new final environmental regulations relating to electric generating units?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
I want to object to asking questions about environmental regulations that were not in effect at the time the IRP itself was prepared. I understand Mr. Spitznogle is an expert in these regulations, but to the extent that they affect whether or not the IRP itself was prepared in accordance with the Kentucky regulations, what happens a year later is irrelevant.
Oh, I'm sorry. I want to be clear, Mr. Gish. I want to be. Are you taking the position that this hearing is about exclusively about the compliance of the regulation of the integrated resource plan with the regulation?
About the applicability of that the integrated resource plan complies with the rules. I just want to make on the record that how the rules have changed since then. It should not affect whether or not the rules the state. Let me try this again in a less jumbled way.
Okay.
The rules as they are now could not have been foreseen for whether or not the integrated resource plan properly evaluated the environmental regulations in effect at the time of the integrated resource plan was prepared.
Yeah, I just want to be. I think I have an appreciation for your objection, but it seems like your objection is more about what we apply the evidence to, or in what way we apply the evidence that's from this cross-examination. Not that it's not necessarily relevant to the proceeding. Is that accurate? I take your, so I can rule on it correctly, I take your objection to be that not that the questions are asked and answered, but that the commission take the evidence from the responses as indicative of compliance with the regulation.
That's right. The regulation, the IRP was prepared at a point in time when the regulations were in effect.
Just a fact.
Yeah.
Okay.
And questions about regulations that have changed since then have no bearing on whether or not the regulations that were reviewed at the time of the IRP are correct.
Okay.
That's it.
So I'm going to overrule the objection, and I think the reason I asked the question, Mr. Gish, I think the best place for that would be in subsequent briefing or comments that are filed. How you would ask the commission to what this evidence is relevant to. Maybe something you would like to address in subsequent comments, because I think that would be helpful.
Understood.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. And to be clear, April 25th of this year was after the IRP and all of the responses to data requests, right?
That's correct.
So these rules weren't applicable at the time, but all four of those, as far as I'm aware, are still applicable as of right now.
As of right now, they're applicable.
Okay. So specifically turning to the new greenhouse gas regulations under Section 111 of the Clean Air Act, you reviewed those, I assume, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And just for ease of reference, if it's amenable to the commission and opposing counsel, I'd like to refer to a table that EPA published in reference to this. You may or may not be familiar with it, but we'll show that up on the screen here. Let's do that. All right.
Mr. Rhodes to turn on the
Yes, we are ready to
sharing feature.
share that. All right. Are you familiar with this table? Does this look familiar at all?
Yes,
Okay. So you've reviewed this before?
I have.
Okay. And generally, what this contains, it's tabled BSER at a glance. Can you state what BSER is?
That's the best system of.
Emissions
blank.
reduction.
Emissions
If I told you it's
reduction,
best
yes.
system of emission reductions, would
Yes,
that?
yes.
Okay, sounds right. And generally, it has at the top two sort of categories. There's existing steam generators and then new and reconstructed stationary combustion turbines. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And below that, it contains what the standards that were promulgated in the rule are, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you're aware, these are consistent with what was promulgated in that final rule, right?
It is.
Okay. I just find this table much easier than going back and forth throughout that entire rulemaking, so I hope we can go through this just really quickly. There are requirements for existing steam generators, in particular for coal units that require, have different requirements for long-term, medium-term units. For long-term, those units have to install they have to be compliant with carbon capture and sequestration, is that right?
Depending on the disposition plan of the unit, yes.
Okay, for the long-term units specifically, those
That's
that
correct.
plan to operate into 2039 or beyond?
Beyond 2039.
Okay. And then on the other side, there are requirements for new and reconstructed stationary combustion turbines, right? On the right half of this table?
That's correct.
Okay. And at the top, it has phase 1 and phase 2 that are generally sort of along a timeline, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then below that, it has the different subcategories of stationary combustion turbines. It has the low load, and those are those that operate at a capacity factor of less than 20%, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and then intermediate load between 20 and 40%. Okay, and for those two subcategories, they have phase 1 standards of 160 pounds of CO2 per million BTU and 1,170 pounds of CTU per megawatt hour, respectively, right?
Correct.
Okay, but there's no phase 2 standards for those.
That is correct.
Okay. It's just for the base load subcategory at the bottom that have a capacity factor of greater than 40% that there are requirements, right?
Right.
Okay. And for the base load subcategory, they have an initial standard of 800 pounds per megawatt hour, which is, again, lower, but then even lower once 2032 hits, right? Generally, they have to comply with that 90% carbon capture
That's
as
correct.
well.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to lay those out, make sure we're on the same page. Gonna stop sharing so I can bring back up my notes. In the IRP, are you familiar with the preferred plan that was selected, just generally in the IRP?
In general, yes.
Okay. And in the IRP, a new gas combustion turbine that would come online as early as 2029 was selected, correct? Okay. And do you recall in the IRP, in a response that you may not have prepared, but in a response, it was stated that Kentucky Power would plan for that new gas plant to operate at a long-term capacity factor of around 30%. Does that sound familiar? I can refer to this. It's in response to Joint Intervenor 122.
Okay, I don't recall those details.
Okay, so you didn't look at the long-term capacity factor of that plant?
I'm sure I did. I just don't recall
Okay.
what the numbers are.
Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay, but you're not familiar with it, but generally capacity factors don't stay the same every year.
They
right?
do not. No.
Okay. So it can vary significantly from year to year for many resources. And do you have available to you your responses to data requests with you?
I don't have them.
You don't have anything with
No.
you up there?
No.
Okay. If I were to refer to a response, would council be able to provide him with it?
Yes.
Specifically, staff 231.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Staff 231.
Yes. And I don't think this is one you responded to. Could you take just a minute and review the response there, though? So I don't intend to ask you about whether that information is factually correct, just about the information in the table specifically.
Okay.
So for the new gas CT chosen by the model, the capacity factor shown varies from as low as 26%, but up to as high as 58%. Is that right?
I don't know. That's not.
Sorry, is that what the table states as
There's no
the
table.
response of the company?
Are you referring to an attachment to that
Oh,
response?
I'm sorry. I thought it was included in, I'm sorry, attachment
there's
1
a-
to the response.
there's a
I thought it
table
was
here.
included directly in the body of the text.
Yes, I've got the table.
You got the table now.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I thought it was directly with the response. It must be the next page. So generally, the combustion turbine that was selected, the modeling picked it to run at between 26 and 58%.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. But to comply with the EPA rule, it would have to either accept an operating limit on that capacity factor of 40%, or it would have to implement CCS, achieving 90% carbon capture.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Turning to the rule itself, you assisted in, and actually, I think you signed the comments on behalf of AEP on that rule. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm actually going to pull those up just really quickly. If Mr. Rhodes is listening, could you share my screen again? Thank you very much. Do these appear to be those comments? I'm not sure how easy it is to see up
Yeah,
there. I
I
can
can-
zoom in more or less if needed.
No,
Okay.
you can zoom out a little bit.
Okay.
That looks like the cover page to the
Okay.
comments.
And that's your signature down
Yes,
here?
that's correct.
Okay. And just generally, you submitted comments on a number of aspects of the rules, and specifically with regard to carbon capture. I think the company stated that CCS is a promising technology, but significant development challenges remain that will require years to resolve.
Yes.
Okay, and the intent of that is that you don't believe that CCS would be achievable on the timeline of the rule, right?
That is true.
Okay. And among those challenges, there were sort of logistic challenges with carbon capture at plants, right?
Yes, there's physical and other challenges, yes.
And aside from those, just the after it's captured, what to do with it is also another potential issue.
It is, yes.
Okay. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I believe this is JI2. The second thing that I shared here, just to mark.
You're saying the comments are joint intervenor?
Yes, this would be JI2. We can discuss moving to admit later, but just for ease of reference, this would be JI2.
Let me be clear, Mr. Gary. JI1 was the
BSER at a glance.
the fact sheet or whatever they provide,
Yes.
and then those that you're sharing are AEP's comments.
These are AEP's comments on the rulemaking.
And Mr. Gish or Ms. Glass have copies of these.
Yes, those were sent out this morning. Were you able to receive those?
We did receive them,
Okay.
Although we will need copies for the court reporter. Will you be providing those?
I can include you. I think I have your email address now as well. I can send those as soon as I'm done here.
I can do that as well. I just didn't know if you had paper copies.
No, sorry. All right.
Let's convey this one by electronic means because I think it's 726 pages.
That's generally why I chose electronic for a few of these. I'm not going to go through all of your comments, but generally there are significant hurdles to achieving carbon capture, right?
There are. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Another issue I just wanted to briefly mention that the running of a carbon capture system also takes significant energy to run, correct?
It does, in the order of 25 to 30% of the units generating electricity.
Generally the parasitic load, I think it's
Yes.
often called.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to turn to another rulemaking. Do you also follow developments around the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, or the NAAQS?
I do.
Okay. EPA reviews and updates those periodically every 5 years. And generally, each time, those standards tend to go down or stay the same in your experience?
Yes.
Okay. And after a NAAQS is adopted, there are a few things that have to happen. EPA has to designate areas attainment or non-attainment.
Correct.
And then states also have to submit an infrastructure SIP or an ISIP. Are you familiar with those as well? Okay. And part of that ISIP is showing that the state doesn't contribute to non-attainment or interfere with maintenance or contribute to significant deterioration downwind, right?
That is
The interstate transport portion of the ISIP generally. Okay. So EPA has submitted a number of those, and in the past, are you familiar with EPA having found Kentucky submittals deficient with
I am
regard to
familiar,
interstate
yes.
transport? And the next step after that is EPA instates a federal implementation plan, or FIP, right?
That's right.
Okay. And for interstate transport, they've done that a number of times now. Sure, you've probably, I don't know, how long have you been in your position or generally evaluating environmental regulations?
About 5 years.
Okay.
Yes.
Prior to that, prior to that 5-year period, have you also followed the previous developments around this?
At times.
Okay. So generally, would you say you're familiar with the 4-step process that EPA uses for those interstate transport FIPs?
In general, that's not what I focus on every day.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask you too many technical details. I plan to move on just to sort of the effect of it pretty quickly. But generally, they've used that same 4-step process each time they've updated the interstate transport SIP.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and so we've been through the cross-state air pollution rule, the CASPER update, the revised CASPER update, and now the Good Neighbor Plan. You're generally familiar with all of those?
I am, yes.
Okay. So the current Good Neighbor Plan is undergoing litigation. Sure you have followed that the SIP disapproval for Kentucky was stayed by the Sixth Circuit.
Yes.
Okay. But the rule itself is undergoing separate litigation in the DC Circuit, correct?
That's right.
To your knowledge, that rule has not been stayed by a court at this point, right?
I believe that's true, yes.
Okay. But EPA separately stayed that, the Good Neighbor Plan, as to the states where the SIP disapproval was stayed, including Kentucky.
Yes, I believe
Okay.
so.
Sorry, this gets really confusing, so I'm walking it a little bit slowly. I'm sorry, I'm going to try and speed it up just a little bit. Just a couple of things from that EPA stay. When EPA stayed the Good Neighbor Plan as to Kentucky and other states, it also reinstated the previous allowance system in effect in each state, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So for Kentucky, that would be the even more confusing. They called the new plan under the Good Neighbor Plan Group 3, but the previous plan was also Group 3, correct?
Right.
But Kentucky is under the old Group 3 allowance system at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay. And before that came into place, under the revised Casper update, was Group 2 under the Casper update that would have been in effect up till 2021, I believe. Does that sound right?
That sounds right, yes. It's,
It might be 2022. I'll get to it in a second. I have it in my notes here. But looking just at Group 2 first, are you generally familiar with the allocations that were made under that annually? And I have those available as well. I'm sorry to keep switching back and forth on my screen. Maybe I can save a little time and do Group 2 and Group 3 really quickly at the same time. This would be JI3 whenever Mr. Rhodes is able to share my screen. And I will zoom in quite a bit here. Does this spreadsheet look familiar? Is this something you might have reviewed?
I have not reviewed it, but I believe I've seen it.
Okay.
Yes.
Titled Unit Level Allocations and Underlying Data for the Casper for the 2008 OZ.XLS. So this contains the allocations for 2017 and 2018 and beyond under Group 2. And just scrolling down to Kentucky, I think conveniently, Big Sandy is actually the first facility listed under Kentucky. Is that right? Looking at rows 842 and 843?
Yes, I see them.
Okay. And at the time of these allocations, there were allocations for BSU 1. That's Big Sandy Unit 1, right? That would be the converted gas portion of the facility, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there were also allocations for BSU 2. That's the former coal unit that has since shut down, I think.
Yes, it's been retired.
Okay. And for BSU 1, the allocations were 287 tons per ozone season, and BSU 2, they were 758 tons per ozone season.
Yes.
And once Unit 2 shut down, essentially all of those allowances would have gone to Big Sandy generally, right? So Big Sandy would have had somewhere on the order of 1,000 allowances annually.
I'm not sure of that.
Subject to check, adding,
Yes.
yeah.
Subject to check. I
Big
believe
C.
that's how it works.
Okay. And then, just really quickly, since I'm already sharing, show, this is the Group 3 allowances. Does this also look familiar?
It does.
Okay. And at the bottom, there's a sheet titled Final Merged RCU Allocations. That would be revised Casper update allocations, right?
Yes, I believe.
And scrolling down to Kentucky again, at row 304, Big Sandy is the first unit. You actually got a slight bump for BSU 1 in 2021, but then it was back down in 2022 and beyond, from 373 down to 273 allowances for the ozone seasons. And this, being the RCU, would be the allowance allocation that is currently in effect pursuant to that EPA stay, right?
Subject to check again, yes, I believe
Okay.
that's correct.
Well,
Sorry.
Mr. Garrett,
Yeah.
before you pull that out of your computer, do you plan on sharing anymore?
I believe I have one or two more.
So Mr. Rhodes has requested that you just leave it in your computer and tell him when to turn it off,
Okay.
and he'll stop that every time you unplug it. It resets itself.
Okay.
And takes longer to work the next time.
Okay.
So
If he could stop sharing so I could go back to my notes for a minute, that'd be great. Thank you. So you also, you don't have your responses to data requests in front of you, is that right?
I thought I did, but I don't.
Okay. Maybe then. Be easier to do this. All right. Mr. Rhodes, if you could share my screen again, thank you very much. You were one of two people who responded to Joint Intervenor 1-20, which asked about allowances and use, right? Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Okay. The other was Mr. Hardin. Is that how you say his name? Haradim.
But we can provide him with a copy.
Okay, if you have that spreadsheet, that'd be great. Yeah, that works.
Give us a,
1-20 attachment 1.
Attachment 1, yes. That's fantastic. I can see my notes again. Mr. Rhodes, you can turn it back off. Thank you. So this attachment, would this have been something that you prepared or Mr. Haradim, I'm sorry.
I don't know who put this together. It's very possible somebody on my team.
Okay. You'd
Generated
be able
this.
to answer questions about it though?
In general.
Generally.
Yes.
And generally, it looks like just running through what's there, there are a few different columns, but the one I'm interested in, column K, ozone season NOx emissions. So these would be the sum, essentially, of those ozone season allowances under Group 2 and Group 3 that you used, correct? Or that Big Sandy used, and I think also Mitchell and Rockport are in here, but specifically referring to Big Sandy at the top.
Yes, I see
Okay.
that.
So if we summed those 5 months in that box, those would be the total ozone season allowances used that would be comparable to those spreadsheets that we went through a second ago.
They look to be.
Okay. So just really quickly for 2017, it looks like the sum would be around 180 allowances, 2018, 325, but 2019 and 2020, it looks like over 500 allowances. I don't expect you to do the math quickly in your head, but subject to
looks
check
right. That looks right.
on order of, okay. And so there's also a purchase price listed over there that's consistently listed as 0. I assume for those years that's because, as we went through before, Big Sandy had not just the 270 whatever allocations for Unit 1, but it had the full set of allocations for Unit 1 and 2 during those first few years up to
Yes.
2020. Okay. Because 519 allowances wouldn't have been covered by the 278 or whatever that were allocated.
That's correct.
Okay. And then in 2021, the total would have been comparable to the Group 3. That spreadsheet that I just showed a minute ago for Group 3 was for 2020 and then 2021 and beyond, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. But in,
2021.
or 2021 and then 2022 and beyond, sorry. Okay. And 2021, Big Sandy used 235 tons and 175, just referring to attachment 1 that you're reviewing there again. And all of this data is reported to EPA on a regular basis, right?
That's right.
Okay. And some of it is made publicly available through Clean Air Markets Program data. Are you familiar with the Camp D data webpage?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So just really quickly, and hopefully, this may be the last time that I have to share my screen, but in 1 second, I'm going to pull up. Here it is. All right, Mr. Rhodes, if you could share one more time. Thank you very much. This is, generally, does this format look familiar? Have you downloaded data from Camp D before?
I have not, but
Okay.
I know some of my team works with that regularly,
And you're familiar with sort of what's included in that when you download it?
generally.
Okay. So just scrolling over a little bit, the facility downloaded here is Big Sandy. And then in column F, the years are 2017 through 2023, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And scrolling over a little further, column O is NOx mass short tons, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Byron, can I ask which of the documents you forwarded?
Yes,
this
I'm
is?
sorry. This one is labeled ozone emissions 6938 yada yada.
I think Mr. Gary should have to read the whole title.
It's at your discretion, Mr. Chairman.
And going through those, these generally, those NOx mass short tons line up through 2022 at least with what was in attachment 1 there, right?
I mean, I didn't do the math, but they look similar magnitudes.
About
so-
the same magnitude, right? And then in 2023, it looks like Big Sandy Unit 1 emitted 400 tons of NOx.
Yes.
Okay. And the next row, or next column, I'm sorry, I still always mix those two up, is that it says NOx rates in pounds per million BTU. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And that stays relatively consistent, right? It's between 0.12 and 0.15 or so pounds per million BTU for Big Sandy. So what changes really is how much that unit's being operated, right?
How much and whether it's full load or low load operation, it's not a consistent emission rate, so.
So if it's at a lower load, generally, would the NOx emissions be consistently higher or lower?
It depends on the unit. I think
Okay.
in general, they're more efficient and operate more efficiently at higher load.
Okay. So if it's operating at a lower load, it's more likely to have higher emissions
Yes.
because it's not operating as efficiently.
Higher emission rate, right?
Higher emission rate, sorry. Not total emissions, but the emissions rate would generally be higher.
Correct.
Okay. And it looks like, of course, unsurprisingly, the highest heat input in column Q in million BTU appears to be in the years with the highest emissions, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Hopefully that is the last screen share I have to go through here. Mr. Rhodes, you can take that back down.
May I approach to grab the iPad?
You may.
Thank you.
So, do you still have the response to staff 231 with you, that table of capacity factors?
I do, yes.
Okay. And in that table, it looks like Big Sandy was selected to dispatch at as high as 72% capacity factor. Is that right?
In 23, there was 72%.
Okay.
2024 was 79%.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So in 24 at 79%. Generally, for the next 5 years or so, it's operating, with the exception of 2028, at about a 60 or 50 or 60% capacity factor or greater, right?
Yes, it's much higher before 2028.
Okay. So returning to the Group 2 and Group 3 allowances that we just went through, Group 2, Big Sandy had significantly more allowances each year than Group 3. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. But your emissions haven't gone down at all, right?
that's correct.
Okay. And the capacity factor hasn't really changed too much. In fact, looks like it's going to go up slightly over the next few years. Does that sound right?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. Just looking ahead to see what else I realize I have one other thing to share, and I think this might genuinely be the last thing, so I want to make sure that I get through everything at once. I apologize. All right. Mr. Rhodes, if you could again, and I'll try to make it through the last couple of things here. This is what I mark as, I think I'm on JI 5 now.
Yeah, so let's go back for a second. So this
Sure.
is JI 5, and I need you to, I get the naming, right? But again, we're talking about different different emissions constituents, for lack of a better term. So JI5 is a document. I see it says allowance compliance 82657B25. That's how it starts, at least. For the record, can you identify what the document
Yes.
purports to provide allowance compliance numbers for?
Yes. So returning to Camp D, Mr. Spitznogle, you're aware. So it provides emissions information. It also provides allowance information in that database, correct?
That's right.
That's available for download for individual units. And on the first column here, you can see the program code. Does that look familiar to you?
I'm not familiar with the codes.
Okay. So it says CSOSG2, and then starting on row 6, CSOSG3. Would it make sense to you that those are cross-state ozone season group 2 and ozone season group 3?
The acronym fits, so.
Okay. And, well, next to that, the year is 2017 through 2022. So that would fit with group 2 ending in 2020 and group 3 starting in 2021.
Yes.
Okay. So it would make sense that this would be allowances under group 2 and group 3.
It does.
Okay. And those would be NOx emissions allowances, right?
Those are not.
Okay. Which were the same as the emissions that we were just talking about, both from your attachment 1 and the Camp D download, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Does that help clear that up, Chair?
Well, it does on that one. So I guess I need to make sure I identify it for my record so that we can go back
Yes.
and see. So you want to mark JI5 as being the cross-state ozone allowances.
Allowances, yes.
Okay. And JI4 was the
Ozone
cross-state-
season emissions for Big Sandy.
the CSO emissions. And then I want to make sure I understand, you identified 3 as what?
I believe that would be the group 3 allowance allocations.
Okay.
And then JI2 would be the group 2 allowance allocations.
Well, then we're on 6,
We're on 6.
just so that you're aware.
One would have, we are on 6 after this.
No, this is 6.
This is 6.
JI1 was the best systems of emissions reduction fact sheet or at a glance. JI2 were Mr. Spitznogle's signed comments on behalf of American Electric Power.
I see.
JI3 are the Group 2 allowance allocations. JI4 are the Group 3 allowance allocations. JI5 are the CSO emissions. And JI6 are the CSO
The
allowance.
allowances. Sorry, I skipped the AEP comments in my notes. Thank you. Okay, so this would be JI6. Apologies for the confusion. And then scrolling over, it looks like there are total allowances held in account, and column H actually is what I meant to look at. The compliance year allowances allocated. Do you see that column?
I do, yes.
Okay, and under those columns marked group 2, the rows 2 through 5, it looks like the allocations were 1,045, right?
Each year, yes.
And that generally lines up with what was allocated under the group 2 JI3 spreadsheet that we looked at, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Pardon me. And then so under group 3, the emissions allocations went down to 379, and now annually, Big Sandy is allocated 279 allowances. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And looking at column J, emissions, short tons, generally that lines up with both the attachment 1 to your response, JI 120, as well as the JI 5 ozone season emissions, right?
It looks that way.
Okay. And then those are equivalent to the allowances deducted each year, right?
Yes.
And then there's allowances carried over, right?
Yes.
So that would be what's left over, the allocation minus the allowances held at the trading deadline minus the emissions results in the allowances left over.
Yes.
And those are carried over to the next year.
That's right.
Okay. And in the previous spreadsheet, the ozone season emissions, we saw that emissions in 2023 were 400 tons, right?
I believe
Does that
that's-
sound
yeah,
familiar?
that sounds right, yes.
Okay. And so this year, or last year, you also would have been allocated Big Sandy would have also been allocated 279 allowances, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And 279 plus 63 would be 200 or 340 something, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Big Sandy wouldn't have had enough allowances just based on what was allocated and left over for last year, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether allowances had to be purchased or how those might have been obtained for Big Sandy?
I don't know what they did to overcome that shortfall, but.
Okay. But that was overcome some way, likely through a purchase or a trade
That would
on
be
the
the
market.
typical way, yes.
Okay. And then looking at that capacity factor again for 2024 and beyond, it looks like the capacity factor is at least as much or greater than what was historically the capacity factor, right?
Yes.
So emissions are likely to be at or above that 400 tons per ozone season going forward, right?
That's what it looks like.
So allocations, if the model is correct in selecting Big Sandy for that sort of dispatch, allowances are likely to have to be purchased going forward for the next several years, right?
Yes.
Okay. And turning back to the Good Neighbor Plan where I started finally, that set new requirements, correct, for reaching compliance downwind with the 2015 ozone standard, which is lower, right? Okay. And generally, those allowances over time will continue to decrease, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with how EPA determines what allowances would be allocated either on the state level or unit level?
I'm
In
not,
the generalist sense,
generally.
without getting to the specific numbers so I don't have to keep bringing up other things, generally, it determined what a reasonable control level for units would be, right?
Yes.
And for uncontrolled coal units, it determined that selective catalytic reduction should be added by 2026 or 2027, right?
Right.
And the same for uncontrolled gas units, right?
Yes, I don't know what the technology options are in the gas.
So it doesn't specifically require installation of a specific control though, right?
Right.
So it just determines statewide, these are the controls that would get us to the emissions level that would meet the need, right?
That's right.
And then it allocates this decreasing pool amongst the existing units, right? And the pool is decreasing, so the allocations to each individual unit within each state would also decrease, right?
That's right.
Okay. I think that is all I have to share on my screen. I know I said that before, but I mean it this time.
We're still at 6.
We are still at 6. Returning to the response to Joint Interveners 120, do you have that in front of you?
The spreadsheet.
Not the spreadsheet this time, actually, just the actual response. That's okay. And while you're pulling that up, the other spreadsheet attached to that as well, attachment 2, if you don't mind, when you have a moment. I'll start with just the answers, though.
This is Joint Interveners 120.
Yes. Do you have that in front of you now?
I do. Yes.
Okay. So in that response, in part A, you were asked about the application of, thank you very much, the new FIP, in this case that would be the good neighbor plan, right? If it were to come into effect, you stated that, and just to be clear, part A, this is that one that I think both you and Mr. Hardin were indicated as witnesses for. In part A, it states that the rule does not appear to restrict Kentucky Power generating asset availability or based on economic dispatch, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But you're already having to purchase allowances or trade for allowances based on the dispatch right now, right?
It looks, from what we went through, it's, yes.
Okay. And the dispatch of that unit is projected to go up or stay the same, at least in the short term, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the allowances are going to continue to go down, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the purchases, the amount anyway of purchases would have to go up, right?
That's, yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And if you have that spreadsheet now too, that was in response to B. I don't need the spreadsheet, it's okay, thanks.
You have the spreadsheet?
I do, yes.
Okay, that was attachment 2, and these are the NOx cost for emissions. So I don't, was this something that you would have prepared for input into the model?
It
Or
is
your team?
not.
You're not, okay.
Maybe, my team might have been consulted on this, but
Okay.
I didn't have any role in preparing this.
Okay, but just generally looking at that really quickly, the price of emissions over time, not the total cost to the company, but the price per allowance in that, would you say it goes up, goes down over time?
I don't know. pointing at a specific column in the spreadsheet?
Yes. Let me pull that up. I don't have to pull it up on screen this time. I have it. So looking at the average annual price per short ton, the last column, column D. Generally in 2023, it starts at $71 per short ton, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then from there, it goes down 69, 65. Generally, over time, at least out till 2029, it looks like those prices were forecast to go down for the modeling.
It looks like it goes up in 29 and 30, then back down.
Yeah. So generally, starting at a high of 71 and then going down, varying a little bit, but going down.
Yes, I
Okay.
agree.
We just went over the need at least Big Sandy is going to go up. The number of allowances is going to go down. Generally, when the availability of a good such as allowances goes down, would the price be expected to go down or up?
I'm not an economist. I can't comment
Okay.
on price
That's all right.
trends.
And do you have the 120 up? Thanks. In response to JI 120D, the company was asked, I believe, whether, as a result of the Good Neighbor Plan, additional control measures or equipment will be needed. And you responded that Kentucky Power does not anticipate additional pollution control measures or equipment.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Would that still be the case based on what we just went over? The decreasing number of allowances, the continued, at least, or increased use of the Big Sandy unit?
Again, that gets into economics and what those emission costs do to the cost to operate the unit. And
So either
that's
you'd
not
have to
my
install
expertise.
controls or purchase an increasing number of allowances, right?
That's right.
Okay. That's you're not an economist, but generally are you aware whether that is an evaluation that AEP or Kentucky Power have done?
I don't know what analysis were done.
Okay. Your Honor, we might request post-hearing whether any evaluation of the effects of the Good Neighbor Plan have been done now that it's final.
That'd be fine.
Thank you.
Can I ask you to repeat that?
Whether any evaluation of the either need for allowances or the need to install control equipment economically is more favorable at Big Sandy.
Okay.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. I would move to admit JI 1 through 6 as we went over. JI 1 being the BSER table, 2 being AEP's comments, 3 and 4 being the Group 2 and Group 3 allocations, and then 5 and 6 being the emissions and allowances from Clean Air Markets program data.
Mr. Gish?
No objection.
All right, so moved. We'll admit JI 1 through 6.
Thank you.
Mr. Have we gone to you yet, Mr. Kurtz?
Yeah, I had no questions.
Ms. Koenig, any questions for this witness? Staff?
Just very few. Good morning, Mr. Spitznogle.
Spitznogle. Yes.
Spitznogle, I apologize.
That's okay. Good morning.
Got that correct. Very brief questions, far less exciting in nature than what we've just been discussing. I really just want to have an understanding a little bit of what your role was with the IRP process. So you advise, generally speaking, on all the environmental regulations that the team considers and then implements in the IRP, and just more generally speaking for AEP.
That's correct. We we discussed the rules and the interpretation of those rules and how they would apply.
So, when you do that, what are the kind of things that you look for? When you advise them, specifically say for this IRP, do you only advise them on regulations currently in effect? How far ahead are you looking, right? So you started this process, let me start this back. When did you start advising on the IRP process for this application, or for this filing?
I don't remember when those conversations started.
Sometime in 2022?
I don't, subject to check, that sounds reasonable.
And when you all were having those discussions, what were the regulations, broadly speaking, that you were concerned about, that you thought would have an impact on the long-term planning?
It would have been the regulations in place at the time.
So when you say the regulations in place at the time, would you have thought to consider the Good Neighbor Plan at all during that period?
I don't recall when the Good Neighbor Plan was originally proposed, so.
So, I mean, broadly speaking, and we'll subject to check this, but the comment period for it was open till summer of 2022, and then the final rule was implemented March 15th of 2023.
That's right.
And so I guess all I'm trying to, and there's no gotcha here, I'm just trying to understand, when you were looking, that rule wasn't in place yet, but when you were doing the IRP and you were looking at that, was the team aware of the Good Neighbor Plan? Was it considering it in its, were you advising it to consider it in its modeling?
So I know we've probably discussed that it was proposed language, it wasn't final. So there was no certainty on the outcome of that rulemaking. So we gave that guidance that these are proposed, this is a proposed rule.
So how does your discussions regarding proposed rules function for your long-term planning? Right, I mean, you certainly have some leadway. You don't wait for the rule to be finalized before you look at it for the first time and go, all right, what do we do here? So what is that? Can you just walk me through what that planning process looks like, just so I have some appreciation of it?
Sure. So we certainly provide guidance on the rules that are on the books at the time. When something is proposed, obviously people hear about it, they look into it and ask questions. So we help interpret the proposed language, but because it's proposed and not final, and the fact that in the rulemaking process between proposed and final, there's generally significant changes in that language and the requirements, we don't advise proposed language to be considered in this type of activity.
So when does a rule become actionable for you, sort of as an organizational matter? So like, when do you start taking action based on what you think the rule is or will be? Or
We take action when it's in the federal the federal regs.
And so at that time, I mean, I'm assuming just in your general role as being the environmental person, you look much farther ahead, right, than what you just advised the team to do, right? You're constantly looking at what is in the comment section or what's coming down the pipeline from EPA or state regulation.
Yes, as soon as that process begins at the EPA level, we engage in commenting and the opportunities to sit with EPA staff and explain our perspective on things. So to that extent, we're involved from the first we hear of a pending new rule.
And organizationally, how does that information, how do those meetings with the EPA filter back to whoever's doing your modeling or whoever's sort of doing your operations at AEP, or in this case, Kentucky Power? How long does it take for you guys to sort of filter that information back to them?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
I'm just trying to get an understanding for, you say you're involved from the first week that the EPA is announcing it, you sit down and you talk with them. All I'm trying to understand is, like, so for the Good Neighbor Plan here, right, to just be very specific, when would the team at Kentucky Power have been aware of its likely impact or any of that, or likeliness to be finalized? How far in advance of the final rule are they made aware of that?
Typically, once a rule is proposed, so that's usually a year before it's final. At that point, we begin briefing operating company leadership on what's been proposed, what our reaction to that is, and how we're going to comment on it. And we seek guidance from OpCo leadership and others around the company as to their perspectives on what that would look like and how we ought to comment on it.
I appreciate that. And again, nothing, strange. I just wanted to understand when we're looking at this. Do you also help file like permits and other things with EPA when you're proposing to build something new? Are you part of that process?
Yes.
And again, coming from a place of ignorance, can you walk me through what the permitting process looks like for, say, the two CTs proposed here? What the kind of steps you have to take are and what the timeline for that is? So you all proposed two new CTs in this IRP, correct?
That's correct.
From your perspective, from the environmental perspective, can you walk me through the permitting process a little bit, just from a high level and sort of the timeline involved?
I don't get deep into the nuts and bolts of that process.
Okay.
So our team is consulted on when say Kentucky Power is looking at potentially building something. A project team is formed, and we assign an environmental expert to that team to consult on what the time frame would be if such a project was to be moved forward. So they get involved at the beginning of that planning process, and then once the project gets clarity that it's likely to go forward, then they begin the process working with the state or the federal agencies on starting a permit process. So I think it really varies depending on which permit it is, air permit or others.
So for a new source, I mean, they would need quite a few permits, right? They would need the air permit, they would need the the thing for the land use, and they would need some of the other waste permits, right? So there's like 3 or 4 sections, is that right?
Yes, there'd be surface water discharge, storm water. There's a number of permits that would be involved.
Each of those is individual, and each is their own process?
Yes, and they're all on different time frames from the initiation to acquiring the permits.
Have you ever been part of the team that has done something like that from start to finish?
I personally have not. No.
Okay. So you wouldn't be able to tell me based on your experience how long of a process that is?
No, like I said, it's each type of permit is kind of has a different time horizon.
I actually think that is, after everything else that's been done, all the questions I have currently.
Questions? Commissioner Regan, any questions?
No.
Can you redirect council?
No, not at this time. No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spitznogle.
We'd like to ask that Mr. Spitznogle be excused from the hearing.
That'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will take a recess. We will come back at, we'll do almost 20 minutes. We'll come back at our normal time of 10:45. We're back on the record in case number 2023-00092. Ms. Glass, would you have to call your next witness?
Yes, Kentucky Power calls Brian West.
All right, Mr. West, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Brian West. My address is 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky 41101.
Ms. Glass?
Mr. West, can you state your business position and your employer, please?
Yes, I am employed by Kentucky Power as the Vice President of Regulatory and Finance.
And did you sponsor responses to data requests and portions of Kentucky Power's IRP report in this case?
Yes,
Do you have any corrections to that information?
I do not.
Based on the information you knew at the time, if you were asked those same questions today, would the information you provided be the same?
Yes.
The witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. West?
Yes. Hi, Mr. West. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I want to start out talking about the resources in the proposed plan. Proposed plan calls for 480 megawatts of CT gas in 29. Is that correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
So we're approaching, I guess, 4.5 years from 2029. Can you just give me an idea of the timeline that the company's going to go through and when it'll start taking initial steps towards construction of those assets or planning of those assets?
Sure. It's a process. It takes a while. I believe in discovery, we were estimating somewhere around 6 years, and that was when we, began the IRP process in 2022 to bring an asset like that online. I would expect that the timeline would, as Mr. Spitznogle had talked about, there's permitting that has to be done. There's things with PJM that have to be done. I'm not familiar with all of those timelines. Mr. Spitznogle said a lot of those permits have different time horizons, I believe. And I'm not sure about how long the PJM process would take. So it's difficult to give you a definitive timeline at this time.
You mentioned 6 years. Are you saying that it's a 6-year period from the first step being taken until the plant coming online?
In general, that's the best estimate that we had at the time.
Have any of those steps been taken at this time?
At this time, no.
So given that we're 4.5 years from 2029, should we assume that the 2029 projection for bringing those resources online is outdated at this point?
I'm not sure I would say it's outdated because the options to or the opportunities to purchase an existing asset also exist, and that could bring an asset online sooner than that.
Let's talk about peak demand, just briefly, a couple questions. I believe it's in an exhibit to the IRP report, but is it ballpark, your summer peak demand is, can I say 1,000 megawatts, and your winter is 1,200 to 1,300, is that roughly correct?
I think that's roughly correct, yes.
And your IRP planned for a 9% reserve margin on the summer peak, is that correct?
I'm not confident about that. Any planning questions would be would be better directed to witness Solar or witness Haratum to verify that.
So are you aware that the IRP report was planning to meet your PJM capacity requirements, or are you not aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And your PJM capacity requirements relate to your summer peak or your winter peak or both?
The summer peak, yes.
So if you plan to meet your summer peak, would that leave you uncovered for a portion of your winter peak?
It does not. In this IRP, we did a winter sensitivity analysis, and our contractual relationship with PJM is a resource to us, just like Big Sandy, Mitchell, other contractual bilateral contracts that we have. PJM is a resource. It's a contractual resource that we use to serve our customers and provide safe and adequate capacity.
Are you familiar with the RFPs that were issued? I don't have the date on the tip of my tongue, but somewhat recently by the company.
I'm aware of those. They were issued in September of 2023.
Okay. And would I be recalling those correctly to say that they solicited 875 megawatts of resources in the summer and 1,300 megawatts in the winter?
That sounds roughly correct.
So I guess my question is, are those solicitations consistent with the plan in the IRP, or are you trying to do something different to meet that winter peak through that solicitation?
I think they're consistent with the plan in the IRP. There is as most people I think are aware, there's a possibility of a winter requirement in PJM. So it was a prudent thing to do to issue an RFP in that manner to see what resources would be available. There is no winter requirement at this time, though.
Are you familiar with I think it was 6 or 7 portfolios that were modeled in the IRP?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that only one of those portfolios included a combined cycle unit?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And I'm not going to make you read this. I'll just read it to you, and you can confirm if you think this is correct. But the IRP states, in this portfolio, a CC was assumed to be built in 2029 in place of the CT from the reference portfolio, and optimization was performed around that assumption. Does that language sound consistent with what's in the IRP at page 159?
It does.
Subject to check.
When you say page 159, are you mean the page number at the bottom or at the top?
It's the PDF.
The PDF page, okay.
On mine, the headers are kind of obscured by some of the language, so.
Yeah, on mine too.
It's under Figure 74, Annual Resource Additions and CC Portfolio.
Yes.
And it's the second sentence after that figure. In this portfolio, CC was assumed to be built.
Yes,
So
I see that.
my question is just, do you know what that optimization entailed?
Again, those modeling questions need to be directed to witness Solar
Solar,
and witness Haratum.
Do you have any information about whether combined cycle plants are generally less expensive than CT units on a levelized cost basis?
I don't have that information off the top of my head, no.
Different line of questions. The proposed plan called for 700 megawatts of wind, all of which will be transmitted from outside Kentucky, correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And if you're looking for reference within the document, I think it's on PDF page 169, kind of summarizes the preferred plan. But, and then it also included 800 megawatts of solar, I believe 25% of which will be transmitted from, and I want to clear this up. I believe, my notes said outside of Kentucky. That leaves 600 megawatts of solar. Will that be in service territory or just somewhere within Kentucky generally? Do you have any information about that?
I do not, and the IRP is, when they look at resources, they look at generic resources that are, I believe, in the PJM footprint. They don't necessarily, it's not location-specific analysis. So we made assumptions that a certain percentage would be located in Kentucky, perhaps in our service territory, perhaps not, but then a certain percentage in the PJM footprint.
Does that mainly have to do with suitability of terrain for placement of those resources, things like that? That's why you assume that the wind.
As far as solar goes, and I think everyone knows it's tough to find flat land in our service territory for that.
And so that was kind of my question is, I think I had in my notes at some point that 600 of the 800 megawatts of solar would be within Kentucky, but then I thought elsewhere I saw that it said within the service territory. So I just wanted to clear that up, that the 600 megawatts of solar might be placed elsewhere in Kentucky, in places perhaps more suitable on a terrain basis than within the service territory.
That's certainly possible. You don't really know what's available until you do an RFP.
So just a very broad question. Would it not be more efficient for Eastern Kentuckians to meet their energy needs by producing their own energy within their own service territory?
Could you ask that one more time, please?
Would it not be more efficient for Eastern Kentuckians to meet their own energy needs by producing their own energy within their own service territory?
Not necessarily. The way that Kentucky Power serves its customers with owned resources, a mixture of owned resources, contracted for resources, and our contract with PJM provides us with access to PJM's diverse resource portfolio, which is both geographically diverse as well as resource type diverse. And that's provides us a lot of flexibility, a lot of opportunity, a lot of access to that generation that an owned resource wouldn't necessarily have.
Would you agree that a comparison between the cost of using owned resources and other resources such as those that you were just referencing could only be fully analyzed if you accounted for the transmission costs associated with getting those electrons from where they were generated to where they were needed?
I think it would probably be better to direct that question to Witness Vaughn.
So just to close that loop, do you have any knowledge about whether transmission costs were included in the models for selecting these 700 megawatts of wind and 800 megawatts of solar?
I believe there was something in here about transmission and distribution costs that were assumed to be, I forget the exact language and I don't know, I don't have a page number reference. They weren't specifically included in any of the analysis that I'm aware of. Again, I think it goes back to the IRP looks at generic resources and not location specific. And if you get into location specific, then is when you have to start looking at transmission costs and things. That could be, that could be verified again by Witness Solar or Heratum.
Did Kentucky Power consider whether, well, let me take a step back. Are you familiar, did you read the Attorney General's comment in this case?
Yes, it's been some time ago, but I did read it.
Are you familiar with the references that we made to resource adequacy concerns expressed by PJM leadership at times such as before the Kentucky legislature?
I remember reading that.
Given those resource adequacy concerns that have been articulated by various individuals, did Kentucky Power give any consideration to whether the utility being self-sufficient when it comes to energy generation and kind of being not totally siloed, but more siloed off would be appropriate or not?
Well, I think what the company does is look at all options. If a self-build makes sense, we would look at that. If purchasing an asset makes sense, we would look at that. It's not restricted to only PPAs, for instance, or bilateral contracts. We look at everything, and if it makes sense and it's reasonable cost for our customers, then it's something that we would look at and bring to the commission for consideration.
That's all I have.
Kurt.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. West.
Good morning.
You would agree that since the IRP was filed in March of 2023, there have been a lot of significant developments in the industry. For example, the new final CO2 rules, for example?
I certainly agree there's been a lot of changes.
Okay. The IRP did not model the capacity factor limitations in the final CO2 rule on new natural gas plants, did it? Because you couldn't have, because it didn't exist.
That would be my assumption, yes.
Okay. The IRP assumed between a $10 and a $43 per megawatt hour CO2 tax or penalty or cost. Did it not?
I'm not familiar with the specific numbers. Again, Witness Solar or Witness Heratum would know that.
Okay. But are you aware that there was a CO2 cost modeled in every scenario?
I believe that there was a portfolio that was a no carbon portfolio, but I think that there was a carbon burden included in all the others.
In your preferred plan?
Subject to check.
Okay. And we know now that EPA did not propose any kind of CO2 costs. Instead, they proposed these capacity factor limitations on new gas generation. Correct?
I believe that's correct. That may have been a good question for Witness Spitznogle.
Okay. One last thing on terms of the major changes, probably more than this. ELCC, are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. That's the effective load carrying capability. It's sort of the capacity value PJM puts on different resources.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Since the IRP was filed, the ELCC for solar in PJM has gone way, way down. Are you aware of that?
That's my understanding, yes.
That means you have to have more megawatts of solar to get the same capacity value.
That would be my understanding, yes.
The 700 megawatts of out-of-state wind, do you know that the IRP assumes a cost of about $2,100 a kW for wind?
I don't know the exact number.
Okay. Assume that. So the capital cost of this out-of-state investment would be approximately $1.47 billion, correct?
I don't know that for certain.
700,000 times 2,100.
Are you assuming that we would build it when you say the capital cost?
Well, somebody would build it, whether it's AEP or a third party, but it would cost approximately $1.4 billion dollars, whether you have to spend it or somebody else.
Well, that could be, but the RFPs that were issued were for PPAs, not building wind.
Do you know the effective property tax rate that Kentucky Power used in its last rate case?
No, sir, I don't.
It was approximately 0.66%, just assume that. So if Kentucky Power spent $1.4 billion in Lawrence County at the existing Big Sandy 1 site, local government would get approximately $9.7 billion in $9.7 million annually in tax revenue on a $1.4 billion investment.
Assuming your math is correct, sir.
And local government will get zero tax money if the wind is built out of state. We know that, correct?
I would assume it would be a lesser number, yes.
It'll be zero if it's built out of state.
I assume so, yes.
And if something is built out of state, there won't be any local construction jobs, would there?
No, there would not be if it's built out of state, yes.
There would be no local permanent jobs if it's built out of state.
That's correct.
Mr. West asked you this. The IRP assumed no transmission expense because, as you explained, it's a generic modeling, not location specific. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. That, again, Witness Solar or Heratum can verify that.
Do you know that at your Big Sandy site, the existing site in Lawrence County, what's the name of the city? I forget now.
Louisa?
Louisa.
Louisa.
Do you know that there's a transmission already at the site?
There is, but it's my understanding that we don't have the interconnection any longer at that site.
But there's transmission there because there was transmission to serve the 800 megawatt Big Sandy 2 plant that was retired about a decade ago, correct?
That's correct. There's transmission there.
And there's gas pipeline capacity already going to that site?
Yes, there's a gas line.
Is there one or two gas lines?
There's one.
Okay. Do you know who the supplier is?
I do not.
Just real quick, let me hand you, these are all, I guess we can just mark it. I'll do it really quickly as KIGC Exhibit 1.
This is just an excerpt from the IRP.
Yeah, so I think we just have to mark for 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, this is the rate, part of the rate aspect of the plan. This is,
Mr. Kurtz, can I just ask that you applied this yellow highlighting? It's not meant to indicate confidential information. It's my
Correct.
understanding.
okay. This just discusses the preferred plan, which you've discussed with Mr. West. But let's go to the very end where you rank these plans. You have, that's page 4 of KIGC Exhibit 1, which is page 176 of the IRP.
Yes.
Okay. Am I reading this correct, that CC portfolio is combined cycle?
Yes.
Okay. And compared to your proposed plan, the combined cycle is slightly less expensive on a present value basis, correct?
And where are you looking for that, sir?
Long-term 15-year CPW, it's highlighted, the combined cycle case versus the preferred plan, 64.6 versus 64.8. Slightly less expensive, basically the same. Is that the right way to read this?
I believe that is, yes.
Okay, it's also slightly, well, it's less risky, cost risk, 56.8 versus 58.3, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The final, this is the local impacts, the CapEx installed inside service territory. The combined cycle would be 1.528 billion versus 1.355 billion for the preferred plan, correct? And that's really just showing the capital cost of a combined cycle is more than the capital cost of a peaking unit, because everything else in the two plans were exactly the same, right?
I believe that's correct,
Okay.
yes.
One more. Hand up.
Mark, this is 2.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
This is the excerpt starting on page 180, Mr. Kurtz.
Yes. Okay, this is the rate impacts of the preferred plan. Is that correct?
Yes, it appears to be.
Tell me, on page 2 of KIUC, Exhibit 2, how should I read this? The nominal dollar per kilowatt hour. In 2023, it's 16.5 cents a kilowatt hour. What does that represent?
I believe it represents the approximate rate impact of implementing the plan as it is presented in the IRP. I would really like for Witness Solar and Witness Haradim, who developed this table, to weigh in on that, though. I think that you should ask them for sure.
Okay, well, a couple just basic. Do you know that if this is a residential number or average across all your customers?
I do not.
Okay. And the footnote says it doesn't include increases in transmission or distribution that may occur over the years, so, okay, I'll ask them.
Yes, please.
Let me ask you this. Do you know how Mitchell was modeled in this?
It was assumed that Mitchell would no longer be available to serve Kentucky Power customers after 2028, is my understanding.
Is it 12/31/28 or June 1, 2028, which is the PJM planning year?
It's my understanding that we would have, the difficulty with that is that you'd have the energy until the end of 2028. But because the PJM planning year begins on June 1st of a year and goes to May 31st of the following year, spanning past the end of December, you have to have something in place beginning on 1/1 of 29. And again, Witness Solar and Witness Haradim would be able to explain exactly how they modeled that.
Okay, I just have one more exhibit and one more set of questions around how Mitchell was modeled.
one for Mr.
Oh.
West.
All right,
Most
most
important.
important guy.
Thank you.
And again, you applied this yellow highlighting, Mr. Kurtz?
Correct. Okay, so, this says that the replacement capacity was modeled to begin June 1, 28, but you testified that Kentucky Power would have the energy available to it until the end of 2028.
I believe that's correct.
Okay,
but I'm not the witness for this question.
that's helpful. Let me ask you to turn to page 3 of this exhibit. This is the dollar amount of capacity purchases. In 2028, it's $15,688,000. Do you know if that's just for the 7-month period, June 1 of 2028 till 12/31/28?
I do not know if that's the period or not.
Do you know if the modeling assumed that all the Mitchell costs were going to come out of rates and be replaced with this capacity purchase costs instead?
I do not know how that was modeled.
Well, you would agree that it would, well, let me ask you, would it be reasonable to charge customers for the capacity purchase as well as continue charging them for Mitchell?
Well, for purposes of this IRP, it was assumed that, as I said, Mitchell would be no longer serving customers after 2028. And I don't think we should confuse that with what happens to the ownership of Mitchell after 2028. That's a separate matter.
Kentucky Power will still retain ownership unless and until it's sold or transferred, correct?
That's correct. But like I said, that's not modeled in this IRP.
Let me ask you, this is a data response that staff asked you in sort of the companion case, the adequate service investigation, and talking about the remaining net book costs.
Mr. Chairman, we could object to reference to the investigation case as a companion case to this one. It's an entirely separate matter.
I'll rephrase, to the entirely separate non-companion case. But do you know how the remaining net book cost of Mitchell was modeled in the rate impacts? In other words,
In the IRP,
yeah, well, you have these rate impacts showing what the rates on consumers will be, and I'll ask the other witnesses how they did that. But do you know if this rate impact, KIUC Exhibit 2, assumed that consumers would continue paying for the fixed costs of Mitchell after 2028 when they're not getting any of the capacity or energy from it?
again, I did not do the modeling. I don't know how that was modeled. And the ownership of Mitchell is a completely separate matter.
So if Kentucky Power continues to own it, would it be your expectation that you would seek to recover the remaining net book costs, even if consumers were getting no energy or capacity from the power plant?
That hasn't been determined yet, but something has to be done with the net book value, yes.
Thank you, Mr. West. No further questions.
Gary? Mr. Smart? I'm sorry, before we move on to you, Mr. Smart, would you like to move to introduce these exhibits, Mr. Kurtz?
Yes, sir. Move to introduce KIUC 123.
It's moving to mid right now.
Oh.
Ms. Glass?
Well, Mr. Kurtz did not ask any questions about pages 7, 8, or 9 of this exhibit, nor do we know what it is or where it came from.
Which, I'm sorry, the third one or the first?
KIUC 3.
Well, I will say this, 7, 8, and 9 all came from this case. 9 is where the reference KIUC 1-20, AG KIUC 1-23, and the remaining net book value of Mitchell at current 518 million. That was also from this case, although I don't have a reference to it. I mean, obviously, it's the company's work product.
This case in the IRP case?
Yes, the IRP case.
I'm not sure that's correct for number 7, for page 7, but I don't know.
Is it the, it- is attachment 1 to the,
Chairman, it's clearly a Kentucky Power document. I actually don't,
I take it, Ms. Glass, that 7 is an attachment to the data request.
I think
4.
that,
It says, please see KPSC 3.2 attachment 1 for the net book value. That's the initial response A. They
Thank
seem to all be the same. 4, 5, 6, and 7 seem to all be the same thing.
I think that sounds logical. I'd just like to confirm that if I can.
Yeah, that'll be fine. So we'll come back to this, and give you an opportunity to make sure.
Thank you.
So
And
I'll,
then,
any objection to 1 and 2?
just with the note that the highlighted yellow information is for highlighting, not for confidentiality.
At this point, I've gotten used to the difference between normal highlighting and Mr. Kurtz's hand highlighting.
I'm a green highlighter or something.
All right, so no, so moved for KIUC 1 and 2, and we'll come back to come back to 3, Mr. Kurtz. Mr. Smar?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. West.
Good morning.
Good to see you again. You had mentioned earlier the all-source RFP that was issued in September 2023, correct?
Yes,
And that was posted on Kentucky Power's website, is that right?
I think so, yes.
And there was a schedule posted on the website with a timeline for the RFP process, correct?
I think so. I don't recall specifically.
Do you recall that that schedule said that there would be initial resource selection by January 31, 2024?
It may have said that, yes.
Now, I don't, without revealing anything that you would consider confidential, are you able to say whether that stage of the process has occurred?
I think in general, analysis is continuing, is ongoing.
And that would be analysis of the responses to the RFP.
That is correct.
And then also as part of that schedule, it said that definitive agreements were supposed to be executed by June 1. Do you remember that?
That sounds correct.
Again, without revealing anything you would consider confidential, are you able to say if that part of the process has occurred?
At this point, I can just say that analysis is ongoing.
Has Kentucky Power made any decisions yet based on the responses to the RFP as to whether to move forward with any of the responses?
That would be confidential information.
Are you able to share whether any regulatory filings are?
Counsel?
that information is commercially sensitive. We're going through the process now. He's indicated it's confidential and not that he can't respond. If we wanted to go into
That's what I
confidential
wanted.
session.
I wanted to have an appreciation. That's why I was confused of, asking them what decision you made. Certainly confidential. Whether a decision has been made, that's what I was sort of making sure that you all assert that whether a decision has been made is confidential.
Whether final documents have been executed and the nature of the negotiations between parties.
I see.
But that to me is a whether.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, because of the, I think,
So you all would like to move into confidential session?
If Mr. Samara requires details in an answer more than what Mr. West has responded, then yes, we do need to go into confidential session.
I may seek to do that, Your Honor, but I might want to ask just a few more questions in the public session first.
That'll be fine.
Thank you. Are you able to share whether any regulatory filings are planned at this time based on the RFP responses?
Assuming, I mean, we would plan to make a regulatory filing, assuming that we contract with a particular resource, but I don't have timing for that right now.
Can I ask you to turn to, do you have your data responses that you sponsored with you?
Yes.
Could I ask you to turn to the response to Joint Interveners 2-13?
Yes.
And you see there that this response relates to whether there's been any specific plans or documents developed to construct a new gas resource, including at the Big Sandy site. Do you see that?
I do.
Are you able to say whether that's still true today?
The company, as I stated, looks at all resources, all types, whatever we determine is most reasonable and best for our customers. As far as any analysis regarding the Big Sandy site, that's privileged information, and I cannot get into that.
Is the data response, this is a public data response, is it still accurate today?
At the time it was written, it was accurate.
Is it still accurate today?
As I said, sir, that's privileged information, and I can't get into it.
I'm sorry, counsel, do you want to clarify the, I don't know that so here, and I only ask this,
Can.
because I don't think the witnesses, I don't know that a lay witness is able to assert privilege, technical privilege, so, I just want to make sure that, that you all, you're on the same page as your witness about, the concern being the confidential status of the response, not necessarily asserting a certain privilege.
I'll let Mr. Garcia Santana address that.
Yeah, can I see it for a second, just to make sure that I bring you accurate information, sir? Yeah, the witness is instructed not to reveal the content of privileged information that may be related to the subject matter of the question. The fact that information or a request has been done would be the type of information that would show up in a privilege log, but I don't think that the witness is at liberty to be specific about whether that would relate specifically to the answer to the question. I think that that's the point where the witness is finding that the information that is being requested he cannot answer without revealing confidential information.
Well, that's why I want to be distinct. Confidential information or privileged information?
Well, at the request of counsel, sir, the witness cannot disclose the content of the communications. And I think that the problem here is that he cannot be specific about the answer without revealing the content of the communications with counsel.
Okay.
So it's attorney-client communications
Correct.
that you're asserting.
Okay.
Right, so to the extent that he can answer the question without referring to confidential information, then privileged information.
And that's what I want to be, so there's a question, so the data request, basically the question as I understand it from counsel are the answers to the response with the passage of time still accurate? Not as it relates to then, but as of today. And the initial question is Kentucky Power developing? And then then there are two follow-up questions with A and B, of which I take it that you're asserting privilege as it relates to A and B, not the initial question, or are you asserting privilege as to all three questions?
No, to anything specific to actual plans.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Smart?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think, just to streamline the process, maybe we could go, if we could go into confidential session now and just ask a couple questions to see
That'd be
how that goes.
Move into confidential session, Candace, let us know when we are. Smart?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have some more questions that are appropriate for the public session, and hopefully we won't need to go into confidential information. But
Sure.
if at any point confidential information is implicated, please don't hesitate to let us know. I'd like to refer you to Kentucky Power's response to Joint Intervenors request number 2-34.
Yes.
And this response shows Kentucky Power's capacity purchases through PJM delivery year 25-26. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this response is dated, it's on the page here, it says dated July 24th. I believe that was the date the request was made. I believe the response was provided September 8th, 2023. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct. Subject check.
Since September 2023, has Kentucky Power entered into any other contracts for capacity purchases?
Not to my knowledge.
Does the company anticipate needing to make any capacity purchases for PJM delivery year 26-27?
I haven't seen that analysis yet. I'm trying to think when that might be available, but I don't believe I've seen the analysis yet.
Do you know when, relative to a PJM delivery year, by when would the company need to be going through that process of determining whether capacity purchases need to be made and making those purchases?
Those dates kind of move around a lot with PJM anymore, with various things being delayed. Witnesses Pierce and Vaughn may be able to provide more detail around that timeline, but I think in general, if you have you have to do something by a certain date, that the analysis needs to be, looked at several months in advance, to, fully analyze it, and vet it through Kentucky Power and decide. That's my general recollection of the timeline.
But this is not something that's on your radar currently?
Like I said, I don't believe I've seen any analysis related to the next delivery year.
Thank you. Could you, Mr. Kurtz helpfully passed out as part of this, Mike, is this KIUC 1?
No, I think what you're looking at is, oh, sorry, yes it is.
Could you refer to KIUC 1, page 2?
Okay.
This is page 174.
Page 174 of 1182 of the IRP.
Yes.
There's two figures there, figures 80 and 81. And these figures show Kentucky Power's capacity and energy positions under the preferred plan in the IRP. Is that right?
Yes, that's what they appear to show.
And for the year 2026, they show Kentucky Power adding 100 megawatts of new wind resources. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know if that's the company's current plan is to add 100 megawatts of new wind in 2026?
Well, it's part of the preferred plan, as you pointed out, but, as I said, the IRP is done at a point in time with all of the best information that is available at that time and the best analyses. Where the rubber actually meets the road is when a company does an RFP and finds out what resources are actually available, how do they score in the analysis that's done, are they the most reasonable cost and economic for the customer. So these resources were selected as part of the modeling. Witnesses Solar and Haradim could talk about the modeling at length. But when it comes to what's available, that's what you get with your RFP analysis and what we're going through now. So does that help?
Yes. So is it fair to say that this 100 megawatt capacity need will be filled based on the responses to the 2023 RFP?
I would say so, yes.
Back to figure 80, it shows for the year 2027, 250 megawatt solar addition, and then it says 100/100. You see that? For wind.
Yes.
Could you clarify what does the 100/100 mean?
I believe what that means, and again, Witness Solar could answer or verify this for me, but where it says after wind T1 and T2, I think that's like tranche 1 and tranche 2. If I understand that correctly, if I'm remembering that correctly.
So is that 200 total, 100 from each tranche?
I believe so, yes.
With respect to those capacity needs for 2027, would your answers be the same as for 2026, that it's something that's part of the review process for the
Part of the review
RFP?
process, yes.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about the Inflation Reduction Act. Are you familiar with the Energy Community Tax Credit bonus in the energy that was enacted in the Inflation Reduction Act?
I'm really not close to that. I know that some of that analysis was prepared in the IRP. Again, Witness Solar, Witness Haradim could probably provide more detail around that.
Are you aware, broadly speaking, that this tax credit bonus, it was a bonus for both the production tax credit and the investment tax credit?
I think so, but again, I'm not the expert witness on that.
Is there someone here today who could speak to what analysis the company has done since the IRP to evaluate these tax credit bonuses?
I'm honestly not sure which witness. We can take that under advisement. See if we can get an answer for you.
Are you aware of whether the U.S. Department of Energy has developed maps of which communities might be considered energy communities for purposes of the tax credit bonus?
I remember hearing something about that, but I'm not aware of or have seen anything. Just hearing about it.
Do you know if anyone at Kentucky Power has looked into this issue?
I do not know.
And so you wouldn't have a sense of what percentage of Kentucky Power's service territory would be considered an energy community by the Department of Energy?
I would not know.
I have one last topic for you. Do you know the anticipated timing of Kentucky Power's next IRP?
Well, typically, the commission will put something in the order at the end of the IRP that says when they expect us to file the next one. But in general, since we filed in March of 23, it should be about 3 years after that. So, because they're on a 3-year cycle, so March of 26.
Has Kentucky Power begun any work toward its next IRP?
Not to my knowledge. Normally, the process would start, I mean, if we're assuming March of 2026, normally you'd start 9, 10 months prior to that with, initial discussions regarding assumptions to use in the IRP, that kind of thing. That's how we've typically done them.
You say 9 to 10 months?
Yeah, roughly. Roughly.
I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. West.
Thank you.
Mr. Koenig, any questions? Yeah. All right, so let's take a recess for lunch. We'll come back at 12:55 and let staff continue cross-examination. So we'll be in recess until 12:55. record in case number 2023-00092. Mr. West, you're still under oath. Counsel, would you like to conduct a cross-examination?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to state for the record that we were able to review KIUC Exhibit 3 and confirm that page 7 of that exhibit is the attachment that corresponds to the previous data request in the packet, and that the last 2 pages are from the record of this case, so we have no objection.
Any other position on that? All right, so we'll admit KIUC as KIUC 3 as well. All right, thank you, Ms. Glass.
Good afternoon, Mr. West. Again, this should be relatively brief and far less exciting than we've had so far. I just have a couple questions that I want to get through for clarification, just so that I understand them. When your discussion with, I believe, Mr. West from the Attorney General's office, you were saying that Kentucky Power is going to, or the intention in the IRP is for Kentucky Power to stop receiving energy from the Mitchell plant in 2028. Is that end of the calendar year that you're going to stop, that Kentucky Power is going to have like a divestiture in the energy it receives from the Mitchell plant, or is that in June?
As for the energy portion, it's my understanding that it would be the end of the year.
At the end of the year, okay, so you're going to receive all the benefits that you have of it through the end of the calendar year. It's just you're planning, because of how PJM is, that's different.
Yes, yes.
So based on what was stated in the IRP, the preferred plan proposes to build NGCTs in service as of 2029, correct?
That's what's in the preferred plan, yes.
Could you tell me, is that just by the end of the year 2029 when it's proposing to have that built?
Witness Solar could verify this, but I was thinking that there was a discovery response that answered this question, that like all new resources were assumed to be like on 1/1 of a given year.
Okay.
And again, I'm going from a bad memory, but that's my recollection, that there was a discovery response similar to that.
And there might be, and my ability to forget things is great, so we'll find that. But the assumption is, just for our conversation today, 1/1 of 2029 is the sort of
yes.
the expectation, subject to a lot of other things.
Subject to check, I believe that's correct.
And so it's fair to say that you don't expect there to be a gap between when you're receiving energy from Mitchell ends, when the divestiture happens, and when the new resources are brought online.
No, I don't expect there to be a gap. Now, whether it's from a self-build CT, as in the preferred plan, or something else comes up, it's purchasing an existing asset, it's a contract, there would be no gap.
And, okay, no, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you so much. And we're going to go back to this, and I know you've answered that it's in testimony throughout today that it's difficult to provide a timeline.
Yes.
Right, for a lot of different reasons. But I do believe it was either in your conversation with Mr. Seymour or Mr. Kurtz, so you did suggest, as far as at least the NGCTs are concerned, about a 6-year timeline to bring those online. Is that correct?
Well, that was the assumption at the time when we were putting the IRP together. That was the best estimate we had at the time, yes.
Okay. And are you still operating, generally speaking, on that position that 6 years is about right?
I haven't heard any, I'm trying to think. I think in general, 6 years is a reasonable estimate.
Okay.
It could be a little longer, just depends on a number of factors, right?
Right, and we've had that discussion. As a follow-up to that, just in the event that there is a significant delay, and let's say 6 months or a year is a significant delay, does the company prepare any contingency plans for what to do? Because again, assuming now Mitchell goes off, so we're assuming for the purpose of this question,
Yeah.
Mitchell's gone at the end of 2028. You expect an in-service date of 1/1/2029, but something happens. You don't have access to whatever. to build that and it doesn't go in service till 1/1/2030, do you have a contingency plan in place for providing that capacity or providing that energy between 1/1/2029 and 2030?
Well, I wouldn't say that there is a, hard and fast contingency plan right now, for 6 years from now, or five or 6 years from now. But the fact that we're a member of PJM, and they're a valuable resource to providing low-cost service to our customers, I think that speaks a lot for a contingency plan that's currently in place. As far as the capacity goes, that, it could wind up being a bilateral contract that we would enter into at some point.
As far as the bilateral contracts are concerned, what is the lead time for that? When, generally speaking, do you have to prepare to look for available capacity, look for available energy to enter into an agreement for a period of a year or 6 months, say?
The ones that we had done, in the very recent past, I'm wanting to say, it was at least 2 months and perhaps 4.
Okay, but a relatively short
It's a
timeframe.
short period of time, yes, relatively.
Is there anybody available today who has experience, if it's not you, who has experience discussing sort of the particulars of environmental permitting or of just getting, start to finish the process for building something like an NGCT or procuring the solar?
Well, our first witness, Mr. Spitznogle, was the environmental witness.
Right, and he informed us that he hasn't done that process. I'm just wondering if there's somebody who's more familiar perhaps with the particulars.
I'm not aware
Okay.
if there is.
And you do not have experience in...
No, I do not.
Could you just, and this is from a very high-level organizational standpoint, what is the process once, so we know that from your testimony that you have issued you've issued RFPs already, and that you've presumably received some of them and are in the process of reviewing. I don't think that's controversial. Can you tell us from an organizational standpoint, what happens when the RFP comes through your door, right, when you receive it? Is there a team responsible for collating that information and for ultimately making a determination as to recommendations for that?
And Mr. Van Zyl, you're just saying generally in an
Generally,
RFP
I just want to
process.
know. Yes, I just want to know how the organization approaches this, right? I just
Yeah.
Thank you.
want to understand. I don't need to know anything about anything we've discussed already.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get an understanding of how Kentucky Power and AEP process this.
Yeah, so there's a team at the AEP Service Corps. I believe their department is like commercial operations, that this is what they do. This is what they specialize in. So they worked with myself and company president Weissman. Well, I remember having, like we had calls every Friday morning for a long period of time where we would, discuss different options and putting the RFPs together and making decisions about, different scoring metrics and things like that. So there is definitely a group, and we worked with them, not contracted with them, but contacted them to seek their expertise on doing this, because this, like I said, this is what they do. They're experts at it.
Who ultimately directs that review process, right? Is it you at Kentucky Power, or is it AEP, that team at AEP that ultimately directs the recommendation?
They would typically, and when I say they, that commercial operations group would, after they have gathered a lot of information from myself and company president Weissman, they would typically put different analyses together or like PowerPoint decks together, and we would go through them, and then Kentucky Power would be the one making the final decision on what to include, or whatever the decision was. But we would certainly, myself and Ms. Weissman would, take their expertise into consideration and their recommendations into consideration, and then make our final decision.
And making the final decision is largely speaking just a business decision, right, based on all the information and analysis you receive?
That's right. That's right.
And speaking hypothetically, very hypothetically, what is you receive an RFP, or you receive a proposal based on
record. Council, would you like to ask your question again?
Thank you, Chairman. Just before, I was just asking, hypothetically speaking, when your team does a review, right, from when the time the RFP comes through the door, or the proposal comes through the doors, till it is ready for a recommendation, do you have a general timeline as to what amount of time that takes to get to that point of a recommendation?
Well, this is the first time I've been through it
Okay.
with the Commercial Operations Group. And I know they had put together a timeline that Mr. Smar had said was posted on our website. But as I explained, things happen that can cause the timeline to stretch. And it's difficult to give you a general idea of how long it takes. I'm sorry I can't be more specific than that.
No, and to be very clear, I'm not looking for like a month or a day or a year, you know. I think I'm just trying to have an understanding of how long it, you know, the leadway is before that, and then the decision is made, and then you still have to build it and get permits and all that, right? I'm just trying to have an understanding of the full process here. So
Yeah.
let me just ask it perhaps that way, just give the game away and just...
Well, I believe the bids were originally due in November of '23, and somewhere in the June timeframe, so that would be, you know, 6 months roughly, a little more, a little less, after they were in, for that analysis period to take place, for, you know, contracts to be negotiated. And then it takes a little bit of time, a month or two at the most, maybe, to put together a filing to be submitted to the commission for review. So in general,
Yeah.
that's roughly
No,
how it
I
would
appreciate
work.
that, and thank you for explaining that. I just am ignorant as to that process. I just wanted some education. Moving away from that, and turning to Big Sandy specifically, I know you are not the modeling individuals. I know how Adam. But the original plan, as I understand from the IRP, is that Big Sandy was expected to retire in 2031. Correct? Do you have some understanding of that?
Yeah, the assumption in the IRP was 2031, but it's my understanding that there's like a misunderstanding with that. That 2031 was based on, I'm trying to remember, I think it was the 15-year recovery period of the gas line or something like that.
Okay.
That caused us to use this number of 2031. That may not be exactly right, but it was something like that. But I believe that it's actually being depreciated through 2036. So using that 2036 through its depreciation life, you're really only looking at a 4-year extension instead of 10.
I see. And so that's actually very helpful. I appreciate that. Sort of a non sequitur question, but based on that, was the model, do you have any information as to whether the model was allowed to retire it, I guess, then before the 2036 period? Or like was it a manual input to extend it to 2041, or was it something that was an economic decision that the model spit out?
My recollection was that it was an economic decision. The model selected it.
And I suppose that was based on the environmental regulations in place. That was like the 2015 NACs and all that.
At the time, yes.
Okay. Regarding the wind and solar, and I apologize if this is in the record, and just direct me generally, you know, if you believe it's in the record. regarding the solar and wind that Kentucky Power is proposing, like the 700 of wind and 800 of solar that they're proposing to get, is that is the company considering both like self-owned solar and wind, or is it just PPAs? What is the company evaluating when it wants to do that?
Well, as I may have mentioned, the RFPs that were put out in September of last year were for PPAs only
Okay.
at this time.
Okay. Is the company, generally speaking, is there any consideration for cell phone or any consideration for building that capacity itself?
I think that there's always consideration for it. It's something that, based on the company's financial position at the time, that the decision was made to just go for PPAs only. But certainly the company would like to own in some respect, whether it's a self-build or it's a purchase of an existing asset at some point in the future. So it's something that we look at to see if it makes sense at the time, if it makes sense for our customers. It's something we always look at.
Right, and part of the reason I asked that is the preferred plan also includes a 50 megawatt hour battery, and I was wondering if part of that is to be paired with an intermittent resource like solar or wind, or if the battery as a standalone was just added on.
Witness Solar could verify this, but I think it was standalone. I don't think it was paired with anything.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I believe that's all of my questions. Thank you.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Hello,
Hi.
can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So, this IRP was filed a little over a year ago. I know some things have changed, lots of things have changed about regulations. The 3-year action plan that was included in the IRP, as far as you know, is that still being followed or still the general plan?
Yes, let me.
Page 183.
183.
They're pretty general.
Yes, I would say, in respect to number one, that that's something that we priority for this company, economic development.
And I'll just go ahead and ask a question about that one then.
Yeah.
Number one, so when KIUC's counsel and Attorney General's office counsel were asking about whether Kentucky Power has plans to build new generation within the service area, it seems like that would go along with goal number one there as well, that it would create economic development. Do you see it that way?
It could. My traditional, definition of economic development would be to, bring new industries into our service territory that would have, jobs, tax base, construction jobs that would be longstanding, right? But I'm not saying that that couldn't fall in there, sure.
Yeah, I mean, it would create some jobs.
It would. Yes,
And
ma'am.
then number two there, initiate all source for RFPs
Yes.
to add cost-effective market capacity.
We,
Any particular emphasis on seeking RFPs or choosing RFPs that are in the service region?
well, the RFPs that were issued in September of last year were for, they were all source RFPs, so there was thermal, renewable, and storage. And they were for resources that were in Kentucky, or if not in Kentucky, in our service territory, somewhere in Kentucky, or they were in the PJM footprint in general. So to the extent that those resources existed, we were seeking any and all.
And since it's been over a year, how far along are you in that process?
Well, it's been over a year since we submitted the IRP, but we submitted the RFP
In September.
in September of last year. And as I've discussed here earlier, that it's a process, and you know, a number of things have changed and perhaps extended the timeline a little bit, but it's something that we're continuing to vigorously work on.
Yeah, and then same thing with number 5 there, the refining cost estimates and developing plans to extend the life of Big Sandy. That's ongoing, that
That's
goal hasn't
correct.
changed?
That's correct. We're continuing to look at that and discuss what improvements might be needed.
So I noticed in a ton of the public comments that were submitted that people were asking for expanded opportunities to have rooftop solar or various DERs. Is that something that the company is listening to?
Sure. I think that customers currently have plenty of opportunities for rooftop solar based on our net metering service tariff. I apologize, what was the other one that you mentioned?
DERs.
Just in general, DERs. Are you asking if we look at that, like distributed generation?
It looks like your customers are asking for it, and I just wondered if the company is giving that some weight.
In what respect are they asking for it? Do they, I guess I don't understand
It's
what
okay. I could go
what
to
they
some
mean
specifics.
exactly when they're asking for it.
I could go to some specifics. One of the customers who submitted a public comment was saying that the company is free to continue its net metering even after the 1% cap is met, and that there's nothing to stop you from doing that. You're just not required to offer it past the 1%. Is that something the company's considered?
Boy, I'm trying to think. I thought that it was in the law that it was at 1%.
And you're not required to after that.
Not required to after that. I haven't been in any recent discussions. We're so far below that 1% that it'd be quite a few years before that discussion would need to happen.
And then just lots of more general comments where your customers were asking if the company would consider doing the sort of company financed solar programs where the company would pay for installation of solar on rooftops and then take the cost back off or charge the cost back in future billing. Is that something Kentucky Power is considering?
Not to my knowledge, no.
That's all the questions I have.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
One question, and I don't know if you can answer this, so if it's confidential and you can't, that I understand. When you look at the RFPs and the responses coming back in, is a resources that is located in Kentucky, does that have a higher weighting than someone out of state?
I don't know if that is confidential or not. Do you? I just want to pause us
Yeah,
to make
no,
sure
that's
it
fine.
is or it's not.
The criteria that goes into evaluating the bids internally would be confidential, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so
Okay.
that would be part of, to the extent that that is part of the confidential, we can go into confidential session to discuss that.
No,
if you'd like.
that's-
I mean,
that's
Or we,
okay. Yeah.
we'd be happy to, but to make sure your question is answered, but that's specific.
Going to confidential?
Candace, if you wouldn't mind, let's go on to the confidential session. we're back on the public record. I'll give Mr. Vaughn an opportunity to get back to his viewing room. Did you provide input or participate in the company's responses to interveners' comments in this case?
The company's responses to the intervener comments, yes, I would have reviewed them.
Okay. There's one of those comments, and let me know if this sounds familiar to you, and if not, we'll make sure you get a copy of them. But one of the statements on page 2 of those comments says, quote, contrary to the AG's arguments, the RFP, and this is referred to that September RFP, but the RFP will evaluate all the resource proposals it receives on a reasonable and non-discriminatory basis. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Further on, the same page, comments say, Kentucky Power also agrees with the joint interveners comment, indicating that Kentucky Power's initiation of an all-source RFP competitive procurement process is a positive development. Goes on to say, furthermore, the all-source RFP is publicly available to all potential resource providers, including Louisville Gas and Electric and Kentucky Utilities, LG and EKU, and East Kentucky Power Cooperative, EKPC, to bid any resources into the RFP, making many of the criticisms from the AG and KIUC moot. Do you remember those comments sound familiar?
Yes, I'm looking at them right here.
Great. Are you generally aware of the integrated resource planning regulation?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And are you involved in ensuring that a proposed integrated resource plan meets those regulatory requirements?
Yes, I mean, myself and the IRP group that works on it, I mean, we, strive to make sure that we have each part of it addressed.
The Integrated Resource Planning Regulation, or 807 KAR 5058, Section 8, which is the Resource Assessment Acquisition Plan, requires that a utility describe and discuss all options considered for inclusion in the plan, including assessment of non-utility generation, including generating capacity provided by cogeneration, technologies relying on renewable resources, and other non-utility sources. And then separately, there's a requirement that you engage with other utilities, or at least have discussions with other utilities. Are you generally aware of that requirement?
I am generally aware of it.
Okay. Is the in furtherance of the requirement that you engage or have conversations with, or whatever the exact term of the regulation is, in furtherance of that requirement, what actions did Kentucky Power take to engage with other utilities in the state?
I'm not aware of any discussions that I was personally involved in. I'm not saying that any didn't happen, but I don't believe I was involved in any that I can recall. I understand what the regulation says, but in going back to the way that an IRP is conducted and the analysis is done, the resources are modeled as generic, and you, in my mind, if I hypothetically would contact another utility and be like, hey, you interested in co-owning a plant, they might say yes, and that co-ownership agreement could take the form of many different, yeah, we want to co-own it, but we only want 10%. Or, yeah, we told you 10% when you started working on the IRP, but now we want 25. So I don't really see a lot of value in trying to insert things into the model that are highly speculative based on a few conversations with a few people.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I have an appreciation for your response. Is it your position that that provision or requirement of the regulation has outlived its usefulness?
I'm not sure I would go that far. I just feel that as I was talking about with Mitchell, that's kind of a separate matter. It's like, what do we, what about the ownership of Mitchell after 2028? It really doesn't have any bearing on how the IRP was conducted and modeled. And I don't think that, individual ownership, pieces and parts of different resources would have any impact on the modeling either.
And Your Honor, I just want to address like the legal aspects of your question as far as what's contained in the regulation. Part C of Section 8, subsection 2 says that expansion of generating facilities, including assessment of economic opportunities for coordination with other utilities in constructing and operating new units. I think earlier you were discussing, or forgive me if I'm not repeating this correctly, but it sounded like you were implying there is an obligation for the company to discuss and coordinate with other utilities in the preparation of the IRP, and I don't believe that that requirement is within the regulation as it's currently written.
That's fine for you all to brief, but the question is, has there been any assessment of economic opportunities for coordination with other utilities in constructing and operating new units?
Not to my knowledge.
You've been, I mean, the IRP is 1,000 pages, and I've tried to read absolutely over 1,000 pages. I've tried to read absolutely every bit of it I could in anticipation, well, throughout this case. Are you aware of a provision in this regulation that discusses and describes all options for expansion of generating facilities, including the assessment of economic opportunities in coordination with other utilities?
Which one is that? Do you know?
Well, what the regulation is?
Yeah.
It's Section 8, 2C. You will have a table of contents that seems to purport the different areas of the IRP that would indicate compliance with that, right?
Yeah, section 521.
Yeah, and then so do you have the IRP in front of you?
I do.
Do you mind to go to that section? I think that section is, or best I have it, is page 87 of 1,182.
Mm-hmm.
And it's called Natural Gas Combined Cycle.
Yes.
So could you please take a look at that, and if you could, point me to where in that section the utility described and discussed all options considered for inclusion in the plan, including expansion of generating facilities, including assessment of economic opportunities for coordination with other utilities in constructing and operating new units.
I don't see where it's addressed.
Okay, and so in the comments on the responses to the interveners' comments, what I read a second ago to you, and you said reflected the version you had in front of you. Specifically, you all note that look, the RFP is public. If other utilities want to respond, they can respond. Is that a fair characterization of what the response is?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any further communication? No, strike that. In conducting this integrated resource plan, so taking a step back, this RFP was issued after the integrated resource plan was filed, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, I believe was issued at the very end of the discovery of this case, right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So even insofar as the idea is, look, if we put a public RFP out, if some other utility in the state might want to respond, that wouldn't necessarily, you would agree that given the timing of that, that could not be the evidence of an argument that the utility actively engaged other, that Kentucky Power actively engaged other utilities in doing things jointly. Would you agree? Just by virtue of the fact that the RFP came after the IRP.
I would agree with that,
Okay.
yes.
And are you aware of any other section in the IRP other than 5.2.1 that would purport to indicate evidence of compliance with Section 8 2C that we were referring to earlier?
I apologize, but I can't point to anything right now.
Okay. Help me out here, Mr. West. You participate in one form, either formally or informally, in effectively all of the cases that Kentucky Power has in front of the Public Service Commission, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
In some way or form.
Given the issuance of the timing of the issuance of the RFP relative to the rate case and this case, are you aware of in any case whether or not Kentucky Power has been asked to provide the responses to the RFP?
Yes, I believe in the investigation case, 2021-370.
And that's the wholly unrelated case that Mr. Kurtz was asking about earlier, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you all provided those in that case, right?
Yes, we did in discovery, sir.
On a confidential basis.
Page 4 of those responses to interveners' comments, about halfway down the first paragraph. Let me know when you have that.
Okay.
Okay. There's a sentence 5 lines down that starts with a part. The line and the sentence starts with a part.
Mm-hmm.
It says, apart from the fact that the IRP process is forward-looking, KUC's accusations about the present state of Kentucky Power's service to its customers and about the resources the company uses to provide that service are simply not true. The company, through a combination of owned and contracted resources, including its contract-based membership in PJM Interconnection LLC, PJM, has the power supply resources necessary to serve its customers' present and anticipated needs much more than adequately and with a high degree of reliability. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. I want to make sure I have an appreciation for what the assertion is there. I understand. Let's just skip past owned. I think I adequately understand what owned is referring to there, in that it's the 50% undivided interest in Mitchell and Big Sandy 1, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The contracted resources. This would have been filed at the commission in November the 3rd of 2023. Okay. When it says contracted, since this was filed in November of 2023, that would not include the unit power agreement with Rockport, correct?
That's right.
In November of 2023, did you all have any formally contracted for resources?
Yes.
And what resources were those?
Through the power coordination agreement, we would have had, there was a discovery response Mr. Smar, I think, was asking me about that listed them, one of the JI responses, the level of capacity, but for this, and I'll refer to it as the stub period, after the Rockport EPA expired until the end of that current PJM delivery year was what I'm calling the stub period, so 22-23, and then 23-24. We were obtaining capacity from the power coordination agreement, meaning our affiliates, and then after that, for 2 periods, 2 years, we have bilateral contracts with third parties.
Okay.
Just for the record, that response is Joint Interveners 2-34 that he's referencing.
So, how much energy is associated with the capacity under the power coordination agreement?
It's for capacity only.
Okay. That's different than the bilateral contracts?
No, it's not. They're capacity only as well.
So you're only buying the capacity product as defined by PJM, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And then you're buying energy through the day ahead or real-time markets in PJM. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, that's how this company has satisfied its customers' requirements for decades, whether it was part of PJM or it was part of a different power pool. And it has benefited customers greatly in that period of time.
So how are those power plants that you've bought capacity from serving customers' needs?
They are unit-specific resources that we have contracted for that are submitted into PJM to satisfy the PJM summer peaking requirements, and they serve to support the entire PJM footprint that way. And I guess the beauty of it is that, you know, PJM is summer peaking, the company's winter peaking. We only have to supply enough capacity for that summer peak, and we have access to the full resources of PJM to satisfy our winter peak without paying for additional capacity. And that's what has benefited customers for decades.
Okay. So you are buying the capacity, but you don't have access to the energy from those very specific units, correct?
No, but we have it through the PJM energy market.
When the sentence says contract-based membership in PJM, do you know what contract that's referring to?
Well, I don't know that I'd say I've seen it, but it's always been described to me as we have a contractual relationship with PJM as a member of PJM.
Okay, so insofar as there's like a membership agreement, that's what it's referring to.
I
Let me
assume
just
so, that, you know.
let me
what
withdraw
does-
that. Let me just
okay.
refuse any, let me just ensure that there's no miscommunication. So I'd like to ask in a post-hearing data request specific to the intent that it is used in that response. When it says contract-based membership, what contract or contracts that is specifically referring to?
Okay.
You've participated in at least one, I think maybe two, Kentucky Power rate cases, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Two.
And each of those cases, as part of the revenue requirement, Kentucky Power has sought, to some degree, the cost recovery for executive compensation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that, and that's for both at the AEP level and the allocated, or both at the Kentucky Power level and the allocated compensation from the AEP parent company, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the AEP executive compensation methodology includes provisions related to the type of capacity built and owned by AEP and its affiliates?
I am not aware of that.
So it would be a surprise to you to know that 10% of the executive compensation at AEP from 2023 to 2025 is based off the megawatts of carbon-free emitting generation?
As I said, I'm not aware of how their compensation is calculated.
Well, I'm not asking you how their compensation, I'm asking, are you aware
I
that
am
that
not.
is a factor in how their compensation is calculated?
I am not aware.
Okay. So is there anybody that you're aware of that is here today that would have an appreciation for the degree to which the executive compensation considerations are taken into account in doing integrated resource planning insofar as that methodology is based in part on a megawatt basis of a type of generation?
Well, I think I can answer that. I'm not sure what discovery response it was. I believe it was AGKIUC's question that we answered that had no bearing, whether it existed or not, it had no bearing on this IRP. And in no discussion that I ever had did an executive at AEP get on the phone and say, you need to do this because I need to get paid. That never happened.
That you're aware of?
That I'm aware of.
I'm saying,
It
are you
never
speaking
happened.
for yourself in that
Yeah.
regard?
Yeah, and every call I was on, it never happened.
So does that happen with, for instance, on the other side, just so I have an appreciation, there are three weights. Earnings per share, total shareholder return of AEP versus a peer group, and carbon-free generation capacity additions. You in your current position, in finance, on the finance side, have you had conversations about Kentucky Power's contribution to EPS, for instance, and your all's individual earnings between quarters and years?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so that part, at least on that side, insofar as it is one of the things that goes into executive compensation, you have had conversations about earnings and earnings per share.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. How about the total shareholder return? Is that something that in your daily job you're implicated, or your work is implicated insofar as it's a consideration for the executive compensation AEP?
No, it's not. It's really around, performance month to month, quarter to quarter, what's our current earnings per share, those kind of things.
Okay, so just so I have an appreciation, insofar as those are the three things that are taken into account, it's only EPS that you think are implicated by your all's individual decision-making and the directions that you get from AEP.
That's all that I've been involved in.
Okay. And then finally on Mitchell, and I know that, I took it from one of your responses that your preference is that somebody else can answer it better. But if you all can't use, if your position is that you can't use, I'm taking a lot of things at face value. I'm just skipping past it just try to be considerate of time here. If the concern is, or the position is that you all can't use Mitchell as a capacity, I'm doing air quotes here because capacity doesn't keep the lights on, energy does. But, capacity for that 2028, 2029 delivery year, because you all are under the, and I don't want to retread stuff that doesn't really relate to this, but the presumption that you're, quote, out of Mitchell at December 31 to 2028. Okay, just taking that at face value. If that is your all's position that it can't be used for your all's benefit as a capacity resource, because you only have it for the first 7 months of the delivery year, Does that by definition mean that no one gets the benefit of that capacity? Because even if somebody gets it for the last 5 months of that delivery year, January, February, March, May, that since they don't have it for the first 7, that's a waste of 750, 800 megawatts of capacity for that delivery year.
So is it my understanding that no one should have the value after 28 of the capacity? Was that part of your question?
What I'm trying to find out is, does anybody get the value of Mitchell, the undivided half interest of Mitchell, as a capacity resource in 2028? So I understand from your responses that you all feel like you can't use it as your capacity. You're going to have to procure your need for capacity
Right.
through the whole year because
Right.
you only have it for the first 7 months.
Right.
Well, somebody else is going to have it, again, taking everything at face value. I don't
Right.
necessarily agree with it, but taking everything at face value, someone else is going to have it, but only for the last 5 months. They can't use it capacity because they don't have it for the first 7. You all can't, apparently, because you don't have it for the last 5. Does that mean that in the AEP East zone, there's going to be a capacity resource that exists at 700 and something megawatts in which no one gets to use for that delivery year?
I don't think that would be accurate, because to the extent that, and I'm just thinking logically here, to the extent that we would need to have something after 28 and the other part owner of Mitchell needs to have something before 28, those two things could easily happen and the resource could continue.
Yeah, it's not about the resource continuing. It's about the inclusion of that in somebody's FRR plan, in the FRR plan.
Yeah, I'm saying that I think that we could include it in our FRR plan.
Well, I find that to be distinguishable from the responses that you've previously given, that you can't count on it for that 28, 29 delivery year, and that you're going to have to put, well, let me, one second, Mr. West. Well, KIUC 3. Could you look at that? Which is the
1-3 or?
AG KIUC. Well, it's KIUC 3 here. It's their exhibit. It's the packet of data request responses you were handed earlier by Mr. Kurtz.
Yeah.
That starts off with AG KIUC 1-43.
Yes.
Let me know when you get there.
Yes, I have it.
So the question is, Kentucky Power's entitlement to Mitchell capacity runs through at least December 31, 2028. Did the modeling assume that replacement capacity for Mitchell would be needed beginning January 1, 2029? Please explain. The response. The modeling assumed the replacement capacity would be needed for the PJM planning year 2028-2029 that begins June 1, 2028. Wouldn't that response indicate that Mitchell was not used by the company as a capacity resource in that June 1, 2028 to May 31st, 2029 delivery year?
That's what it seems to indicate.
Okay.
I would, Witness Solar could probably explain exactly how that modeling was done. That was my understanding, how I was responding earlier.
What do you mean that's your understanding? You were trying to respond consistent with
Well,
Mr. Harriton's?
Yes, I was trying to respond consistent with that, yes.
So you think the company does not get any value of Mitchell as capacity resource from June 1, 2028 to December 31, 2028?
Well, I guess what I'm thinking, I'm not sure exactly how it was modeled. I understand what this says. What my understanding is that even if we had the capacity through the end of 2028, okay? Let's just say we do. That don't get it through the entire PJM planning year. All I'm saying is there's a gap there that we have to fill somehow. That's all I know.
So that may be true. On the next page, KPSC 1-39, response A, question A, explain why significant amounts of capacity purchase, 450 megawatts are required in 2028. Response, because the Mitchell plant capacity would not be available for the entirety of the 28-29 PJM delivery year. It was excluded from the portfolio for that PJM planning year. And then on the next page, you'll see item 51, attachment 1, page of 1. This is the capacity purchases. And do you see that in 2028 there's a capacity purchase of $15.668 million?
Yeah, I see.
Okay.
I see that.
So again, if the company's position is that you all are modeling it, that's just what we're talking about right now, modeling it for being wholly unavailable as a capacity resource for the company in that year, then that would mean that that's not being used by the company as a capacity resource and should be available, assume it's operating, to someone else as a capacity resource. And what I'm asking is, if it's available to someone else as a capacity resource, do you believe that that should be taken into account in offsetting the capacity purchase that you all are modeling?
If that is the case, then yes, I would agree.
Okay.
That there should be some value to that.
If somebody else is getting your all's first 7 months, they shouldn't be getting it for free. Would you agree?
I agree with you. Yeah.
Or maybe you all should be able to buy somebody else's, whoever it's going to. I'm taking a lot of face value here, but I'm just talking about the distinction between real life and what was modeled.
Yeah.
You all should be able to buy the last 5 months for something cheaper than full capacity for a whole delivery year. Would you agree that might be reasonable?
It might be reasonable. It's hard to tell that far out, but it might be reasonable, yes.
Would you agree that given that the assumption is that Mitchell is not just going to disappear come December the 1st, 2028, that there may be more reasonable ways to consider it in modeling what the company's options are as it relates to that 28-29 delivery year?
There may be some other options, yes.
Okay. And do you know whether Mr. is it Haratum?
Haratum,
Haratum.
I think.
You know, it was like a 50-50. It was either, yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Haratum doesn't work for Kentucky Power, correct? He's not an employee of Kentucky Power.
He's not. He's a consultant.
He's not an employee of AEP or any of its affiliates, correct?
That is correct.
He's somebody on behalf of Kentucky Power that was hired from Charles River and Associates, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you give direction to him in what to do with Mitchell in that 28-29 delivery year?
Not directly.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure I was in conversations around it, just don't remember those specifically. I mean, my main contact was Witness Solar throughout this whole IRP process. So I'm sure I had discussions, with the IRP team, including Witness Solar, and then that information was ultimately provided to CRA for their modeling.
Okay. Final question, and I'll go back here. Final line of questioning. I'm never going to limit myself, Mr. West. Final line here. To the questions asked you earlier, just taking at face value, assume that I'm not lying to you on this question. Assume that 10% of AEP's executive compensation is tied to increasing the megawatts of zero or carbon-free emitting resources. Let's just assume that. Was that taken into consideration in creating the scoring rubric in evaluating the RFP?
No, it was not.
Did you directly create the scoring rubric to evaluate the RFP?
I didn't directly create it, but once it was drafted, myself and company president Wiseman had reviewed it, and that's not on there to my knowledge. Never was.
Okay. Who did create that scoring rubric that you're aware of?
It would have been in our commercial operations group that is working with us on that whole RFP process. I don't have a name specifically who developed it.
Was Mr. Vaughn involved in that?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And to be clear, finally, you've been referring to the RFP, ARFP, but you clarified earlier, I believe, there are at least 3 separate requests for proposals, correct?
That's right, there were 3 of them. There
A
was,
thermal, a wind and solar, and a battery, correct?
yeah, thermal, renewable, and storage.
All right, and I want to clarify something. The RFPs indicate, and if you have a copy of them, that's fine, I can bring it up if you need to, but they say, and I've just got this from your website, but they require, all 3 of them require, quote, projects must be interconnected to PJM. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Does that indicate that they must be indicated to PJM as like they will be interconnected to PJM, or is your anticipation that they have to be in order to be accepted as a conforming response?
I think witness Pierce could answer definitively, but it was my recollection that they had to have a queue position, that they could not be like a speculative project.
Yeah, and you believe Mr. Pierce?
I believe Mr. Pierce.
The reason I ask is they do require to have a queue position, but what is not clear is whether or not they already have, whether the must be interconnected refers to will be, shall be, eventually, or whether it's a prerequisite they already have to be interconnected.
Oh.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I mean, I think it was they needed to have their application for the queue position submitted. Again, Dr. Pierce would be able to answer that.
Okay. And then just ask you, and you can kick into Mr. Pierce. They also have to have a completed SIS or system impact study that remains active in the PJM queue. Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds right.
And so, would that indicate to you that they could still be a possible resource, but not necessarily a connected and operating resource?
I'm not sure about that.
I'm trying to ask it this way, Mr. West. Of those 3, all of them have almost identical language in this regard. Mm-hmm. Was it the intent to include it this way in the RFP so that only interconnected, with a signed interconnection agreement resources met the threshold for being included? Or could resources that were not yet built or not yet completely built and interconnected compete in the resources? Or compete in the RFPs?
I honestly don't know the answer to that. I don't want to waste your time. I think Dr. Pierce would be able to answer that.
Ms. Glass?
I do just have a couple of redirect questions. So, Mr. West, when the chairman was questioning you about the IRP regulation and specifically Section 8(2)(c) of that regulation, do you recall your discussion?
Yes.
Would you agree that Mr. Solar would be the best witness to discuss how the IRP took that particular section of the IRP regulation into account and how it complied with that regulation?
I would agree with that, yes.
And Mr. Solar is the resource planning manager of AEPSC and had direct involvement, heavy direct involvement in the preparation of the IRP, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as the discussion of how Mitchell is reflected in Kentucky Power's FRR plan, would you agree that Mr. Vaughn or Dr. Pierce would be the better witnesses to discuss that information?
Yes, they could certainly clarify and correct anything that I have misstated.
Okay. I mean, would you agree that they have more knowledge on those subjects than
Yes,
perhaps
they
you do?
Yes, they do.
And finally, going all the way back to when Mr. Kurtz was cross-examining you, he was cross-examining, I think, generally about the kind of readiness of the Big Sandy site for generation being sited there just generically. He talked about transmission already being there, a gas line already being there. And you had stated that we don't have interconnection there, and I was wondering if you could clarify what you meant by that.
Sure. We would have to file another application for interconnection with PJM.
And is it your understanding that currently that would be a multi-year process?
Yes, a multi-year process.
That's all I have, thank you.
Anything else for this witness? Thank you very much, Mr. West.
May Mr. West be excused from the hearing?
Is there particularly, of all the, to be just, and I'm not being mean to Mr. West, but of all the witnesses, I think that Mr. West, being the person on the ground, for lack of a better term in Ashland, I think I'd like Mr. West to stay unless there's a compelling reason for him to be excused.
There's not.
Okay, thank you.
First time for everything, Mr. Chairman.
Judge, call your next witness.
Yes, Kentucky Power calls Reed Newman. He'll be presented by Mr. Gish.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please state your name and address for the record and have a seat.
My name is Reed Newman. My business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio.
Mr. Gish.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Newman, could you please state your job title for the record?
I'm senior economist for AEP Service Corporation.
Thank you. And were you involved in the preparation of the Integrated Resource Plan report?
Yes,
And did you provide responses to data requests in this matter?
I did.
And based on the information that you knew at the time, would you answer the same questions the same way?
I would.
Mr. Chairman, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. West.
No questions.
Mr. Kurtz.
No questions.
Mr. Gary. Mr. Smar. Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Newman. My name is Hima Lochin. I represent joint interveners. I'll be asking you a few questions. If at any point I need to speak up or talk slower, let me know. One thing I want to clarify, in your discovery responses, some discovery responses have Glenn Newman. I'm just verifying that is you.
It's still me, yes.
What was your role in the IRP process?
My role was twofold. I participated heavily in the short-term portion of the load forecasting process that we document, and then also overseeing discovery responses and the completion of the section that we cover for the load forecast.
And when did you develop the load forecast?
The load forecast was developed in the first quarter of 2022.
And were you involved throughout the whole process?
Yes, I was.
Thank you so much. I just have a few follow-up questions about the load forecast. To your knowledge, the company did not include an analysis of the IRA or integrated resource, sorry, not integrated resource, the Inflation Reductions Act in regards to electrification in its load forecasting, correct?
That's correct.
And the same goes for DER?
The same goes for DER.
As in, the company did not include an analysis of the RA in regards to DER in its load forecasting.
So we do implicitly incorporate a lot of DER activity and capture that within our modeling process. So I would say DER is included.
But the IRA wasn't included.
Correct, yes.
And were you able to listen in on the previous conversation with Mr. West?
I did, yes.
Mr. West mentioned that the next IRP might be filed, or he thinks it'll be filed in 2026. Do you agree with that timing?
I would have to take his word for that.
For the next IRP, do you know if the company has plans to consider the IRA in its electrification assumptions for its load forecast?
Yes, those will be incorporated, considered.
Thank you. Just a few more questions. The company did not adjust the load forecast for DSM programs, correct?
The company did not adjust the load forecast for new company-sponsored DSM programs. We do capture the effects of ongoing DSM within our modeling methodologies.
Are you aware that since the filing of this IRP, the company has filed an application with this commission proposing new DSM programs?
I'm somewhat aware of that, yes.
To your knowledge, do you know if the company will be including these programs in its next IRP filing?
As of right now, I do not know the level at which those will be incorporated, but we work closely with Kentucky Power in developing their load forecast, and that will certainly be part of the discussions that we have with them as to which programs we will put in there.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Koenig? Council?
We just have a couple of questions. Looking at page, you have the IRP report.
I do. Okay.
Discuss the various load forecast scenarios.
Okay.
I think you talked, well, I guess first, I'll let you go into it.
Okay.
Starts on page 43 there with the load forecast scenarios. Is that a section that you worked on, I'm assuming?
Yes.
You're familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's page 44. There's kind of a chart, and there's 6 load forecast scenarios. Might be miscounting. There's actually 7, I guess. So there's the energy requirements base, high economic forecast, low economic forecast, energy efficiencies 2022, energy efficiencies extended, no DSM, and then there's the weather extreme forecast. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then if you turn to page 45, the last paragraph before the next section, it starts out with all of these. It says, all of these alternative scenarios fall within the boundary of the company's high and low economic scenarios. The company's expectations are that any reasonable scenario developed will fall within this range of forecasts. Are you familiar with how the load forecast was then taken forward into the production cost model? Or I'm sorry, into the capacity expansion modeling, the Aurora model?
No, that would be a better question for witnesses Solar and.
Okay, so you don't know if these load forecasts, you kind of had 3 and said, it could be within this range. You had the base, the high, and then the low, and then the other 4 kind of all were in between the high and the low.
I do know that the high and low economic forecast, which sort of bound, as you stated, all of those scenarios, is taken into consideration in those models and kind of used as high and low options for that modeling. But that's probably about as far as I can go with that.
Okay, so there were 5 scenarios, I believe, that were modeled as part of the capacity expansion step. Would you be able to say where those high and low economic forecasts were included in each of those scenarios, or which scenario, which load forecast was included in which scenario?
I wouldn't be comfortable trying to address that. I'd like to.
Who would be the proper witness to answer that?
I would probably ask witness Solar.
Just one quick follow-up. I'm looking at page 36 of your, or of the IRP report. Both. I was gonna look at page 43 also. Page 36 talks about manufacturing energy sales at the top, and the second to last sentence of that section says, based on information from customer service engineers, there may be load added or subtracted from the model results to reflect plant openings, closures, or load adjustments. And then again, on page 43, there's a section talking about large customer changes, and it sort of indicates something similar there. I guess my question is, could you just kind of describe that process where you're getting information from the customer service engineers regarding large customers or large manufacturers, and how you're incorporating that into the load forecast?
Sure. The customer service engineers at the various operating companies prepare reports for us on a quarterly basis that would help to inform us or give us an idea of the projects that they have sort of in the queue, if you will. And then when we go to present the initial load forecast, once we've completed that with Kentucky Power, at that time we meet with those individuals and Kentucky Power, and we make an agreement on which large loads we have not already incorporated just through the underlying economic data that we incorporate in our models. And to the extent that we have large loads that are above and beyond what we feel like the model has captured, we risk adjust those loads in most occasions and incorporate those into the load forecast. Traditionally, those have been large industrial loads. However, those have recently started to take on the form of commercial loads and cryptocurrency and data warehouse type customers.
Okay. Just as a follow-up, you said you kind of get together and agree. I'm assuming you get together and talk about what's already included. How do you make the determination as to whether or not a particular new large load customer, is already captured in the more general economic forecasting?
Yeah, in the case of Kentucky Power, the general economic data is not great, and our forecasts tend to show that in the lack of load growth. So when we came upon a large commercial customer, we felt like that was certainly outside the bounds of what our model was capturing. So in this case, we felt like that was a customer that we needed to capture, and in talking with Kentucky Power and their customer service engineers, at that time they were comfortable enough with the discussions with that customer to put them into the load forecast. So it's sort of that approach where we have to think about what does the economic model show the load behaving like, and then assess whether these new loads are above and beyond what that economic growth is capturing.
And the customer service engineers, you said that they prepare these reports. How forward-looking are they? How far out are these reports looking?
Generally, they'll go out 2 to 3 years on occasion. But for the most part, it's probably shorter than that.
So they might be approached by large customers, you know, through, I guess, whatever mechanism you have at Kentucky Power for customers to approach those engineers. And it would typically be, I guess, 2 to 3 years out or less. And so they'll start talking to them and get an idea of when they might come and what their load might be. And then you mentioned kind of a risk analysis, or I can't remember the term you used, but I guess you're potentially weighing the probability that that load won't come and then potentially downgrading the load. Is that?
That's correct. So just to be clear, these loads that we're adding to the load forecast are loads that we have that are pretty far down the line as far as negotiations. We have letters of agreement. We have assurances that these customers intend to connect and take power. We don't include speculative load or loads that are early on in the process. But there are, based on our historical observations and dealings with these load additions, we found that these loads often don't come in exactly like they claim they're going to come in, or they come in on a different time frame than they say they are. And so we found it prudent to risk adjust these loads before incorporating them at their stated levels.
And I understand why you would be hesitant to include new large loads that in situations where there aren't some assurance, but I know in some other cases, and you know, I don't want to bring every case, but I am interested in your kind of perspective on this. You know, you're doing these load forecasts, you know, trying to do planning out 10 or 15 or 20 years, depending on, you know, how you're doing it. Is there any mechanism that you've seen other utilities or load forecasting experts use to kind of capture the potential for that new large customer, you know, 5 or 10 years down the road? And the answer may be no, but I was just curious what your thoughts were on that, and if you'd seen anything done to try to capture that.
Yeah, I know we're being forced to think about loads further down the line now, particularly with the nature of these data center loads and things that are coming on. And I know different utility companies address these new loads differently. I think that for the most part, we do all think of these new loads, you know, in terms of the uncertainty around them, and try to incorporate the level of certainty to some degree. And I think in the few talks I've had, it's a very similar process of considering what risks are around that load. I think the outlook's getting longer, but it's also new, these types of loads. And so we're continually developing and thinking about new ways to think about how these loads are going to come on and what the industry looks like for them, and how they're going to make their decision to connect or expand.
I was just curious if there was any way. I recognize it would be hard if you could never predict, you know, in 8 years as some customers show up that, you know, needs 300 megawatts, you know, it would be kind of hard to predict that. And I would just,
right.
I guess the answer is that you're really only looking at the ones that are more of a sure thing at this point and kind of projecting them out in the near future.
Right. As we move along and we start to incorporate these new loads into our history, and we start to evaluate how these new loads relate to the economic data and the data that we're trying to relate to in our load forecast, I believe we will begin to capture some of the differences in how load is growing now compared to the economy as opposed to before.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Can you redirect for this witness, Mr. Gish?
No, sir.
You may step down.
May he be excused.
You may be excused.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, Kentucky Power calls Jeffrey Huber.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jeffrey Huber. My business address is 1850 Parkway Place, Marietta, Georgia.
Counsel?
Mr. Huber, can you please state your employer and your business position?
My employer is GDS Associates, and I'm a principal at the firm.
Did you sponsor responses to data requests and portions of Kentucky Power's IRP report?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to that information?
No.
Based on the information you knew at the time, if you were asked those same questions today, would the information you provided be the same?
Yes.
Witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. West? No questions. Mr. Kurtz?
No questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Huber. My name is Hema Lochin. Again, with Joint Interveners. I just have a few questions for you. Well, first and foremost, good afternoon. What was your role in the preparation of the IRP?
Sure. So my firm was tasked with providing the energy efficiency inputs that would go into the IRP modeling.
And could you explain a little bit more how you worked with the energy efficiency, how you use energy efficiency inputs?
Sure. We did a benchmarking analysis, given timing of the needs of the IRP. We decided that was going to be the most efficient approach. We are conducting a market, or we did conduct a market potential study subsequent to that, but for the IRP, it relied on a benchmarking analysis of publicly available data that other utilities filed to EIA, as well as 2 other market potential studies that we've done in the region.
And the purpose of the benchmarking study was to look at energy efficiency measures to determine potential energy savings from these efficiency programs?
That's right. We wanted to look at what other utilities that have had programs for several years, what they have been able to achieve, so that those could be reasonable inputs into the IRP.
And then you use those inputs to identify, I believe you call them bundles of energy efficiency resources to be fed into the model?
Yeah, the bundling was important because the IRP model needs the savings at an 8760 level. So we need to rely on those other studies that we had done to give us some insight as to what might be consist those bundles, so we could then apply load shapes and get an 8760 output. 8760 being an hourly output for the year.
The benchmarking analysis did not look at potential savings from demand response programs.
It did not. We were not tasked with doing that.
And the reason for that was because you were not tasked for it?
Wasn't part of our scope.
So, just to tie that up, the benchmark analysis does not speak to whether demand response programs could increase energy savings.
Could increase, generally demand response doesn't impact energy savings, but it doesn't impact capacity savings or demand savings.
I have a few more questions about the bundles that we just discussed. These bundles contain different service lines.
Like sectors, customer sectors, correct. They included residential, commercial, and then a specific bundle for income qualified.
Did you look at the cost of the cost over service life of these different energy efficiency measures?
We provided, usually the cost for efficiency programs is incurred on a first-year basis, but there are lifetime savings associated with those savings, and we provided the full lifetime impacts to the IRP team.
Could you explain what you meant by full lifetime impacts?
If you install a measure in 1 year, it has a useful life. So let's say it has a useful life of 10 years. Those savings will continue on for 10 years. And if you have a next year of programs, you get new installations, and those savings occur. So they stack, they become cumulative at some point. And we gave the full lifetime cumulative impacts.
And just for my understanding, all of those lifetime impacts were included in the IRP analysis.
It's my understanding, witness Solar can attest to that. I didn't want to be the only one not to kick something to witness Solar.
Sorry. Sounds good. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Cody? Council?
I think I may actually just have one or two questions for you, which I think may be a record for me. On page 83 of the IRP, you talk about the benchmarking exercise you did and the potential studies. Can you just tell me, are those potential studies as pertaining to Kentucky Power individually, or sort of more generally based on other inputs from the market, or other inputs from AEP or other service groups?
The potential studies that were referenced here are not Kentucky Power specific market potential studies. The Kentucky Power study was not done in time for this IRP, so we had to leverage studies done by GDS in neighboring jurisdictions.
And with those neighboring jurisdictions, can you be slightly more specific as to?
There's another AEP company in a neighboring state.
Oh, okay. I think that is actually the only thing I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Can you redirect this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
May Mr. Huber be excused?
You may.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and get started on Mr. Solar.
I saw you looking at the clock. Does that mean we should wait to request a break?
My preference is to take a break at 3 if we can. Would you all like to take a break now?
I don't, I just thought Mr. Solar, as we've picked up on, has received a lot of referrals and is going to be maybe here for a while, but although that's not up to us.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get started on Mr. Solar.
Okay.
And then we can take a break at 3, that'd be fine.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'll find a place to get someone else.
Kentucky Power calls Gregory Solar, and he'll be presented by Mr. Garcia Santana.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Gregory Solar. Address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio.
Mr. Garcia Santana, please at your convenience.
Take care.
Take your time.
Mr. Solar, what's your employment, and in what capacity were you involved in this case?
I'm a resource planning manager performing IRPs. I was working on behalf of Kentucky Power for their IRP, 2022 IRP.
Okay, and your job title and employer?
Resource planning manager with the AP Service Corps working for Kentucky Power.
Okay, and in that capacity, did you provide services to Kentucky Power to prepare this IRP that was submitted in this case?
Correct. For the 2022 IRP, I was working for Kentucky Power for their IRP.
And did you also provide response to discovery requests?
I did.
Okay. Do you have any corrections to either the discovery request or to information in the IRP as it was submitted at the time that it was submitted?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, or you were to reflect the information in the IRP today, would your answers be substantially the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, the witness is ready for cross-examination.
West?
No Thank you.
Mr. Kurtz? Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Solar.
Good afternoon.
Just to confirm, you did not include any transmission expense for the wind or solar resources in this case? Other than a $19 per kW month interconnection fee?
Yeah, that's what I was going to refer to, yes, sir, just the $19 per kW month. We didn't, no other expenses were assumed.
Actually, I think it's $19 a kW a year.
Yeah, I'd have to look, but we're referencing the similar without giving the precise number. If we'll tolerate that,
So it's
please.
a very small number for a resource that's $2,100 a kW, wind, solar.
It wasn't a high number as far as an adder, for sure.
Okay. Now, there is electric transmission service already at the Big Sandy site?
I think so. I have to believe so. I mean, we've got a unit there that's operating.
And there was an 800 megawatt coal unit there, Big Sandy 2, that was retired about a decade ago.
Roughly a decade or so ago, yes, sir.
And also there's gas transmission there?
As I understand, we've got a gas service there, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you, I want to, can council give you KIUC Exhibit 2?
Yes.
Exhibit 2, okay. Okay,
This is the approximate rate impacts of the preferred plan.
yes.
Did you assist in the preparation of this table 23?
I did.
Okay. At the end of 2028, we know that energy from Mitchell ends, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, beginning 1/1/29, what did you do with respect to the Mitchell, let's just say depreciation expense that's currently in base rates? Did you back that out, or is that still included?
I believe the remaining depreciation for the Mitchell remained in the financial analysis for that purpose.
So this assumes that Kentucky Power will continue to collect depreciation expense on Mitchell beginning or continue even through 2029, 2030, 2031, even when the plant is no longer providing service to Kentucky.
For our financial modeling, yes, sir, that's what we assumed for the financial analysis.
What about fixed O&M, including labor?
The fixed O&M including later. I'm trying to visualize the workbook we had as far as the cost. I know we removed all the ongoing capital and other things. Those were excluded for sure. I cannot specifically recall all of the expenses that were assumed from January of 29 on. I just can't recall the specific detail.
Just one last. Do you recall if property taxes, West Virginia property taxes, were backed out or excluded?
I cannot specifically recall off of that workbook on the stand here today.
Okay. Do you have, can council provide KIUC hearing exhibit 3?
Yes.
Can you turn to page 3 of that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
You see the 2028 capacity purchase, $15.668 million?
Yes, sir.
Over what period of time does that cover?
That, for the purposes of our IRP planning, those are, the year column is representative of a PJM planning year. So that would have run from the June of 2028 to May 31st of 2029, the 28-29 planning year.
Okay, so from June of 2028 to December 31 of 28, you did not remove any Mitchell fixed costs from the prior exhibit?
I don't believe we were to remove the fixed cost through the end of 28.
Okay, so so to the extent that the company sought to recover a portion of the $15.668 million, at the same time it was still recovering Mitchell costs and base rates, would that be a double recovery, in your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor, it's outside of the scope of the IRP.
Well, I just want to, if it was included in the bill impacts, that would be KIUC Exhibit 2, and this is their document, KIUC Exhibit 3. It's a big number, Your Honor. It's a large number, and I think it's good to know how they modeled it.
If he knows, I think it's relevant to the table that was presented in the IRP.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, overall, thank you.
Okay, so if I could clarify, just to make sure, were you asking if my opinion, if I think that was a double bill?
No, let's say it this way.
Okay.
For modeling purposes, did you include a portion of the 2028 capacity purchase and the Mitchell fixed costs that are currently in base rates?
Yeah, for modeling purposes, we would have assumed all of these costs because they would have had to incur for the entire PJM planning year. And that, I think these would be a proxy based on the amount of market capacity that we purchased that would have to cover the full year. If there was additional capacity that was covered in the fixed cost for Mitchell through the end of 28, our perspective when we modeled was we wouldn't have been able to claim that capacity in the PJM planning year because it didn't cover the full planning year, so that would go outside of the capacity obligations that we would have had to claim. So that would have been the conflict for us.
Your Honor, I would like to have another exhibit marked as KIUC Exhibit 4.
Identify this as KUC 4. This is a number of pages. These are resource accreditations, Mr. Kurtz. Okay.
Are you familiar with the term ELCC?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did your scope of work include modeling for that?
Yes, sir, it did.
Okay. On page 1 of KIUC Exhibit 4, the footnote says, your footnote from this AEP document, it reflects the ELCC results from PJM's report delivery years 2024 to 2025. What is the ELCC?
ELCC is effective load carrying capability, and it's a way for PJM to, I'll try to be general in this, reflect how much of a particular resource would contribute to their peak load obligations or peak loads to serve. So in the context of renewables, which what this year exhibit is representing, the challenge for PJM is to absorb all the renewables, these intermittent resources, solar and wind, that aren't able to produce 24 hours a day, but recognize that they do add some capacity value to the overall market. Well, now they have to help, through their own loss of load studies and analysis, identify an effective load carrying capability, which is the effective accredited capacity that would count towards their total capacity needs.
Okay. So a generation resource that is more reliable, like nuclear, would have a higher ELCC than something like solar.
something that is more controllable and dispatchable certainly would have a higher ELCC, yes, sir.
Okay. We turn to page 2 of this. This is simply the PJM document from which you made the chart.
Yes.
Okay. Page 3 is the most recent, or the 2025, 2026 ELCC.
Yes, sir.
Are you you're familiar with this new ELCC?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So fixed tilt solar went from 33% to 9%. Is that correct?
In 25, yes, 33, two pages.
That's a 72% reduction.
If that's the math of difference between 9 and 33, I'll
So what
submit.
PJM is saying now is, if you bid into their capacity markets 100 megawatts of fixed tilt solar, you only get credit for 9 megawatts.
For the fixed tilt, for sure. And like you said, even show here, the tracking, the single axis tracking is at 14%, right?
Right, and so fixed, the solar tracking went from 50% ELCC to 14%, which is again a 72% reduction.
Yes.
So PJM is sending a price signal that these solar products don't provide that much capacity value.
I think that's, yes, I'll give you the idea that they are adjusting how they're looking at the marginal value of these resources. So in addition to these class ratings, they're also looking at their reserve margin association. So there's also a relative reduction on the associated forecast pool reserve that these would also be associated with.
At these ELCCs, you may not even want to bid solar into the capacity auctions, because then you're subject to capacity performance penalties. I mean, you're getting so little capacity. That's an aside, but.
I don't know. I don't think I'm comfortable
I'll withdraw
projecting.
Okay, let's look at the bottom of page 3. You see gas combined cycle at 79%?
Yes, sir.
So PJM considers gas combined cycle a fairly reliable generation resource?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then below that is the gas combustion turbine at 62%?
Yes.
Which is less than 79?
Less than 79.
Okay. Okay, you answered some discovery about modeling.
You're ready. I'd like to know, after 8.5 years, I have a feeling when you're about to get on a roll.
Oh.
I'm sorry to interrupt in mid-question.
No, that's fine.
Let's take a short recess. We'll take about 15 minutes, and we'll come back at 3:15.
Thank you, Anna.
what it was for.
It's been over and you haven't been
I am standing.
jumping up and down right now.
What the problem is. Everything to say about me.
Check to be sure.
We're back on the record. Mr. Kurtz?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at the break, I handed out a document that'll be marked as KIUC 5, if we could.
Hold on one second, Mr. Kurtz, so we have it on the audio record. The KUC 5 would be the 6-page document, with the first one being KPSC 1-38.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, please continue.
Okay, Mr. Solar, a little background first. The preferred plan has 500 megawatts of wind coming on before the gas CT. Well, if you have KIUC exhibit, hearing exhibit 1, could you turn to that, please?
The hearing exhibit,
The council will have to give it to you.
I gotta make sure I understand which one hearing exhibit 1 is, I apologize.
Okay.
I have it.
Exhibit 3 to,
You have it. It starts with 7.5 preferred plan. You have that one.
do I have, I don't know that I actually have that one. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Will you turn to page 2 of that hearing exhibit?
Yes,
Okay. You have 500 megawatts of wind coming online prior to the 480 megawatt CT, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And you also have solar coming online 700 megawatts before the gas CT, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the characteristics of solar, let's start with wind. This is page 95 of the IRP. I'm just going to explain that the capital cost of wind in 2026 on page 95 of the IRP is just over $2,000 a kW. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And then the capital cost of utility scale solar is on page 96 of the IRP, just under $2,000 a kW.
that's correct.
Correct, okay. But the good news is they produce free energy essentially. I mean, there's no fuel cost associated with them.
That's correct.
And they get the heavy federal subsidies at least through like 2034.
They'd get a 10-year series of PTCs.
Okay. Now, on page 87, this is a description of combined cycle technology. And on page 88 of the IRP, it has a capital cost, it looks like just over $1,700 a kW in 2029. The single shaft, 418 megawatt unit.
Right,
Okay. But it's got a low heat rate, 6,431.
right,
So it converts gas to energy very efficiently, creating low-cost energy.
for gas resource, yes, sir.
Okay. And then under what's called the peaking alternatives, of course, would be a simple cycle CT, which is just the front end of a combined cycle
Yes,
without the heat recovery steam generator.
right,
So it has a lower capital cost, but a higher heat rate, so it's less expensive to put in service, but it produces more expensive energy.
that's fair characterization, yeah, yep.
Okay. Now, the IRP, now I want to go to KIUC 5. You included the 418 megawatt combined cycle in your analysis?
We ran a portfolio with that specifically, I signed, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this exhibit KUC 5, the first witness is Mr. Haratrim, but I'm not going to ask. He used the word, the combined cycle portfolio included a single 418 megawatt forced in 2029 to replace the 480 megawatt CT. You essentially say the same thing in your response on page 2, that the combined cycle resource was forced in as a resource in 2029. And then on page 4 of this is again a response from you, where you use the phrase in your response to A, the combined cycle resource was swapped for a CT resource. So from that forced in or swapped, essentially what you did is you kept everything the same, except you replaced the peaking CT with a higher capital cost, lower fuel cost combined cycle, correct?
In the combined cycle portfolio you're asking?
Yes.
Specifically, right, correct. For all the portfolios prior to our other stakeholder meeting, they were all what we would call optimized, fully optimized. We didn't start with any assumptions of resources in there. But from the stakeholder meeting, there was interest to understand that because all of our portfolios selected the CT as part of a least cost optimized plan. So to test that, we said we went back and rather than leaving nothing forced in, we assumed a starting point of a combined cycle in 2029. We saw all the plans were accepting a gas resource in 29. That was common. That was a common theme in all of our optimization analysis. The gas resource was preferred in 29 when it was first available. So because we didn't have anything economically selected on its own, we forced it in 29 and then re-optimized the remaining balance of that portfolio with the remaining resources available.
When you forced it in 2029, you already had 500 megawatts of wind and 700 megawatts of solar, the free energy resources, so to speak. So was it a surprise to you that the high capital cost, low energy cost combined cycle did not perform well when you already had a lot of high capital cost, low energy cost resources?
I'm not sure I follow the question.
Well, you had, when you just swapped out the combined cycle for the CT, you left in all of the renewable resources.
No.
You did not.
For the optimization run, for the combined cycle portfolio, we did not. Actually, what we did is we would have started from zero, just like we would have started from zero for the reference case. The reference case optimized by selecting the CT, but also all of those other renewables. We started over except for we started at zero plus the combined cycle. And then we let the model select the balance of resources for that portfolio.
Okay, well, I misunderstood then. So
Okay.
you started with a combined cycle and then you let the model select after that?
The rest of it, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you did that in the scoring, which is KIUC 1, the last page we looked at, the combined cycle resource portfolio was just slightly less expensive. It still was slightly less expensive than the preferred plan. This is 64.6 versus 64.8. Even though you didn't select it, it was slightly cheaper.
That's correct. When we looked at the entire scorecard, because, there was one of the things we didn't do when we did the scorecard, and we wanted to try to impress this with our stakeholders, is we didn't really overvalue, we didn't weight any of these metrics. One is higher than the other, if you will. So we wanted to look at the full spectrum of metrics. Cost is important. It's important to the ratepayers. It's important to Kentucky Power. So you're correct. There is a very slight benefit in terms of the cost for the combined cycle. In the terms of the other metrics, when you start looking at the market exposures and the resource diversity, the dispatchability, those start to add to our interpretation of the results. So that's what was leading to some of that.
I have not seen this, but is there in the record, in the combined cycle case, when you started fresh with a combined cycle at the bottom and then built up from that, what were the renewables? What renewable resources were chosen by the model when you did that?
You can, that's actually, I believe, in document. I'll see if I can find it for us. Page 159 of 1182 is a picture, a visual of that, and I think the table of resources selected is in the appendix.
I don't have it in front of me. Can you just read those off? What kind of
certainly.
wind and what kind of solar did the model select?
So I'll read it from it's in the appendix, page 222 of 1182 for reference. So the combined cycle started off at 418 megawatts in 29, and the rest of the optimization, we ended up with through 26 through 28, we got 500 megawatts of wind, 450, 700 megawatts of solar by 2028. And then we had a chunk of capacity purchase to fill the need in 28.
Okay, so compared to the preferred plan, there's 200 megawatts less wind and 100 megawatts less solar.
Correct. I think in the preferred plan, well, let's see, the preferred plan should have the same amount of solar and wind as the combined cycle. I'm looking at the reference case or the preferred plan?
The preferred plan.
The preferred plan should have 500 megawatts of wind through 28. 700 megawatts of solar.
That's the combined cycle case, correct?
And ultimately, it's the preferred plan as well.
But the preferred plan has 700 megawatts of wind and 800 megawatts of solar.
Oh, when you go out to 2030 and 31, we get the additional 200 megawatts in the preferred plan. I was saying through 2028. I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's the same amount of wind and solar, it just pushes out the wind and solar further into the future. But your preferred plan has all the wind and solar going into service.
If you'll, maybe, I feel like we might be crossing a couple things, so maybe if I can return, and I think you included it in your Exhibit 5, a detailed response to KPSC 145.
Okay.
And I'm hoping that might be a bit better to articulate. The preferred plan really is the combined cycle portfolio, but I suggested, and what it includes is the combustion turbine resource as opposed to the combined cycle resources, but it includes the other optimized resources of renewables and storage, even capacity purchases to that point. And we did that for a couple different reasons because of what the modeling suggested to us. So the short summary of this, to be concise here, is that the preferred plan should have the same number of renewable resources as the combined cycle portfolio.
Okay, so the combined cycle portfolio is just a small amount less expensive than the preferred plan of the CT, which, correct?
Correct.
And now none of this really has any bearing now because it doesn't model the capacity factor limitations in the proposed CO2 rule. Your modeling includes a CO2 cost between 10 and I think $43 a megawatt, which EPA did not do. It included solar at the old ELCC, not the new ELCC, the more stringent.
Well, certainly changes have happened since we did this IRP for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know how changes would affect with these changes if it's directionally different than what the IRP did. Especially we made our best attempt given what we knew, right, with the carbon, trying to recognize that there's some pressures.
There's always going to be changes from when you start to when you have a hearing like this, so that's unavoidable. If the commission were to tell AEP through an order or that when you come back for a CPCN for whatever, please don't come back with out-of-state wind. You could put that as a constraint in your modeling.
Did you ask, please come back with no out-of-state wind? Is that what?
No out-of-state wind. You could model that?
For the purposes of this analysis, we effectively did, right?
No, I mean,
For the IRP.
No, when you come back for a CPCN to do something in light of where Mitchell is or any other thing, you could model a scenario that has a constraint, no out-of-state wind. Just exclude that as a resource.
Hypothetically, anything can be modeled, certainly. We even modeled a no-win solution or scenario or portfolio in this IRP, right? And what we saw on that was the model loaded up a lot more solar, still selected the CT.
That I don't understand. The capital cost of LG&E and KU have come in with their proposal, different system, I understand, where the combined cycle is the preferred resource because the additional capital cost is worth it because you get so much lower cost energy. So that's what I don't get when you load up on so much renewables, the free energy, but then you want to balance it out with the peaking gas unit.
I'll offer some of the insights we saw during the analysis. One of the pieces of feedback we got from the very first stakeholder meeting was we were encouraged to do an all-the-above approach. Let's not exclude things that are reasonable for us to consider to serve our needs and our customers. So we did do that. Included in that were the combined cycle alternatives, the combustion turbines, the very smaller RICE units, arrows, the solar and the wind with all their tax credits, but also the ability to lean on our PJM resource. More for we have for energy, right? But there's an opportunity as well for some capacity purchase to meet our obligations. So we tried to look at all of that. We also put some boundaries on how much we wanted to rely on a capacity purchase. We didn't want to let the model just run away with that. So we put some boundaries on the capacity purchase. And what we found was even the energy with the tax credits on that solar, along with all the other resources available, became that part of that solution over even the combined cycle in that context.
What is the reliability situation in PJM? What is PJM predicting for reliability going forward with that system?
For which system?
PJM.
I don't actually know specifically the numbers, so I would be troubled to even guess.
What is that report, the 3R report or something, where you've got huge growth in demand from data centers and AI, and then you've got the dispatchable resources being retired. 2,000 megawatts were announced yesterday in Illinois. Did you see that?
I missed that recent announcement, no, sir, but thank you.
But the dispatchable resources are not being replaced with dispatchable resources, and PJM is predicting reliability problems. You're aware of that?
I think all the RTOs have a heightened sense for the reliability, for sure. PJM's not immune to that.
I don't know how much this would weigh in anybody's decision, but do you think PJM would welcome Kentucky Power building a combined cycle versus building more of the renewables?
I don't know that I could project that. PJM currently has been able to serve its energy. We don't see a lot of current immediate pressures from an energy flow yet that I'm aware of, but I can't speak specifically how they would view, our CT versus a CC, right?
Yeah, that's a fair point. Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Solar. Thank you for your information. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Kurtz, as it relates to KUC 4 and 5.
I move their admission.
Council?
No objection.
Without objection.
So moved.
Area of KUC
4, the resource accreditation documentation, and KAC 5, the data request document starting at KPSC 1-38. Ms. Koenig, any questions? I'll go to them next, but any questions for this witness? Okay. Counsel?
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, I'm Melissa Legge. I represent joint interveners in this proceeding. Have a couple questions for you, but first I would like to follow up just on Mr. Kurtz's line of questions. He was just asking about KIUC Exhibit 4. I assume you still have that handy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So on page 3 of that exhibit, we're looking at the ELCC class ratings for the 2025-26 base residual auction.
Yes.
And down at the bottom of the list, you'll see some resources. There's a gas combined cycle listed there, gas combustion turbine, and those have a 79% ELCC and a 62% ELCC. If you turn to page 2, those resources are not listed on the ELCC chart. The gas combustion turbine and the gas CC. And is that because before the 2025-26 base residual auction year, that PJM did not use ELCC for those resources, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yeah, they didn't apply an ELCC to the thermal resources at the time that we did this IRP and what page 2 is it representing. So, you know, they're making a transition like I commented. So, you know, in addition to the shifts of ELCCs that now include the thermal, there's also a shift in the associated reserve margin obligations.
Do you know, before this most recent year where they did start applying ELCC for those resources, PJM would have factored in certain assumptions about the capacity performance of that class of resources in UCAP, right?
Correct.
And so there's a capacity factor assumption that's baked into UCAP. Do you know, I you know, during the break was trying to find it in the IRP report or in the discovery responses, and I couldn't track it down, but do you happen to know what the capacity factor assumptions for a CC and a CT would have been for PJM in this same 2024-25 year?
Yeah, minor correction. It wouldn't have been a capacity factor. That's a different metric, right?
Right,
So
right.
the accredited capacity for the gas resources, I don't know off the top of my head. I believe it'd be up in the probably the mid to upper 90s percentiles, though, in the relative terms.
So those assumptions have also moved downward
They
in
did.
the year.
They did.
The past year. Okay. Now, we've heard a little bit from Mr. West, and you shared earlier about your role in the preparation of this IRP. So I'm just wanting to follow up. Mr. West said that you had heavy direct involvement in the preparation of the IRP. Is that accurate?
Yes, I worked very closely with Mr. West throughout this whole process.
And as between you and Mr. Haratim, what were your respective roles?
So Kentucky Power, it was their IRP was supported by not only myself but Mr. Haratim from Charles River. Charles River was a consultant we brought in to support our modeling efforts for this particular IRP. So essentially, Mr. Haratim and I worked very closely together as I worked to provide the inputs and the analysis. Mr. Haratim would be involved with all of our planning meetings with Kentucky Power to make sure that we were all in sync in terms of, you know, what are the objectives, what are these metrics, how we're going to calculate them. And then when it came time for the analysis, after we've gotten all of that reconciled, you know, about concurrence with Kentucky Power's insights, our team would go back and actually do the analysis with the computers and the Aurora modeling and all. And that's where I'll work very closely with Mr. Haratam, looking at the initial analysis, making sure things make sense. And then as we go through that and interpret that, then he and I would go back in and schedule time to work with Kentucky Power to interpret that with them, help them understand what the modeling is telling us.
So if I have this correctly, as far as the inputs into the Aurora modeling, that was largely a determination by you and your team within AEP Service Co.
No, I'd have to characterize that. There are inputs in terms of, you know, what are capital costs, what are the ongoing capitals, what's our fixed O&M for existing resources, what would be our limits. All those conversations have to occur very tightly with Kentucky Power. I would never do that. I can't do that on my own. It's just not in my realm to make those decisions. I need Kentucky Power in that conversation. I need to be able to explain to them what the information is, and then they can give me the feedback with regards to this makes sense, I understand it, I need to understand more. We'll get alignment on that, and that's the information that I could then turn over. But I'll need Kentucky Power's approval before I could do any of that.
Okay. So in terms of, you know, the list of supply side resource additions, new ones, not the existing resources, that would have been your team would have come up with a list, got approval from Kentucky Power, and then sent it over to Mr. Haratam for
Right,
modeling.
that's right.
That's helpful, thank you. Very briefly, I do want to follow up. Were you listening earlier when my colleague, Ms. Lochin, was asking questions of Mr. Huber about the costs of the energy efficiency bundles? Yes. And I believe Mr. Huber stated that the cost of those bundles were modeled the year that they were spent.
That's correct, first year.
The first year that they were spent. And then the bundles contain energy efficiency measures with service lives that last for a number of years. And is it accurate that and Mr. Huber, I believe, also stated that he provided that information to your team for inputting into the model. Is it true that the savings were accounted for in the modeling from those efficiency bundles only to the end of the model period? Only to the end of the IRP period?
No, it's not true.
No, okay.
No. So Witness Huber provided us a set of bundled energy efficiency measures. So he had all that. It was coordinated through his expertise. And it provided a series of different bundles with different lives of them. And those could be selected at different points throughout the period. If they were selected, then the entire savings, energy savings, if it was a 10-year life, a 15 or 18-year life, that entire 18-year life of savings was actually captured within our modeling. What we represented in the IRP was a finite period relative to the rules for the 20-year window, but the full life of any resource, including the energy efficiency measures, but also even the combustion turbines or even new solar or wind that would have selected late in the period, that would have also been financially evaluated through the life of that, the full life of that resource in the financial model. Witness Haratam can provide more detail how that actually was done, but that was actually captured, the full savings, the full benefit over the entire life relative to the associated cost.
But the costs, were they leveled over the full year of the service life of those efficiency measures? Levelized?
So effectively, I would say that they were leveled, but let me explain that if you can. So because we had the whole series of savings, but when energy, so if it was I'm going to say for an example, there was a bundle that was a 15-year life, and it had an amount of savings every one of those 15 years of energy savings. We've captured all those energy savings, but in terms of it's not a capital cost, it would have been an O&M cost that we realized. We would have assigned that O&M cost at year one, but it would have run through the financial model to be applicable to the total energy savings for the full 15-year life. So in that effect, it essentially is levelized, if you will, because that cost is attributed to the total amount of savings over the full 15 years.
Even if it extends beyond the IRP planning period?
Because it did extend over the life, it's not a matter, I would say it's not an even if, I would say because of the way we did the financial analysis on this, all of the savings for the energy efficiency was accounted for the associated cost for that 15 years, even when the 15 years extended beyond 2037, which is what we represented in the IRP. So Witness Horadam can provide more detail how that was accounted for within the financial modeling and the financial analysis. But we did capture the full series of savings that Witness Huber provided us for the associated cost of that bundle.
Okay. At this point, I have some questions about the modeling of the renewable resources in the IRP. Now, just turning to the IRP, page 94. I'll be back into my computer here. So, turning to section 5.4.1 about the modeling of the wind resource, the second paragraph states that the wind is made available in a configuration of 100 megawatts. So I take that to mean just in units of 100.
Correct.
For purpose of the modeling, and that there are two pricing tiers. The tier 1 pricing, as I understand it, that's the lowest cost wind resources, and then there's tier 2, which has higher cost assumptions. And says here that the maximum capacity, annual capacity addition is 100 megawatts for the lower cost tier 1 sites, and 300 megawatts for tier 2 sites. And then the cumulative maximum is 1,200 megawatts. And do I understand that that's for both tier 1 and tier 2?
The cumulative.
The cumulative,
Yes.
and also cumulative in terms of over the entire IRP modeling period, 1,200.
Through 2037, yes.
And then for solar, similarly, there was a tier 1 and a tier 2 for the solar resources. And in a configuration of 50 megawatts, but then the maximum annual capacity for tier 1 is 150 megawatts, and for tier 2 it's 300 megawatts on an annual basis, and cumulatively 1,800 megawatts. And again, that refers to both
Combined.
tier 1 and tier 2
Tier 1
combined,
and 2 combined.
and
With the
also cumulative over the whole course of the IRP period.
You have that correct.
Okay. So, in terms of the modeling runs, we were talking earlier about the different portfolios. And Exhibit E summarizes the results of the modeling for the different portfolios, is that correct?
Yeah.
And some of those modeling runs do actually hit the maximums we were just discussing, is that correct?
I think so. I think wind in particular reached some of its peaks. I don't know if we actually reached all the peaks on the solar, right?
I think, well, let's look at the REHC portfolio in Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Which I believe is on page 219,
Yeah, I've got it.
or that's where the exhibit starts. And the that's the high-cost portfolio.
Yes, yes.
And if you look down at the total under wind, it does reach that 1,200 megawatts number.
Yes.
And then if you go on the next page to the ECR portfolio, that's the enhanced carbon regulation portfolio.
Correct.
And again, we see 1,200 megawatts for wind.
Right.
And in some of the annual additions too, let's look at 2028. If you look at the solar column, that says 150/300.
Oh, I see. 28 for the ECR portfolio? Yes.
That's what it says.
Yes, it is.
And those were the annual maximums we were just discussing for the solar. I'm a bit hampered by the lack of a stapler in our hotel office. So, when you were working on the IRP, did you review the comments from commission staff on the previous IRP?
Yes.
And if we turn now to page 113 of the IRP, I know we're starting in the middle of things, but this page, it comes from section 5, response to commission staff comments. I'll give you a minute to get there.
And that's 113 from the top numbering?
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
So this appears to be from the response to staff comments. Let's look at number 8 at the bottom. So this bold text refers to the text of a staff comment, is that correct?
Yes.
And it says Kentucky Power should model scenarios of differing renewable constraints and no constraints on the size or addition.
Mm-hmm.
But as we were just discussing, there were constraints in the model on the size and addition of renewables, is that correct?
We did apply constraints on the renewables.
And in the response, on the next page, the last sentence, the company maintains the benefits of running a model without constraints would not provide any further insights. That's correct?
We have that comment. We're not generally demonstrated as binding in the model.
And by not generally demonstrating, that refers to the fact that in some of the scenarios, they did not hit the constraints?
I mean, we could use the word some or most. I mean, like you pointed out, there were 2 scenarios that reached the cumulative maximum on the wind. There was it 1 or 2 where we had one annual period where it hit the constraints on the different solars, and I don't know that we hit any of the constraints on the wind as well, potentially. So I think we had some points of binding, I'll call it, certainly in the annual level. The wind was susceptible to reaching its cumulative max in several of these portfolios, but not in all those.
In those 2 portfolios, you don't know what the model would have selected if those constraints were not in place?
I couldn't tell you. You're correct on that one. I don't know. I think those were the ones where we maxed out on the total amount of wind available, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the solar in some years.
There was a couple years off solar, yep.
I think I have some questions now about the cost assumptions used for the new generation resources.
Okay.
Those should also go to you, I'm guessing.
Yep.
So on page 124 of the IRP, there's a figure 45.
Okay.
124 numbered at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the IRP scenario assumption matrix. I understand it summarizes the assumptions that vary in each of the portfolios.
Let me make sure we're talking to the right levels here. There's a couple sections here. I want to make sure we're clear on it.
Okay.
In section 6, as we go through, which is a big part of what we're talking about on the scenario inputs, a lot of this is going to be on the regional analysis first. Charles River did a regional analysis in the PJM to understand different ELCC contributions, energy pricing and all this. And then we also use that in regional analysis when we do the specific Kentucky Power portfolio modeling as well. But by and large, these would be the variables that would change both in the scenario, but also the relative Kentucky Power portfolios.
So in terms of, let's just compare the reference and the reference high cost scenario in this chart. The baseline assumptions for load, natural gas, and carbon are all the same between those two portfolios.
Yes.
And then what is different between those two portfolios is slower decline under the column new resource cost.
Correct.
And slower decline means that the cost of building new resources declined more slowly over time in that specific scenario.
That's right.
Were differing cost assumption used for all new generation resources in that scenario?
No, for that scenario, if you go back to page 123, we'll describe it. We use I can't remember the name of the specific curve, the NREL curve for the capital cost reductions. We applied that really for solar, wind, and storage only. We left the other resources as part of the base cost curve.
And on that, now that we're on page 123, in that paragraph, it says this is because short-term shocks to the supply chain are not fully resolved over the forecast period. So, as you were saying, the resources that were subject to this were solar, wind, and storage, but not the gas resources.
Correct.
And not the Big Sandy extension-related costs. Those did not vary in this scenario.
No, we didn't adjust the Big Sandy cost, and we can talk more of that if you need.
Are costs for new gas resources also subject to shocks to the supply chain?
I think, yes, I would answer yes. The cost to the gas resources are subject to it. Our premise for this particular one was what we have been experiencing in the market in various jurisdictions. Although we didn't have specific gas costs, what we were seeing was much higher escalations on the renewables than what maybe a inflationary index might go. So I think there were other market pressures beyond just inflation indices that were being imposed on, that we were realizing on the renewables. We weren't sure about that with the thermals yet.
Have you looked into, well, let me back up for a second. Would say the cost of steel and the cost of cement and concrete and the cost of construction equipment, would those be costs that are relevant for the new gas construction cost inputs?
Certainly, and as for that example specifically, our base inflation index was we used a producer price index, which essentially covers those different material cost increases that are different, usually a little bit higher, certainly different than maybe a consumer price index. So, the producer price index, which would be our normal inflationary index, is what our base assumption was. But then when you apply that, but then you add the learning curves, we call them learning curves, but that's essentially what the technology cost declines in a real dollar basis would be. We got that, we were informed through NREL on those different curves between a moderate and a conservative and an aggressive type of a curve. So yes, to answer your question, the steel, the commodity components of the resources would certainly play a part into all the different resources.
And have you looked at whether those types of inputs have been subject to inflationary pressure greater than the average inflationary pressure?
At the time we didn't have any information to suggest that, you know, a different PPI index should be applied to solar versus wind versus the thermals, that from a PPI perspective. We didn't have any insight to differentiate across those resources. The concern on our side was really things that were outside of a PPI reference, right? So what are the other market pressures? And that's really what was driving us to ask the question in this particular sensitivity on the reference and the high cost, because we were experiencing pressures in the market, you know, I'm going to call them market pressures around the renewables and the competition for those renewables from all different parties. We wanted to understand the sensitivity of if these renewable costs didn't come in at the rates we were expecting, and in fact they didn't decline like, you know, some of the benchmark costs were suggesting, what would that portfolio look like? That was the premise for what we wanted to learn from that sensitivity with Kentucky Power.
But you didn't run a similar high cost scenario for the gas resources?
No, no.
Were you here earlier, it's on a different topic, were you here earlier when my colleague, Mr. Smar, was asking Mr. West about the energy community tax credit bonus?
I recall that discussion.
And you're familiar with the energy community tax credit bonus? I think he referred some questions about it to you.
Yeah, I'm happy to take questions around it. I know that there are tax credit bonuses out there at different levels. I may not know the specifics, but I'm willing to entertain the dialogue here.
And is your understanding that the energy community tax credit bonus is eligible for projects that are located in communities that qualify as an energy community?
Right. As part of the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, they have different tax credit bonuses depending on, you know, different thresholds, different qualifications of a project and where it's located and, you know, how it's being built and who's building and all and various components, yes.
And some of the relevant criteria for determination of energy communities is coal closure, if there's a coal mine or a coal plant closure in that census tract or the neighboring census tract. Is that your understanding?
I think so. I'm going to have to defer to more to you. I don't want to necessarily be the expert to say that it's yes or no specifically, though.
But generally
it's something
speaking,
like that, yes.
Yeah. And then there's also a metric, we don't have to get so specific, but there's also a metric related to unemployment rates in that community.
Okay.
Is that correct? Okay. Subject to check.
Yeah.
And Mr. West was saying that the energy community tax credit bonus was not modeled in the IRP. That's
correct. We didn't assume an energy tax credit, energy community tax credit. We did include the production tax credits, you know, assuming with some other, I'm trying to remember the terminology, but we did include production tax credit. We just didn't include several of those community bonuses in the generic resource assumptions.
And specifically the energy community bonus, it's up to 10% on top of the production tax credit.
I think that's right, yes.
Since then, you know, as part of your role at AEP Service Co., have you looked into how much of Kentucky Power's service territory might qualify for the energy community bonus?
I haven't looked into it specifically, no. I would suspect that there are areas that are certainly eligible if the sites were supportive of them.
Would you say that's relevant to the resource planning, whether or not a resource might be eligible for that bonus?
I would. It would be challenging for me to agree to that in terms of an IRP. Mm-hmm. And the reason it's challenging for me to agree to that comment is because we really can't assume a specific location. And I think if I did assume that specific location and it didn't materialize, then I serve the risk of misrepresenting what cost could be. Because if the RFP that would go out didn't actually receive resources in those energy communities that were ready to be developed to take advantage of those extra bonuses, but yet I had an IRP that was rooted in some of those assumptions, then that starts to misrepresent what potentially is reasonable. Whereas in what we did was more of a generic assumption. Let's make sure we account for some tax credits, some useful tax credits that are eligible for nearly all types of projects. And then should those types of projects come in, then those further support what we identify in the IRP, and it further benefits ratepayers, both in terms of cost, because of we can get even lower costs for ratepayers for that resource, but if it can be located within their community, even better, because now that we have potential resources and clean power being generated for Kentucky Power. But we didn't do that as part of the IRP because we needed to be much more generic in nature.
If you were able to assess, for example, that a large percentage of the Kentucky Power footprint would be eligible for a bonus, would it, say in the next IRP, would it be relevant to consider?
It would be a factor to consider, but it would have to be meshed up against what kind of projects are actually being considered in the communities as well. We looked at, when we started working with Kentucky Power and we started looking at the limits we talked about earlier, one of the things we had to do was look at what projects are actually being considered, and we used the PJM queue, what type of projects and how many projects are going into that queue. And that informed us. We saw that there's an abundance of solar when we did this in the queue. There was not a high level of wind, although there was wind in the queue for PJM. When you further parse that down for the states, and you start to look at how much solar is in that queue of the abundance in the PJM, Kentucky still had more solar resources than wind. I'm not sure that Kentucky actually had wind in the queue, for instance. So for us to assume, for instance, if you had an energy community bonus, but there's no wind in the queue, out of 10% of zero is still zero, right? So if I had a 10% community bonus on a portion of solar, I would have to potentially, maybe I could put a third tier in where we say maybe a portion of that could be located, but then you have to start looking at terrain, you have to start looking at practicality of the siting. So there's other factors than just the incentive bonuses that have to go into that decision, and that adds the complication for assumptions in an IRP.
And just to clarify, one thing I heard you say, so the PTC and the ITC, both wind and solar are, I think they're different credits, but both wind and solar are eligible for the energy community bonus.
Both wind and solar, yes, as I understand.
Now I have some questions for you about how distributed energy resources were modeled in the IRP, and distributed energy resources were not modeled as part of the economic selection of supply-side resources.
That's correct.
How long have you been with AP, just out of curiosity?
I think I'm around 19 years with AP.
Long time. So were you involved at all in Kentucky Power Company's 2020 rate case in this commission?
I was not, no.
You were not. Have you reviewed the order from that case concerning net metering tariffs?
I did not review the order on that one directly, no.
I do want to pull up that order because I do think there's some there's a relevant passage to the modeling of supply side of DERs as supply side resources. My computer's gone to sleep here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I would like to highlight the objection that the witness just indicated that it's not familiar with that subject matter, so I think that lacks foundation.
I understand. I would like to defer ruling on your objection until she asks the specific questions, in which, if you have a further objection, I'll take under consideration, Mr.
Thank you, Anna.
And I think my colleague has put this up on the screen, and you can see this is an order from case number 2020-00174 from this commission. It's related to the Kentucky Power General Rate Case.
Okay.
And this order is from May 2021, and as you can see, the first line here refers to the tariff NMS2. So this order resolved the issues related to the NMS2 tariff. Do you know what NMS2 tariff refers to?
I don't know.
You don't know what this tariff, is there someone, well, the testimony, I think, is relevant to the modeling.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what testimony?
Sorry, excuse me, I misspoke. The order, the findings of the commission that I'd like to highlight are relevant to the modeling of supply-side resources. So, if it's okay, I think I would just turn to that position, and I won't ask you any questions about that specific tariff, which you said you are not familiar with. But my understanding is that this is the company's net metering tariff. They refer to it as NMS2. Okay. Now, if we could turn to page 21 of the order. And under the heading, Principles for Compensation for Eligible Customer Generators. Are you familiar with the term customer generators?
I can infer maybe customer-sided generation, meaning customer-owned and customer-installed generation?
Customers that, yes,
That would install
that
their own
take service
generation?
under the company's net metering tariff.
Okay.
If we go about halfway down this next paragraph under that heading, the sentence that begins after footnote 67, while the commission declined in the January 13th, 2021 order to adopt a recommendation for a separate proceeding to determine a NEM rate methodology, the commission concludes that many of the best practices supported by interveners are reasonable and should be incorporated into NMS2 for the reasons set forth below.
Yeah, and Your Honor, I would like to again highlight that there is no context for the witness that has indicated already that is not familiar with the order, that is not familiar with the case. So the reference is.
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking for counsel is if we could get to the actual question of the witness, that may be helpful to determine the relevancy related to Mr. Garcia Santana's objection.
Certainly, Your Honor. Let's go right there. These principles are as follows. Bullet point 1, evaluate eligible generating facilities as a utility system or supply-side resource. Because eligible customer generators and their eligible generating facilities, onto the next page, can meet power system needs, they should be compared with other energy resources using consistent methods, processes, and assumptions. Would you say, generally speaking, that the IRA or that the IRP compares energy resources that that compares energy resources according to their availability to meet system needs for the capacity obligation into the future?
Yeah, that's a part of what the IRP does. We're going to compare different resources, supply and demand side, and we did that. We looked at energy efficiency as the example for a demand side. It has an energy savings that we've been able to get forecasted values from, understand what is a reasonable estimate to assume, and we incorporate that. And I think what witness Reed would have commented on is, for the purpose of I'm going to call customer-sided, maybe a distributed generation resource, we'll realize those benefits as those customers would install that and their load is modified accordingly, because when Reed's looking at his load forecast, he's going to recognize some downward pressure, hopefully, if they're installing customer generation and have the effect on that. So we'll see that as implicit in load forecast, and then the load forecast inherently would come down, and then that's what we would use as our fundamental input to our IRP.
Yeah, I do understand that, but as a, in terms of the principle of evaluating customer cited DERs as a supply side resource, as referred to in this commission order, that was not done in this IRP.
We didn't specifically have a customer side DER in this, because we didn't have any forecast of potential out there. I don't know how to estimate whether it's 10 megawatts, 100 megawatts, 1,000 megawatts, nor do I know how much the cost of those megawatts would be for us to model at this point. So we're still looking to figure that out. If we could figure something out on how to properly forecast it so it has, something valuable for us, then we wouldn't necessarily be opposed. But I don't know what that forecast would look like.
Did you review the Energy Futures Group report that was attached to joint interveners' comments in this proceeding?
I did.
You did? And did you review their recommendations on this point? Do you recall them?
Yeah, I can't remember all the details exactly. I know there were several references, and they brought up some comparisons to, I think, some Vermont and Rhode Island growths of some sort, if I recall, for DERs, maybe growth. And I would, there were some concerns I have with that, although in a general sense, I think their recommendations, I didn't have a major problem to continue to look at and consider. There wasn't anything yet there that I could see that I would have been available to adjust what we did for this IRP.
Did you recall their discussion of the example from the Northern Indiana Public Service Company, also known as NIPSCO?
Yeah, there were a couple of references, I think, on NIPSCO on that. Can you help me where we're at exactly?
Yeah, well, I could give you a page number if that's helpful, but that the discussion was in reference to NIPSCO modeling DER supply side bundles, specifically for their impact on distribution costs, deferred distribution investments. Do you recall that?
Not the specific details, but I do recall that there was a discussion in there for me to continue looking at.
And your consultant, Mr. Haratem, in this case, is from Charles River Associates. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does he look to? Well, actually, that's probably a better question for him. I'll save that question for him. Okay, I think that's all my questions there. The last topic I did want to address is.
Let's go ahead and take a short recess, and then we'll come back. We'll do a 15-minute recess, and we'll come back at 4:45.
I was just going to say, the expectation is it's finished tonight. Good.
Yeah. We're back on the record in case number 2023-00092. Council?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have just one last topic I wanted to address, but I'm wondering if it's for you or for Mr. Haratim. I want to ask some questions about the input workbook for the modeling and the Aurora outputs as relate to the production tax credit and the investment tax credit.
Mhm.
Is that something that
I can attempt,
Okay.
but I can pass to Mr. Rodham.
Okay, sure, we'll start there. And I'm gonna ask a couple questions. I think we will need to go into a confidential session for this, but I just wanna ask a couple questions first, just to make sure. So we were, I'm trying to remember who was talking about the PTC and ITC before. An earlier witness was discussing the PTC and ITC. And if I refer to them as PTC and ITC, you'll know I'm referring to the production tax credit and investment tax credit. Okay. Now, I do want to turn to that Energy Futures Group report that was attached to the joint intervenor comments I mentioned earlier. Do you happen to have that with you?
I don't have the copy with me. I do have some recollection of it.
Okay.
But we can talk
Well,
specifically.
I want to get into the confidential version, so I don't want to put it up on the screen. Would you be able to provide the confidential version of that report to the
I
witness?
don't have a copy.
You don't have it, okay.
No.
Okay, so maybe we will need to put it up in a minute. But I want to ask some questions about about how those tax incentives are modeled. And the company provided the parties provided the parties in discovery a copy of that input workbook I was just referencing. Is
Yes,
that correct?
that's right.
And I believe that was Joint Intervenors 1-62 Attachment 1.
Right.
And that input workbook shows the application of something called a tax gross up for the PTC and ITC. Is that
Right.
correct?
Right.
And could you explain what a tax gross up is?
Broadly, it's ensuring the full amount of the tax credit is recognized. Tax credits come back to the company as a revenue. In order to realize the full amount, we need to gross it up by our tax amount, our tax rate. So you essentially multiply it, I believe, the base tax credit by we call it a gross up factor, which is derived from various state tax rates to get the amount that we need to account for in our modeling.
Okay. And just want to make sure before we go into confidential, I'm sticking to.
And I might be able to save you a little confidential with me, and
Yeah.
because I think that discussion more specifically, especially with regards to the exhibit you referenced to 162,
Yes.
is going to be something that witness Haratim will be better suited to talk directly to, because those are going to come straight from the Aurora model and what Charles River had to do to transform inputs into a model input.
Okay, great. I will save the rest of my questions for him in
Okay,
that case.
all right.
Thank you very much.
I've seen it before, council. Somebody really claims that somebody else can answer all the questions. I think, Ms. Koenig already indicated she didn't have any questions. Staff, questions for this witness?
Yes, we do. I just want to talk just generally about the initial selection of the supply side resources that we're discussing in the IRP and how those resources were chosen, just the process that was involved and who was involved. So I guess, were you involved in the process of choosing the supply side resources that would be modeled?
I was involved in the overall process, yes.
How did it work? How did it start out, and then how did you get from where you started to the point where you had the list of resources with the various constraints that you were going to include in the model?
Yeah, the core of our screening exercise would be rooted with EIA's assessment EIA does a pretty thorough assessment on a screening on different technologies and types of resources. It's rooted in AEO's outlook. Sergeant Lundy does a lot of the detailed work behind all the different, a whole series of different types of resources, and it covers, not only nuclear, but various types of gas resources, solar and wind, and many other additional types. We'll start from there, and then we'll start to look at it in terms of what the costs are. We'll do some forward-looking projections, try to screen it in terms of what do these resources start to look like for eligible tax credits, so we can start to distill down types of resources that are going to be potentially selected, some estimates. Some of the larger resources that may not fit into the screening, maybe the first level of screening, such as a coal plant where there's a large, $8,000-9,000 just base capital cost, and then you've got some more other costs to build new coal plants and all. Those would be an example of, we would look at those, but then ultimately we would distill that out and maybe not carry that forward into the actual offering into the model. Other resources like the combined cycles, there's options in there with combined cycles with a carbon sequestration option on it. There are resources in there for different nuclear types of alternatives. We want to bring in a mix of resources that gives us different sizes of block, we'll call them block sizes, but different sizes. So different gas resources can be as small as 20 megawatts. You can go as high as the 2x1 combined cycle, it's going to be over 1,000 megawatts. We've got the different solar, the wind. Now storage is starting to come into the picture, and now we're getting to even for this IRP, we only had a 4-hour storage, for instance, and I think we're evolving to start adding more hours of storage. So we're going to look at all that, look at different tax credits, start to get a sense of where they line up in terms of cost and performance, and then build that up as a series of resources for the model to select from. So,
and who is we? Is it just particularly your group, or are there multiple groups involved?
There's multiple groups. We use, we have, the Service Corporation also has an engineering organization where I get a lot of technical input and support. They start to provide me further insights to different performance, different heat rates, different detailed engineering analysis into that help into the analysis. So as we leverage their expertise into the different technology types, we look at EIA's information. Charles River, in the case of this IRP, also offered additional insights into other third-party resources that offered information for us to consider when we started looking at some of the longer duration storage, for instance. We would bring all that together, and then we want to talk to Kentucky Power. And this goes back to an earlier conversation I had, is I really can't ask Charles River in this process to initiate any modding until I've got a real review and concurrence with Kentucky Power, so they understand the potential for different resource selections that could come out of this model, and why we're suggesting them, and where the value is, and what's the give and take of each of the resources. They all have a purpose and a value component to them. And so we'll do some screening, and we'll talk that over with Kentucky Power, and then that's how that decision is made, and then we proceed to the model.
And before you take it to Kentucky Power, do you all have specific screening criteria, or is it more of like an ad hoc screening where you're kind of removing some things for qualitative reasons and other things because they're duplicative? How is that process?
It'll be primarily, there's a cost base on it, and there's a type base that we're trying to make sure we can cover in the model. We want the model to have a diverse set. We don't want it to only have gas. We don't want it to only have nuclear. We don't want it to only have renewables. We need a diverse set of resources. So we are looking for what I would call a more typical type of a resource that is cost-effective, that is representative of what we are most likely going to be able to find in the market and to transact on. So that's going to be a foundational, maybe that's a qualitative perspective of what we think is we can transact on.
But would you have specific like written criteria, or?
I don't have a specific written criteria for this, no, sir.
And then when you take it to Kentucky Power, what is that like? You take them, I guess, more resources than were ultimately placed in the IRP and discuss those resources with them, and then there's more, I guess, selection or culling of the list at that point?
Yeah, the list was, by the time we would take it to Kentucky Power, there will be some, for instance, we may actually present to them a coal option, a coal with carbon sequestration option. For Kentucky Power, we may talk actively on that and suggest that, that is something we may screen out of the model input because of both size and complexity, and does it fit within the portfolio and where we want it to go at this point. So we might talk with Kentucky Power in that context for the different types of resources. For some of the gas resources, as an example, there's many different configurations of combined cycles we could consider. All right, we can consider 2 and 3 combustion turbines with different steam heat recovery generators. You could consider the 1x1 like we did here with Kentucky Power because of the sizing component of this. The aeroderivatives, there's a slew of different alternatives on aeroderivatives. We need to find something that is representative of the broad market. So we aren't going to try to be vendor specific, but we want to try to look at different resources that are representative both in terms of size and cost and performance. And that's where we use our engineering team to help us cull down maybe 3 or 4 different aeroderivatives into saying this particular aeroderivative is representative and we can work with that one. And then we'll present that and talk with Kentucky Power specifically as an example.
And who makes the ultimate decision regarding what resources are included in the modeling?
It still has to come back from Kentucky Power. Kentucky Power is relying on me to advise, much like we do in the analysis, to advise and represent and to provide them some suggestions, but ultimately the decision has to come from Kentucky Power to concur for us to proceed.
Thank you. Just with respect to a couple specific resources, I know the natural gas combined cycle, they were limited to a 1,083 megawatt unit and a 418 megawatt unit. I know there's, as you mentioned, there's various sizes. There's a recent, I think LG&E's was about 600 megawatts. Was there a particular reason why you limited it to the 1,083 and the 418 as opposed to kind of considering a broader range of sizes?
I think the primary reason for this particular IRP was that was well supported in terms of public information. That was vetted and validated in terms of cost and performance as a base set of assumptions. There are other configurations that can be considered. They used an H-class combustion turbine, for instance, on the combined cycles, which is the more advanced, larger size combustion turbines. There are other combustion turbines similar to the combustion turbines we selected for this IRP, which we call the F-class, which are a little bit smaller, maybe not quite as efficient as H-class, but they also offer more modularity. And they also have the flexibility to get converted to a combined cycle configuration as well. So that may come in instead of 1,000 megawatts, if it's a 2x1, where you have 2 combustion turbines and a heat recovery, a HRSG we'll call it, generator. That two on one system for an F class may come in the 700 to 800 megawatt range as opposed to 1,000 megawatt for a H class. So we didn't include that. We still felt like in this IRP we had the larger one, we had the 418 as a good indicative case or resource to select for Kentucky Power's needs.
would it add a significant time to the modeling runs to, say, add a 600 megawatt natural gas combined cycle and an 800 megawatt natural gas combined cycle, and kind of just see, you know, if the model selects, you know, those various sizes? How much time would that add to the modeling run?
If we're only adding one resource or two, you know, a couple resources, it likely doesn't impact the modeling. And I think Witness or Autumn could verify that. I think it's when we get into adding dozens of resources, we begin to get concerned. That's when you can get into multiple days for the runs, because the model's really got to go through those permutations to make those decisions. So, you know, we need to try to keep that down to a manageable size, and that's a motivation for us to do a pre-screen before we put everything into the model.
With respect to the simple cycle combustion turbines, there was a constraint of 720 megawatts, I guess, total that the model was allowed to select. What was the, I guess, thinking behind placing that constraint on the model?
Broadly speaking, when we looked at the capacity needs assessment, the company didn't need, it was going to have to rebuild its portfolio out over into the future to the tune of about 1,000 megawatts as Big Sandy would run its course and so forth. We wanted to ensure a diverse portfolio. We didn't want to necessarily have a portfolio that was single fuel, single type. There is, we believe, benefit in diversity. We didn't find the 720 to be binding. My instinct is if the model had run up against that that limit, we might have had some additional conversations with Kentucky to Power to test that a bit further.
I just wanted you to take a look. Do you have the IRP in front of you?
I do.
I was looking at page 90 of the IRP, and it is the section that's talking about the simple cycle combustion turbines.
Okay.
I was looking at table 6, which is at the top of page 90, and the VOM, and that's the variable operation and maintenance cost. Is that correct?
Yes.
That cost of, is that 62 cents per megawatt, or per megawatt hour?
That's for the variable O&M, yes.
Okay. And there's a footnote there, and it's 17, it says, start cost of 79 megawatt as applied additional to VOM for natural gas combustion turbine. What is that referring to?
Yeah, to clarify, VOM, that's variable O&M. For the simple cycle combustion turbine, that is going to most likely be dispatched economically with more frequent starts and stops, which impacts the cost of this. So there's a base variable O&M associated with I don't think it's necessarily fuel, it's other consumables, I'll call it. But then there also needs to be a recognition of the startup cost each time this combustion turbine starts up. And we don't want to deny that. We need to recognize that as part of the whole economic selection of different resources. So in the model, we apply an assumption of $79 per megawatt for each time the unit is actually started up, so that we capture that cost as well, as compared to something like a combustion or a combined cycle that probably doesn't cycle much. It's going to stay on and run more. You're not going to see that kind of frequency startup cost, so you won't have that kind of a factor on the combined cycle.
I wanted to look at table 7, which is on the next page, page 91, and the variable operation and maintenance expense for, I apologize, that's the aeroderivative.
Yeah.
I wanted to go to the natural gas combined cycle, which is on page 88.
Yep.
And the variable operation and maintenance expense for that is, for the single shaft is $267 per megawatt hour.
Yes.
I guess I was curious why the variable O&M for the simple cycle was so low? Because the natural gas combined cycle is more efficient, correct?
It would be more efficient on a MMBTU, yes.
So would you typically expect that the variable cost for the natural gas or for the simple cycle combustion turbine would be higher than the variable cost for the natural gas combined cycle?
I can't think through the details of all the components behind the variable O&M on this for the combined cycle. What I can say is that the combined cycle is still going to incur some cost as you bring it up online. There will be a higher amount on a per megawatt hour basis. I'm trying to think through all the details of that's behind the variable O&M, and I can't come up with the details on it. I know that when on the combustion turbine, we extract out those startup costs, which if you were to try to make some assumption of number of starts and embed that into a variable O&M, you're going to see a much higher $4, most likely in the $4 or $5 range is my best guess, initial guess.
Still have an appreciation for what you're saying. So you have startup costs. Startup costs are just incurred once, regardless of the number of hours it runs, right?
That's correct.
Great. Then you have variable O&M, and do you intend on conveying those as being variable based on the number of starts, variable based on the number of hours, or a combination of the two, depending on the unit's operation?
For the simple cycle, it would not be variable based on the number of starts. The value we had is the 63 cents is not variable based on the number of starts. It's based on the energy production, right? So now we've got a larger startup cost that gets embedded when it gets called on for the economic dispatch. So that's 79 times 240, I'll say. So that's a big slug right off the bat. And then you've got this 63 cents per megawatt hour of variable expenses, costs associated with the production from that combustion turbine. Comparatively, on the combined cycle, we aren't imposing a startup cost because the combined cycle is going to most likely get up and run and stay running more consistently, more stable. So there's really not a startup cost to incur, to recognize, but we've got this variable cost that's a little bit higher.
So insofar as there are recurring capital costs based on the number of starts, that's reflected in the startup costs.
You said recurring capital costs, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
it's not a capital cost.
Well, so that's what I'm trying to ask about. As a general matter, steam units have recurring capital overhauls on like a coal plant might do 8-year cycle.
Yes.
Is that your understanding?
Yes, and the gas plants will have turbine overhauls, and yes.
And that's what I want to ask about is that turbine overhauls are not necessarily a reflection of the number of years that have been passed, but are a reflection of how the asset has actually been utilized. The number of starts, the run time, the throttling, whatever it is. It's far more about, with a CT, the operation of the facility than it is the time has passed since the last time it was looked at. Would you agree?
Yeah, it'll be more on the run hours.
And that's what I'm trying to have an appreciation for is where in the modeling is that reflection of the recurring capital costs of an overhaul based on run hours. If it's not in VOM, which it's not O&M, so it's not in VOM, right?
That's what I'm not precisely clear where we were going to be encompassing the additional costs related to those gas turbine overhauls, those maintenance costs that have to be incurred on a run hour basis.
Okay.
Right.
Are you sure that it's not in the startup costs?
I'm not convinced. I'm not entirely sure it's not. I don't think it is, but
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure.
So if it's not in the startup costs, it's not in the VOM because it's not a O&M expense, where would you have included it?
Well, that's the question. I'd have to go back in and look at the work paper to find out if they've embedded that. Even though the turbine overhaul may have been considered maybe a capital maintenance project, decided to figure out if they included that, those types of costs, is that levelized out into part of the variable O&M or not? I don't know whether I'm sitting here talking to you now.
Okay, so separately, and I'll let Mr. Bellamy take over in a second, separately with the combined cycle, when you model those, the CTs, there's a turbine involved in that, right?
Yes, sir.
And there's also a steam cycle.
Yes.
Does the steam portion, is that recurring based on the number of years? The overhaul,
Is
large
the
capital overhaul?
What is the cycle of the overhaul for the steam generator versus the turbine, the gas
Yeah,
turbine?
I guess what I'm asking is are both of them included separately insofar as there's consideration to the ramping of the unit on an economic basis and the ramping's impact on the same thing we talked about a second ago, the impact that has on a turbine and its need for recurring capital maintenance?
Yeah, I am very uncertain how to articulate the details of what's in the variable O&M, just to be expressly direct on that. I know there's a good narrative that I can refer back to, Sergeant Lundy's discussion on what's baked into this and going back and looking at some other resources. But as I'm sitting here talking to you, I can't give you a great definition. I don't know if Witness Horadam can give me a better backup for that, unfortunately.
And so my last question on this is, the operation of facilities, once chosen by, like you all put in, these are the, please go and see how this thing operates and what its cost is over a 15-year time horizon, right? It's my understanding from the testimony here that you all permit the units to be dispatched economically as if it's just an energy resource in the PJM market. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, we let the model economically dispatch it to the Kentucky Power load.
Well, that's why I want to make sure I have an appreciation for it.
Okay.
Is it being run as if it's part of the PJM universe, or is it being run as if it's part of exclusively the Kentucky Power universe?
No, it would essentially be run as part of the PJM universe. So as part of the economic dispatch, it's also looking at what is the market energy cost versus our own, maybe that self-scheduled, or not scheduled, but the combustion turbine or the specific gas resource. If the market energy is more favorable for ratepayers, then the model would go to the market energy for those hours.
Yeah, but think about it. I mean, as a Kentucky Power system, for instance, if you had 800 megawatts of solar, and it got to be 8:30, 9 o'clock at night this time of year, you would have less production in solar, and you would need to ramp up necessarily units to meet that, right?
You would have to, yes.
But that would require your units that can ramp to ramp at that exact time. But if it's if you're, instead of doing it on a standalone utility basis, if you're doing it as the PJM universe, you would still need the ramping once 800 megawatts of solar in the whole scheme of 155,000 megawatts, the whole 155,000 megawatts of PJM. When the 800 megawatts of solar stop production, there will need to be a corresponding amount of megawatts or megawatt hour ramping, correct?
There would need to be a corresponding amount of megawatts to fill the 800 that dropped. Whether or not it comes from the combustion turbine or the market, I don't know that answer.
And that's what I want to make sure. The fact that you do it in a PJM universe means that is very different than if it was dispatched on a standalone Kentucky Power basis, correct?
It would be different because we have that other potential for low-cost energy.
There are other economic alternatives other than the fictional system you've created for Kentucky Power.
Other than the system that a hard resource that Kentucky Power might own, yes, there's other alternatives as part of PJM, yeah.
Mr. Bellamy?
And I might follow up with the next witness about this question, but if he's unable to answer, I think I would probably do just a post-hearing data request and kind of ask for an explanation of the difference and what's in both of those costs to give you a chance to look at it. But Looking at page 144 of the IRP, and I was looking at figure 66, which is sort of just a table, kind of a flow chart showing how the modeling was conducted. And I just wanted to point you to that for reference, because I just had some questions about how the process. So you've got the Aurora portfolio module here on the left, that left cylinder. And my understanding is that that's effectively referring to the capacity expansion modeling, or what you refer to as the optimization or capacity optimization. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can say I can talk generally to this, and witness Haradam can add additional detail, just to make sure we manage. But yes, to your, what your question was, is that Aurora model would do the original capacity expansion and identify those different portfolios of resources, yes.
And there was kind of some discussion of reference portfolios, or the 5 portfolios, but it started out as 5 scenarios. Is that correct?
Yes, there's 2 components. We'll do a regional analysis that witness Haradam can further explain, and then once we understand that regional analysis, we want to move that in more towards what I'll call the local analysis, the Kentucky Power, where we assess it relative to the Kentucky Power loads. And that's more what this image would be representing.
Okay. So I actually did have that question. I wasn't clear if the regional analysis and the Kentucky Power specific optimization were done together, but they were done separately.
They were done separately, actually.
And Mr. Harada would have be able to explain the PJM optimization.
Yes, he can provide you more detail as far as how the PJM market was modeled and the relative resource mix in the PJM that's behind the associated energy and capacity prices.
Okay. So at this point, you've already got the PJM optimization complete, and
yes,
that's an input at this point.
That's correct.
And so you've got the 5 scenarios: the reference case, the reference high cost, the clean energy technology advancement, enhancement carbon regulation, and then no carbon regulation. And,
yes,
and those kind of start out as the scenarios that you're going to put into the Aurora capacity optimization model, correct?
That's correct.
And then you've run that, and then that spits out the 5 portfolios that go by the same name.
That's correct.
The reference case portfolio.
That's correct.
And so on. And then I think those were the 5 you started with, and then you had 2 more that were run at the request of stakeholders that were sort of discussed earlier. It was the natural gas combined cycle, where you locked that in and then ran the capacity optimization.
Yes.
And then you had the no wind and then ran the capacity optimization.
That's correct.
And with respect to the natural gas combined cycle, you explained that to Mr. Kurtz. Where you locked in the natural gas combined cycle and then let the model fill in everything else. Was it effectively the same with the wind? Oh wait, let me go back with the natural gas combined cycle run. Was it essentially the reference case with natural gas combined cycle locked in?
That's exactly what it was. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And the wind was the reference case where you basically prohibited it from selecting wind.
Yeah, we did not allow the wind to be an option for selection in the model. Like we talked earlier, could we add more resources for the optimization model to select? We could, right? But at the same time, we could also remove them. And in this case, we removed wind to see what the optimization would look like if we didn't have wind as an alternative.
Okay. All right, there's a couple of questions here about PJM. I'll skip those and save them for Mr. Harada. With respect to the optimization, or the capacity optimization that was done on this first step of the Aurora model, can you just kind of give me an explanation in general terms what it was solving for?
I'll give you a discussion, and then witness Haradam can verify with me and back me up on this, or adjust anything I might tell you. So I'll offer it that way. So when we offer, we have a set number, we have our resources, we know what the cost, the VOM and the FOM, and we'll have some assumed capacity factors and some other analysis in there. And the model is going to try to look at all the different permutations, being able to forecast out over the full life of these resources simultaneously. So that's really part of the benefit of these complex models. It can have, we call it perfect foresight. So it can add all these different permutations together to solve for a least cost portfolio. So our objective, we call it an objective function, and really it's the mathematical analysis that's going on within the computer to solve the mix of different resources that actually can meet the capacity obligations, meet any energy constraints that we have, and any other boundaries, we'll call them, that we apply within the model. So taking into account or subject to any resource limits, any dispatch limits, any other items we want or identify as needed in the model. So that's what the model is trying to solve for at a least cost basis, selecting solar, wind, different gas resources, storage, taking into account the federal tax credits, taking into account the marginal value of any energy, and coming up with a portfolio of resources.
And that's basically what I understood. I understand there were other constraints placed on it, and it had to obviously meet those conditions, but ultimately it's solving for, I guess, least cost.
Yes.
Based on the constraints that were placed on the various resources in the model itself.
That's correct.
The question that I had, and you kind of alluded to this, you said it looked at the cost of the resources over the life of the resources. Is it solving for the least cost within the planning period?
No, it's solving it with the assumption of each resource can run for its full life from the moment that it would be added. So if a resource gets added in 2034, so I'll use the gas resources. A new gas resource, the combustion turbines would get added in 2029 in this particular plan. That gas resource is going to be looked out at for 30 years. It's a 30-year resource. So it's not looking at, so it's trying to calculate the least cost, assuming that it's going to run for the full 30 years.
And I understand that, like it's basically looking at the revenue requirement effect of each resource. Is that correct?
I think that's a good characterization.
And so when it's looking at a particular, like a gas resource, and you're talking about a 30-year resource, it's going to include depreciation based on a 30-year useful life, which would, essentially divide the capital cost by 30, and then each year you'd have that. And then, is that correct?
It is. It also has other components put into it for, we would call it a carrying charge. It's a value we put in, so it includes the depreciation, it includes rates of return, taxes, and other things in it.
Yeah, and I understand that. It has the carrying charge, and I was kind of going to get to that. The carrying charge for a high capital cost asset, in the beginning of its life, it's going to be more expensive, but as it goes on in its life, it will get cheaper. Is that correct? Because of the carrying cost and because the balance of the rate base associated with that asset is decreasing over the life of the asset.
From a cost of service perspective, you're right. There's a declining, I think would you say that's the declining rate base as it depreciates? Is that what, I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but
yes.
In our modeling, I don't think we do that entirely. It would be more of a simplified depreciation assumption. So our carrying charge is going to be a fixed value that would go for the life. So your depreciation component of a carrying charge would be, called a straight line depreciation, divided by the number of years of the life.
And I understand the depreciation will be straight line, but you're saying that the carrying cost, like the cost of capital each year, is not decreasing based on the decreasing net plant service associated with that asset?
In the initial optimization, I don't think we have I'll say the reassessment of year 2 or year 3. What's the current capital basis to depreciate from? I don't think it's incorporating that into the whole mix. The carrying charge would be more of a simplifying component factor that we apply for each of the different resources. So each resource is going to have a different carrying charge, right, based on its life. So a longer life resource, its carrying charge rate is going to be likely lower than something that's going to have a shorter life, but a cost. So your rate would be a higher rate, even though maybe your number, your base number that it would be applied by is smaller.
So are you averaging the carrying cost over the life of the asset to get a flat carrying cost to use for the modeling?
Yeah, we have a single carrying charge rate that we apply to each resource type for each resource. And I want to be careful about saying average, make sure, because we just use a single value.
You mean a percentage that you're applying?
A percentage applied that incorporates, you know, the depreciation over the life, and then the return and taxes and some other things in it.
And is that single value being applied to the same capital costs each year, so that carrying cost would be the same each year?
Yes.
In the model?
As I understand it, yes.
Okay.
So I want to clarify. I know the council used average, but is levelized a more accurate description since you take issue with the idea of average? No.
I didn't mean to laugh at you. It's, when you look at, we would end up doing a levelized number once we looked at the whole series of cost over the 30 years, for instance. So each year we've got your cost, and then we would look at it at what's the sum total after 30 years and what the associated energy and levelized, and that's how we would get to our levelized number.
So it's your total nominal, you take your total nominal cost
Yep.
throughout the entire time period. You've got your initial upfront cost, and then you've got your cost in between, right? Is that correct?
The cost in between, let's break it down in parts for me if you don't mind. The total nominal is, if it's, I don't know, $1,000 per kW times, if I use that number, times a carrying charge, and there's a capital component of the total cost we have to incorporate. We also have fixed O&M that we have to incur every year, right? And then the variable cost, and we would do that over the life. So your carrying charge, your capital cost would be the same for the full 30 years each year. So, because it's a fixed value.
Your return of and your return of and return on is levelized over the entirety of the period.
I think so. I think that's right.
And would Mr. Harada have more details on this?
I think Mr. Harada can add more depth to how all that was represented and the associated carrying charges as well.
So I'll ask him, and then to the extent that we need a follow-up, I might do a post-hearing, but
right.
Thank you for that. I do have a couple more. I'm almost finished. At the resource optimization step, so at this first Aurora step, did the model accounted for the possibility that Kentucky Power wouldn't have sufficient native generation or, own generation or generation under contract to serve their load, and in that instance, it would go to the market to purchase the energy needed. Is that correct?
I want to make sure there's two, I think there were two questions. So the optimization is going to be looking first for the capacity obligation. And then, and for the capacity obligation, we've got to bring resources to meet our PJM obligations. And that could mean firm resources, and in this case, and especially in the early years, it could mean contracted resources in some context. Then in addition to that, we're also trying to make sure we can solve to serve our energy requirements as well. Mm-hmm. And to serve that energy, that's where the economic dispatch happens. So the models economically dispatching Kentucky Power's owned resources or supplying it from the PJM set of resources we're eligible, that the Kentucky Power ratepayers can be served from to meet its loads as well.
And that's all taking place in this first part, the first cylinder here on figure 66, correct? And it's selecting the portfolio along with the market purchases that would be the least cost. Is that?
Yes, I think so, and I think I'm gonna have to ask Mr. Rodham to give a little bit more detail as far as how much is done during the capacity optimization versus, and then when we transition over to the financial analysis
Okay.
for the rest of it. I'll need to have him explain a bit more, resolution to
Okay.
the details.
And I had a couple more questions. If any of these questions they should go to him, just tell me. But the question I had with respect to the modeling of the energy purchases, if you had solar and the model knows that your winter load is going to be X, and it's going to the market to make market purchases, does that during this Aurora resource optimization step, is the model adjusting market energy prices based on projected demand and resource availability within PJM?
I don't know if I can answer that entirely.
If you want to defer to Mr. Harada, that's fine.
I might need to defer to Mr. Haradam on this because of all the wheels that are getting meshed within Aurora. That's where I'm starting to get a little uncomfortable how much is actually happening in the Aurora model. So I apologize, but
oh, it's totally fine.
appreciate
I'm just trying to understand
Yeah.
how the model's working, and so I'll ask him that question. And just at this point, I just want to assume we're beyond that first Aurora resource optimization step, and we now have the portfolios for the various scenarios. And at that point, we're moving to the financial model and also applying the assessment criteria. And do you have it was KIUC Exhibit 1.
Okay.
I was just gonna point to this just as a quick reference. And the fourth page on that is a table. It's from page 76 of your IRP, but it's just the table showing the evaluation and performance of the various portfolios.
Right.
With the assessment criteria. And I'm really looking at the first two, the short-term 5-year cost and the long-term 5-year CPW.
Mhm.
And those costs are essentially coming from the revenue requirement calculations in that financial module step here, the second cylinder on figure 66, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, number one, I think I know the answer to this because I'm now looking at this. It says those are both done on the reference case.
Yes.
Okay. I hadn't seen that earlier, but and that revenue requirement effective each portfolio in each year. And then manipulating those numbers in some way, but you're doing it in each year. So the first year you have the full capital cost, with the carrying cost and the depreciation. The next year, the capital costs are slowly declining. Is that correct?
I think that's true, and witness Haradam can speak more to the specific work papers behind these, but I believe what you're describing is accurate.
And that's why with the 15-year, if for a large or for a unit that's does have a high capital cost, that's going in 2030 and you're going out 15 years in 2023, that would only have about 7 or 8 years to depreciate, by the end of this analysis. Is that correct?
If in fact it was only, if we were truncating the full depreciation or truncating the depreciation at the end of the planning horizon in the IRP, I don't believe that's actually what happened in this revenue requirements. I believe that the financial analysis, encompasses the full life of the resource and the full depreciation. But I think witness Haradam will be able to talk more specifically about the work papers behind these values.
Okay, because my understanding was that they just did the revenue requirement calculation each year for 15 years and then stopped at that point.
Yeah,
and then kind of added those values up. But you're saying you think it went out further?
I think they assessed the full depreciation of the resource into the total CPW here. Even though we're talking about a 15-year CPW, I think we're still assessing the full value or the full depreciation of each resource.
I'll ask Mr. Harada. This question was sort of asked of another witness to some extent, and I think I know the answer, but with respect to going back to looking at resources, in this case there was, you all didn't reach out, to any other utilities in Kentucky Power's service area or adjacent to it regarding, potentially, going together on any particular resource. Is that correct?
We didn't have a specific dialogue with any other utility partner to prescribe a particular resource. Was that your question?
Yeah. Did you kind of investigate either with those utilities or through just your own investigation the possibility of partnering with them regarding a particular resource?
We didn't do anything direct because we just don't know where those might actually be, both in terms of location and potential. So, and I think it got referred to earlier, like you said, to establish that one of the options was in fact, using that 1x1 as a proxy for a shared ownership for, say maybe a 1,000 megawatt combined cycle, where Kentucky Power doesn't necessarily need 1,000 megawatts to meet its capacity obligation on a combined cycle, but the 1x1 could serve as a proxy for that if you did a shared ownership, 50% partnership on that size of a unit, for instance. So that's what we did. That was the assumption we made for the purpose of this IRP, but we didn't have anything specific partner that we had engaged on.
Do you, as part of either planning for this IRP or other IRPs for Kentucky Power, review the IRPs and or IRP reports for other utilities in Kentucky?
Occasionally we do. I haven't read them specifically ahead of this particular IRP.
And I guess, would it surprise you that several other, I guess smaller utilities in Kentucky, well, I don't want to say smaller, but utilities that might have less of a need, had indicated in their IRPs that, they might have some interest in partnerships with other entities?
You had asked, would it surprise me? At this point, I don't know. With our industry and the transformation that we're going through in our industry, it's hard to say, suggest if anything doesn't surprise me anymore, what we get to recognize now.
With respect to you know, one of the costs that you talked about was the carrying cost, and obviously with Kentucky Power, any investor and utility, you're going to have the debt cost and the cost of equity, you know, together in that carrying cost, and for a large resource, that can be relatively significant. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And obviously, well, are you familiar with the financing opportunities available to electric generation and transmission cooperatives?
I'm not familiar with them in any detail. No, sir.
Are you familiar with the fact that they typically do have lower financing costs?
Not directly. If that's what you're telling me, then I'd have to.
Do you know where East Kentucky Power is located in relation to Kentucky Power Service Territory?
Specifically, I can't visualize the map of their territory, no.
And I'm almost finished. I was going to page 240 of the IRP. And there's a table on that page that I just had a couple quick questions about. There's a column, and it just says energy surplus. It's the fourth column from the right.
Yes.
And it's positive in some and then negative in others.
Yes.
And this is the preferred plan in the reference scenario. I guess I was wondering, would it be possible to break that energy surplus out by month based on the way that this table was produced to determine, you know, when it occurred and whether it was occurring in winter versus summer and how they were netting out?
Yeah, I'd have to look at the work paper behind this. Witness Harada might be able to offer more details. He helped compile, his team helped compile this. So I don't know in terms of the, you know, the complexity associated with breaking it out by month, understand.
I'll ask him, and then
Okay.
to the extent that it's possible, I'll do a post-hearing data request for that. And just one more series of quick questions. The IRP at page 40, and this had to do with the load. I don't know if you heard that earlier. You know, around page 43 or 45, there's a discussion of 7 load scenarios, and then there's discussion of the high, the low, and then the base, and an indication that the load would be in between the high and the low. Do you know where the high and the low, or if the high and the low load scenarios, as well as the base load scenario, where they tie into the 5 scenarios that you all ran?
Yes. The reference case and everything with the reference case would have been the base.
Okay, that's all.
That makes reasonable sense. Then we have, there's the enhanced carbon regulation and the CETA, we call it, the clean energy technology, would use the high and the low loads as the measures.
So which one used, do you know which one used which?
Let's see, I believe it, the enhanced carbon regulation actually had the higher loads, the high load, and then the clean energy technology had the low loads, I believe is what we modeled under.
That was all the questions I had.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Are you the best person to ask about the? I know this is a loaded question because every witness you ask that says no. Somebody else is definitely the best person to ask that. But are you the best person to discuss the determination or consideration of quote rate stability in choosing the best plan to achieve Kentucky Power's IRP objectives? There are 4 categories that that were used as on a scorecard for the preferred plan results. Do you remember that?
Yeah, we actually only had 3. I think in the IRP, I think I found an error where it had a narrative that said there were 4, but in fact we had 3 rate stability metrics in the scorecard.
Oh yeah, no, there were 3 rate stability metrics, but there were 4 metrics
Okay,
4 metrics overall: customer affordability, rate stability,
yes,
maintaining reliability, and load impacts and sustainability.
yes,
All right. So for rate stability, scenario range was the high minus the low, the delta of the 2 bookends, right?
that's correct.
Great. Second was cost risk. This is RR, that's revenue requirement.
Yes.
Okay. Revenue requirement increase in reference case, 95th minus 50th percentile.
Yes.
Walk me through that for a moment.
Yeah, I'll start walking you through it, and if we need details, then Mr. Haradam can maybe back up. But that is really the stochastics. We did a stochastics analysis. Charles River did a simulation where there were 250 different iterations where they changed different variables: gas, market prices, I think solar and wind curves. Through that simulation, came out with different portfolio cost, and that this is the result analysis between the median cost of all those 250 runs and the 95th percentile of those runs. This is the associated cost risk, what we could potentially realize.
Great. The next one is market exposure.
Yes.
It's described as net sales as percentage of portfolio load scenario average.
Yes.
That is a reference to 2037, a summer and a winter percentage. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. The scenario reference are the 250 scenarios you were just discussing?
In the market exposure, it's not the 250, no, sir.
Okay. What universe of scenarios does the market exposure represent?
The Charles River ended up, I believe they dispatched it under each portfolio against each scenario set of conditions. So the reference case would have been dispatched under reference the base, but then under an ECR future and under a future regional position where clean energy technology was the case. So we have those 5 different futures that we would dispatch the portfolios, and then we're looking at the average of how much we're leaning on the sales relative to portfolio load. So that's the net sales as the portfolio load, the average across all 5 of those dispatches for each one.
A portfolio in which results in a positive percentage is one in which the utility is selling more energy than it's consuming, right?
Yes, correct.
And the negative numbers are a portfolio in which the utility is consuming, is a net purchaser of electricity.
It could be a net purchaser.
And that's relative to, it's not relative to anything, it's just relative to its own internal demand, right?
And relative to its internal demand, yes.
Okay. So if it's 30% winter, then it's selling 30% more energy than it's consuming in winter in 2037.
On an average basis, yes, sir.
On an average basis across those scenarios.
Yes.
Just so I have an appreciation, I think I understand the scenario range. I think I have an appreciation for the cost risk. Given the scenario range and the cost risk, what's the purported benefit of looking at the market exposure?
So our position is that we want to be able to rely on PJM as a resource, but we don't want to over-rely on PJM as a resource. There's upside and downside for an over-reliance, but it does serve our customers well from being able to rely on them to serve energy. So we're trying to balance and mitigate risk, if you will, from an over-reliance on the market, both in terms of purchases, but also in terms of sales. Sales could be misrepresenting to the context of maybe we're recognizing too much energy value margin from an overabundance of sales into the market that may not be able to absorb it, or maybe the prices aren't where we modeled them to materialize. So we want to mitigate some of that risk in the portfolio. So that's why it's important for us to stay focused on this. We want to rely on the market, but we don't want to have an I'll call it, I guess this becomes subjective, but an over-reliance on the market.
Yeah, well, and so do you all have a rule of thumb in this regard as it relates to market exposure for what is an unreasonable risk both ways? Either the revenue requirement is reflective of far too much excess sales, you turn into a competitive generator effectively, or the other side of you're trying to use your terms here, you're too dependent on purchases, net purchases. Do you all have a rule of thumb of what may be a reasonable collar there for what may exceed the risk tolerances of Kentucky Power or other AEP entities that do this?
Yeah, for this IRP, we look to keep it within a 30% net sales or purchases. We were looking to try to keep our modeling within that 30% range. So that was a number, and I don't know if it's fully substantiated yet, admittedly, but we needed to have a number here and know that we wanted to model some flexibility. Again, this is also some balance of, we don't want a model be too constrained, but we don't want to just to let it run free.
Okay.
So we used 30% net in this analysis. We continue to look at it.
So, just so I have an appreciation here, would you all put that constraint on it to say every dollar in excess of 30% that's reflected in net sales at 33%, that incremental 3% should not be a credit back to the revenue requirement? Is that what you're saying, that you would consider that and make sure that, like, if your preferred portfolio is the cheapest, but it's at 33% for both summer and winter, right? Would it be reasonable to then, if 30% is your risk tolerance, to say, what's the revenue requirement relative to the other options if we carve off that extra 3% of revenues from off-system sales to get within our risk tolerance? Is that what, would that not be reasonable?
I don't think we would have done it that way. For the purpose of an IRP, I think if we didn't want it to go beyond 30%, we would have to make sure it didn't go beyond 30%, so we get a result in an IRP. Is it reasonable, though? I don't know how to answer that,
Okay.
whether that's reasonable.
So let me ask, do you know what Kentucky Power's market exposure is today?
I don't know the number off right now. I'd have to look at the FERC forms.
But that's something that should be readily available based on the FERC Form 1, right?
I think so.
It's just a subtraction and division problem, right?
I think it's a FERC Form 1 set of information.
Okay. And then the Mitchell capacity mid-year situation, are you the best person to talk to about that? The questions I had for Mr., I guess a continuation of the questions I asked Mr. West as it relates to how it was modeled?
The mid-year, yeah, I think Mr. Maybe we can ask the question. I'll see if I can help you.
So you all, the model made Kentucky Power buy enough capacity to replace Mitchell in 2028, the 2028-2029 delivery year, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But let's just assume Mitchell stayed part of the AEP East zone. If Kentucky Power didn't get to use that and instead had to purchase the entirety in that year, but stayed in the AEP East zone,
yeah,
did the model assume nobody got that 700 plus megawatts of Mitchell, or they just got the first 7 months free?
Well, the model didn't make any assumptions as far as who got that other 700 megawatts. We didn't make any assumptions in the modeling. Right.
Well, it's someone other than Kentucky Power had the other 700 megawatts. That's what the model represented. That Kentucky Power did not get any of those megawatts in the 28-29 delivery year, right?
We did agree, yes, we agree that the model did not assign those 700 megawatts to Kentucky Power, for sure.
And so what I'm trying to ask is, it's not a modeling problem as much as it is this is, let me withdraw that. This is a worst case scenario for the cost of the replacement capacity in 28-29 for Kentucky Power customers, in that the IRP assumes no value for that capacity for the first 7 months of delivery year. Would you agree?
I'd agree to that, yes.
All right. So directionally, it should at least be better than, assuming all else equal, $15 million cost for capacity in that year.
I mean, directionally, I think so. I think in terms of how it actually gets accounted for, I think Witness Vaughn could talk a little better on that one.
I think Witness Vaughn is the right person, but is it your understanding that, well,
Yeah.
withdraw that. Okay.
Okay.
Counsel?
Yeah, Your Honor. Thank you. Much appreciated. Just a few redirect questions. Let me go back to questions that you were asked a while ago, Mr. Solar. Let's start with the value of transmission costs as they are represented in the model. And do you recall being asked by KIUC Council about whether the model took into consideration any particular transmission costs for resources being modeled?
I do.
Okay, and if I recall correctly, you explained that the resources are generic and that there is a value associated with the resources that it's counted for. And I wanted to find out, how is that value determined? I think that was $79.
Which,
how is that transmission cost determined?
the transmission cost that we included was based on a PJM report that Brattle had developed for a generic resource within their territory. So that was the basis of what we used.
Now, it's not appropriate for purposes of the IRP modeling as opposed to the evaluation that you would have in a specific RFP?
For all things that, the types of assumptions, yes, it's appropriate. We used a generic set of resources, and we don't have location-specific resources. We don't know where these are. We don't know any other challenges. So for the purposes of an IRP, we included some costs. We thought it was important. I think it was a reasonable assumption for the purpose of this IRP.
Would it be your expectation that as to specific resources, or not in the context of the IRP, but in the context of selection of specific resources, like in practical terms, would those costs show up in the cost of the resources all in? Would that be your expectation? If you know.
Any other transmission costs, that they show up in the all-in cost?
Correct.
I think there would be some costs that would show up, but I don't know that it would be so material that it would change the direction of what we concluded here.
Right, and for the IRP purposes, the purpose of the analysis is not actually to select any specific resources, but directionally to figure out what are the optimal resources to provide service to Kentucky Power's customers. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I think that you were also asked a couple times about the collaboration with other utilities, and I think that again you indicated that the IRP analyzes it evaluates generic resources. So does the IRP analysis exclude resources that would be jointly owned?
No, not directly. The IRP, we made an assessment and a reference, I guess, for I'll say a shared ownership type of resource. I think that, and most of that comes in terms of the very large resources. So in that context, the combined cycles really fit in that role. So for this IRP, we let the one-by-one combined cycle serve as a proxy as what it would cost to do a shared ownership and maybe a large combined cycle. I think if in fact something were to come where it was a shared resource, directionally, maybe that benefits, works to a positive, effect to the overall cost. But I think directionally, we still select the same type of resources and amount of resources, which is what the optimization is first doing.
Right, regardless of whether they are jointly owned or they are owned only by Kentucky Power. Is that,
Regardless.
I'm understanding correct, okay. And there is one more thing. The IRP did not include, other than the ownership of Mitchell, which is co-owned with another utility, that it's an affiliate. Other than the Mitchell, the model, you did not have a hard assumption about any specific shared resources.
That's correct.
Okay. You were asked about the costs of Mitchell as they are reflected in the IRP. And just to understand correctly, the IRP modeling necessarily doesn't reflect how those costs would be treated in reality, very simply for the purpose of making a determination of the needs of Kentucky Power. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there another witness that could address on a practical basis how those costs would be treated? So not within the context of the IRPs, but in practice?
In practice, witness Vaughn would be able to elaborate much more clearly on that topic.
Okay. And you were asked about ELCC changes in PJM after the assumptions of the IRP essentially were determined and the IRP was performed. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And if I recall correctly, counsel for the joint interveners asked you, and you clarified that those changes in capacity values were not constrained to only wind resources or any particular one type of resource, but it also applied to lowering shift in the value accredited to, for example, gas generation. Do I recall that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Does the IRP take into consideration those fluctuations? Is that something that it's reflected in the analysis so that fluctuations like the ones that actually occurred would be taken into consideration in selecting the multiple plans?
I think, yes, I think they do. I think the IRP does do that. The fact that PJM is changing their ELCC methodology and their obligation methodology, that definition, as it stands today is different than what it was back in 2022 when we did the analysis. But everything shifted both on the supply and the demand side as well as the resource side down from where we were in 2022. So directionally, I don't expect a significant or material change to the resources that got selected in the IRP because it was I'll call it a tide effect. Everything was rising lower, so it was shifted down. Maybe not in the same percentages, but in general, it would be the same.
Okay, and just to clarify, would that be similar to the effect that in the IRP, the high carbon, the high environmental control cost scenario would be relative to, for example, changes in environmental rules? Is that something that the IRP is built to account for because we cannot predict the future?
In similar context, our ECR case that had a higher carbon burden was there to account for the unknown rules promulgation that we anticipate. We just don't know what they are. So we wanted to capture that. So where we're heading with these current EPA rules, we've got the ECR case to offer as some insight and proxy to inform us for our decision-making and some of the risks.
So for purposes of the selection of the proposed plan, this is actually what the IRP does. It accounts for things that are unknown in the future, looks at multiple scenarios, and then tries to find the set of resources that are the lowest cost to provide reliable service to customers. Is that correct?
Yes, and especially as we look at all the different portfolios and the risk around each of those different portfolios and scenarios.
I don't have any other. Thank you, Your Honor, that's it.
Is there anything else for this witness?
No, sir.
Thank you very much.
We request, Your Honor, if he may be excused.
Yep, this witness, Mr. Solar, can be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's take a short recess. So what I plan on doing is we'll take a short one now, we'll come back, we'll go for a short period of time, then we'll take I don't know, 30, 40 minutes for dinner. We'll come back and then we'll keep going. But this time of evening, we'll take much shorter breaks, but more often, just because it's already been a long day.
Your Honor, can I ask, do you have any anticipation of when we might take dinner break, just so we can plan to order in?
Yeah, probably about 7:15.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess until, let's come back at 6:20.
rushing you. Reading case number 2023-00092, electronic 2022 Integrated Resource Planning Report of Kentucky Power Company. Counsel, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you. Kentucky Power calls Thomas Haratum. He'll be presented by Mr. Garcia Santana.
Mr. Haratum, will you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, please state your name and address for the record and be seated, please.
Yeah, Thomas Haratum, business address is 401 B Street, Toronto, Ontario, Canada.
Please be seated. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Haratum, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Charles River Associates, CRA International, and my title is Associate Principal.
And in that capacity, did you provide services to Kentucky Power in association with this integrated resource plan?
Yes, that's correct.
And what were those services?
So there's a few different modules. We helped them prepare the assumptions for the IRP. We did some modeling, report preparation, then stakeholder support. So I would say broadly those are the 4 key modules.
And did you have a participation in the preparation of the IRP, either yourself or under your supervision?
Yes, yeah. So, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and did you also provide discovery responses that were prepared either by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And either as to the IRP or as to the discovery responses, if I were to ask you the same questions today, or you were to prepare the same content, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, the witness is ready for cross-examination.
Who wants to go first? Mr. West?
Hi, how are you? Do you have the IRP available to you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you turn to page 133?
My page numbers might be different than what you have, so do you have a section number maybe?
It's 6.5.2. It's page 133 of 1182. It's ELCC results.
Yeah, 6.5.2, okay. Yep, got it.
Okay, can you just read the second paragraph there?
Sure. Under the reference high cost and ECR scenarios, solar ELC values decline from the current 54% value to levels near 26% by 2037, falling over time in line with the increments of new solar added in each case. Less solar is added in the NCR case, driven by lower commodity and energy prices, hence ELCC declines to around 28% value by 2037. While NCR scenario represents an upper bound, the CETA case sets the lower bound at 23%. Under the CETA scenario, capital costs are lower for renewable resources, leading to more and earlier additions. Similar to solar, storage ELC values vary across scenarios ranging from 66 to 80% by 2037. For wind, ELCC varies ELC varies the least with a uniform level of 11% across scenarios for onshore and an error range of 22 to 25% for offshore wind by 2037. The resulting solar storage and wind summer ELC values are summarized in figure 54 through 57.
I know we've already talked, or others have already talked a little bit about ELCC, but I want to dig in here a little bit more. The 54% current value, what is that number? Is that a PJM number, and is that fixed tilt, or is that a tracking? Do you have any specifics on that?
Yeah, I believe that's tracking. As of the time of this IRP, it was the PJM PJM guidance as of the latest auction at that point in time.
And are you familiar with what's happened to those ELCC values since the IRP was filed?
I believe the latest guidance is a decline for solar.
Approach the witness.
Have you seen this, council?
No.
Yes. Would you like to have this marked, Mr. Ross?
Yes, it's AG1. Yeah, Your Honor, in response to your question, no, we have not received this document either.
Okay. We'll wait to see if he moves to introduce. If you have any objections when he begins questioning.
Have you seen this document before?
I'm sure I have come across it on the web at some point, but
Okay.
not recently.
Can you turn to page 5? And table 3, it talks about some of the changes that we were just referencing regarding the ELCC class values for solar. Can you see that?
Yep.
And the, go on to page 8. This is a graphical representation, some of the same data and a little bit of additional data. The IRPs said that solar ELCCs were projected to decline to levels near 26% by 2037, correct?
Let me just confirm that here. Yeah, that's right, yeah, first sentence there.
And what is this graph showing those values to do?
They're declining to, where the graph ends at 2033, it's 17%.
So, you would agree that 17% is substantially lower than the 27% that ELCC value for 2037 that was referenced in the IRP, correct?
It's lower, correct.
And I understand that those dates don't line up exactly. Does this effectively mean that by PJM's analysis, you would need to install more solar in the 2030s to achieve the same level of service?
I'm not sure, when you say more, what is that relative to? I'm not following that question.
Relative to the assumptions made in the IRP, I guess.
Okay, so what's the?
The assumption in the IRP was that you'd have a 27% capacity value, whereas this is projecting the lower capacity value.
Yeah, I would use the word implying. I think the PJM numbers perhaps are implying higher storage build, but also the methodology which they use might be slightly different.
Okay.
Could be various factors.
Okay. And so you would agree that this curve is a declining curve over time, right?
Right.
What does that imply to you? What do you draw from that?
That solar saturation in general, or penetration in the market as a proportion of all supply is increasing, and hence the peak where solar in earlier years, when there's not as much solar, it was adding more contribution to the peak, meaning it was more aligned to the peak. But as more solar is added, then the peak starts slightly shifting over time. And since all solar pretty much comes on at a similar time of day, then hence less of that output is targeted at the new, let's call it the quote-unquote new peak as that shifts.
So is it related to the fact that it's intermittent in nature?
I think it's related to the fact that it is rather concentrated in its output at time of day in that respect, yeah.
And Is the same true for traditional dispatchable resources like coal, natural gas, and nuclear? Would they also have a declining ELCC curve like this?
Well, well, until very recently, there really was no ELCC, again, in quotes, guidance for thermal resources because they're supposed to dispatch when they're called on. So they were really derated in the past based on forced outage rates. Recently, PJM has recognized that maybe at certain times of year, those resources have some issues in terms of, dispatch and being available. So they've started applying ELCC. However, I think the concept's a bit different where the solar and the wind, they're not really controllable. So hence, this is a probabilistic type of approach where PJM says, look, I don't know, we can't tell the solar or the wind to be there, so we'll derate at some probabilistic level where we think it'll contribute to peak. But with a gas turbine, theoretically, you call on it, you tell it to start, and it starts. So I think those concepts are a little bit different.
Yeah, they're distinguishable because the traditional resources, as long as you have fuel, which is a controllable condition, they show up.
Yeah, and the plant's in good condition, yeah.
I have something else to hand out here. This is AG2, please.
Thank you.
And I recognize that this is a fairly new document. It's a presentation from just June 4th, but relates to the same concepts, ELCC updates for classes, and it's published by PJM regularly. Are you aware that they routinely publish preliminary ELCC values as required in FERC docket?
Yeah.
So again, let's just, if you'll flip to page 5 of this document. It's again showing ELCC values over a period of time out to 2034, 2035. This table includes values in addition to solar and wind. And it talks about gas combined cycle, gas combustion turbine, coal, and nuclear. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay. So what are these preliminary ELCC class ratings showing for tracking solar?
Your Honor, and if I may, I was letting it go until the question was specific about the content of the document, but there is no foundation about whether the witness is familiar with this particular document or how it was prepared.
My question of him was he aware that FERC routinely publishes preliminary ELCC data? And he responded that he was, and so that was the basis that I was asking questions about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna overrule. This is the, this is Patricio's slide deck, so it's one of those things, Mr. Garcia Santana. I appreciate it, but I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So if you can just take a look, can you just summarize what's going on with tracking solar over the period referenced in the chart?
Yeah, it looks like it's declining over time.
From what value to what value?
Yeah, in 26, 27, they have it here at 11%, down to 4% in 34, 35.
So a 4% value in 2034, 35 is substantially different than the 26% in 2037 that was referenced in the IRP, correct?
That's different.
And if you look at the nuclear, coal, gas combined cycle and combustion turbine line items there and the values listed for those. I think some reference was made earlier that the ELCCs for those have been declining over time. Do you find that to be the case, looking at the values listed there?
Overall, the ones you mentioned closer to the bottom of the table look fairly, I'd say, stable over time. There's some fluctuation, but fairly stable.
So, one last question. If Kentucky Power was proposing to install 700 megawatts of solar, but that now they would need to install some multiple of that, maybe 9 or 10 times as much, to procure the same amount of capacity value in PJM, would that dramatically affect the cost feasibility of that plan?
The cost of that plant? Yes. However, if I could add, I believe the wind values are actually now more robust than, over some of the horizons, so.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for this witness. Chairman, I would ask that these two documents be admitted as evidence in the record.
Mr. Garcia Santana?
Your Honor, these are documents that are provided by PJM publicly, so I don't know if the Commission would be inclined to admit them on some other basis than the knowledge of Mr. Haraton, but my understanding is that he did not provide a foundation for their admission.
I believe that I did provide a foundation, given that these are documents that are routinely relied on in the space. I believe he said that with regard to the first document, he had reviewed it before, though not recently, and with regard to the second document, he was aware that this information was routinely published.
All right, I'm going to admit AG 1 and 2, noting your objection, Mr. Garcia Santana.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Kurtz?
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you have counsel give to you KIUC Exhibit 1, please?
Sure.
You have that in front of you. Is Mr. Haratem?
Yeah, Haraton's fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Will you turn to page 4 of this, the scorecard that we've been looking at?
Yep.
Okay, I want to ask you about the no-win portfolio compared to the preferred plan. The short-term cost of the no-win portfolio is less than the preferred plan, is that correct?
Sorry, was that short-term or long-term?
Short-term, the first column?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the next column, the no-win portfolio is less expensive than the preferred plan over the 15-year term, correct?
It looks to me like the preferred plan has a lower long-term CPW, unless I'm mistaken.
The preferred plan is higher, 64.8 versus 68. Oh, you're right, 64.8 versus 68.4. You're correct. On the cost risk, is the no-win portfolio has a lower risk?
Yeah, the cost risk column is lower for the no-win, correct?
Okay, let's go to the very end, the local impacts. Am I reading this correctly, that the no-win portfolio would invest $2,088 million in Kentucky versus the preferred plan would invest $1.355 billion?
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Those numbers are correct. Yeah.
Okay, so the no-win portfolio would invest $733 million additional dollars in Kentucky versus the preferred plan.
Correct, yeah, that's how I would read it.
Okay, so what accounts for the $733 million of additional investment in Kentucky?
Yeah, so In the no wind portfolio, more installed capacity has to be deployed. So since there's more, since we're not allowed, or this portfolio, the no wind portfolio does not allow wind, therefore the optimization model relies more heavily on solar, which has a lower UCAP value, hence the total installed capacity is higher, hence the CapEx is higher, and that's why we see that difference. I mean, amongst other drivers, but I'd say that's a key one.
Okay, does that mean more construction jobs in Kentucky, more permanent jobs, and more ongoing property taxes compared to the preferred plan?
I would say directionally that's fair, but it's difficult for me to opine on that, just, offhand, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Mr. Gary? Ms. Leggy?
I do have a few questions. So first off, I do want to briefly ask about AG Exhibit 2 that we were just discussing, the preliminary ELCC class ratings for a period 2026 to 2027. And I'm going to turn to page 6, actually, slide number 6. We've been talking a lot about the assumptions related to solar and fossil resources. You said just very briefly, wind is more robust in these figures as compared to the assumptions that were in the IRP. I think I recall from page 133, it's 11% was the assumption, or roughly around 11%. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it here now.
For onshore wind, I think offshore wind we can leave out for now, but for onshore wind.
Yeah, I mean, onshore it started at around 15, but declined to, around 11 or so. Yeah, it looks like it.
And now PJM is looking at about 35% and declining to 15.
That's right.
And Mr. West also asked you a question about fossil resources, and I think the question was along the lines of, as long as the fuel's there, the resource shows up. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that.
And I believe, not a court reporter, but I believe the response was something along the lines of, yeah, as long as the plant is in good condition.
Well, the plant can have fuel, but it still has to fire up.
Right,
Yeah.
so fuel availability is not the only cause of a forced outage.
Yeah, definitely. That's, one of.
Okay, I think that's be done with ELCC for everyone's relief. But I do want to return to another favorite topic, which is levelized costs. Were you here earlier when Mr. Solar was talking about the levelized costs of the energy efficiency bundles?
Yes, I was.
And as I understood it from what Mr. Solar said, the costs are modeled as spent in year 1, but the model takes into account the full service life of the efficiency measure, even if it extends beyond the IRP window. Is that correct?
That's right.
Can you tell us where we were looking for it in the discovery files. Could you tell us where in the files that is, we can find that information?
Do you mean in spreadsheet format, the financials, or what?
Well,
or
yeah.
just the text?
Where is it depicted, noted that those full service life, the energy efficiency savings over the full service life of the measures is considered in the model?
Yeah, offhand, I don't have a specific reference for you.
Okay.
So I would have to look through the text and perhaps the discovery as well to see if we did mention that. I believe we did mention it somewhere, but like I said, offhand, I can't point to something specific. Yeah.
And would you be amenable to a post-hearing data request?
I'd have to check with my attorneys, yeah.
Yes, we would be.
And apologies, in this commission, do I also have to ask you, Commissioner Mr.
Oh,
Chairman?
yeah, I'm sorry. So as a matter of practice, we, just gonna be straightforward here. If you ask a question and the witness doesn't know it, you just say, I'm gonna ask it in post-hearing data request. And at the end of the hearing, we will have a discussion about post-hearing process, and we'll set a date by which post-hearing discovery should be sought and responded to. And the fact that you asked it while here at the hearing, basically gave an indication to the company to go ahead and start preparing their responses. Which is why, I just want to be clear, Mr. Gish, asked earlier, can you say it again? It's not that, Mr. Gish is gonna get that data request in written form, but ordinarily they like to go ahead and get started on getting that together. So, just the fact that you asked it, you'll have an opportunity to seek it formally in written form.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman. Okay, I think that's all my questions about that. Hopefully last topic, which we just started to get into with Mr. Solar, related to the production tax credit and investment tax credit. Do you recall that?
Yep.
And I would also like to refer you to the Energy Futures Group report that was attached to joint interveners' comments. Did you review that report?
I saw it at one point in time, but I don't have it with me. I can't recall it that well, yeah.
Okay, but you did review it in the course of your work on this proceeding?
Yeah, it might have been, quite a long time ago, but I think I did at some point, yeah.
And as we were discussing earlier, the input workbook reflects the application of something called a tax gross up.
Right.
And Mr. Solar explained what that was. I think this is where we would need to move to a confidential session.
That'll be fine. And do you all plan on sharing?
I will share it.
So while we're switching, I want to make sure that there's not a problem doing that while we're on the confidential session.
Okay.
So Candace, if you can go ahead and move us on to the confidential session. Council?
I have no more questions on the public record as well.
And the document that you just referred to is the report that you all included as part of your. All right. Ms. Koenig, any questions for this witness? Council?
Do you have a copy of the IRP in front of you?
Yes.
I was going to see if you could maybe answer this question. The on page 9 of the IRP, table 6, which is the cost for the simple cycle combustion turbine.
Yeah, let me just go to that. Yep. Well, sorry, I have, yeah, table 6, I see it, yeah.
And looking at the variable operation and maintenance cost, which is the acronym VOM, there's 62 cents per megawatt hour for the, I guess, natural gas combustion turbines, how it's listed there. And then on the page 88, which is, if you flip back one, you've got the variable operation and maintenance for the natural gas combined cycle, and it's 267 per megawatt hour. Can you explain, or do you have any explanation for why the variable operation and maintenance for the simple cycle combustion turbine will be lower than the natural gas combined cycle?
Yes, so first off, on this, we took guidance from the Sergeant Lundy EIA report in terms of how they differentiate the cost between these machines. The VOM for the combined cycle machine is an all-in number. It includes all consumables, major maintenance, all rolled into one. Whereas the VOM for the single cycle, the headline point, or 62 cents, includes mostly consumables. And on top of that, in addition, there's the start cost of $79 per megawatt. And that rolled into that is more of the major maintenance overhauls. And, you know, I think where that stems from is that, well, first of all, the single cycle, since it runs out lower efficiency, is going to be dispatched more often, more starting, stopping. And a lot of the wear and tear on the machine is incurred at start and stop, similar to a car engine where you have thermal expansion traction that's occurring more often before the lubrication gets to the moving parts. So a lot of the so the point is, a lot of these longer-term maintenance costs are based on how many times you start and stop the machine. So again, just to review, the CC includes it all rolled into one number, and it's not starting and stopping as much.
And the simple cycle has the 79 megawatt hour taken out and is included elsewhere, I guess?
Yeah, so it's included, in addition to that, it's included in the modeling, actually as a separate line item, so it's being counted for actually during starts and stops.
Okay. Thank you. Going to page 144 of the IRP again, this is just a chart that kind of shows the flow of the modeling.
Yeah, could you give me the maybe chart number? Because
It's
my page numbers are different.
144.
Oh, my page numbers are different.
Oh.
66. Okay, got it. Yeah, the cylinder diagram.
Yes, yes. Yeah, so it's figure 66. Do you have that?
Yep, got it.
Okay. That first cylinder there, that's the resource optimization modeling, in which the Aurora model is selecting resources for the 5 scenarios that Kentucky Power put into the model. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there was a discussion, there was an indication that the model, you have all of the constraints that are putting in there, obviously, and the model has to follow those constraints, but ultimately it's solving for the lowest cost portfolio in the scenario, and within the scenario, and meeting the various conditions. Is that correct?
Correct.
how is it determining what is lowest cost? It's running it over 15 years, but is it the cost within that 15 years? Or is it a longer period of time?
Yeah, it's the, similar to the DSM discussion we had earlier, it's over the life of any given asset. So I think the longest period we had from starting an asset, let's say in the last year of the window, 2036 and 37, to the end of its life would have been out to 2070, I believe. So it has a view for every asset. It's okay, if I'm gonna make this, I'm gonna buy this machine or buy this, this resource, what kind of value to ratepayers would it provide over its entire life relative to all the options that I have? So it's taken that long-term view.
So is it comparing that resource over 30 years against multiple different resources at any given time?
Yes, because whenever there's a shortfall in the model relative to peak demand, to the obligation, then the model has to make a decision. How do I fill that shortfall effectively? And it could even exceed that shortfall a bit, so that it defers buying another asset later on. So it's making that decision on that basis.
So is there load projected out within the model all the way out through the end of the life of the longest lived unit that's being selected?
Well, the load is not. The load only goes out to 2037, but it's able to determine if which asset at any given point in time would be the best value for ratepayers from that point on forward. So it's not trying to optimize for, let's say, beyond 2037, but it is saying, okay, I have a capacity shortfall. I have to make a decision today. What do I do? Which asset will bring me greater NPV, let's say, or greater net cost over the long run?
That's what I guess I'm a little bit confused about, is how it's doing that over that longer period if it's not projecting out load and optimizing over that period.
I mean, let me see if I can bring a different angle to that. Well, like I said, it's, I mean, imagine there is no load. It's just a matter of I need whatever it is, 100 megawatts. And I have two options that'll give me 100 megawatts of UCAP. Which one will have the lower net cone or lower net cost? I mean, I don't know if that clarifies it, but in my mind, there doesn't really have to be a load in that kind of situation, as long as you know what at that point in time how much capacity that you need.
I might send a post-hearing data request just asking for a little clarification on that point, and to the extent that you're able to answer it.
Sure.
Try that. With respect to the assessment of the various portfolios, kind of the second part of the analysis, the long-term 15-year, so customer affordability, long-term 15-year CPW reference case, is that just calculating the revenue requirement effect of each portfolio in each year over that 15-year period, and then essentially determining which one would have the total overall lowest revenue requirement effect, and then on average per year the lowest revenue requirement effect?
Are you asking what is the CPW, the first column in the scorecard?
The second one, the long term.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, the long term, yeah, that's the all-in cost of the portfolio for the 15-year period. So, it only takes the first 15 years.
Okay, so that is only looking at the first 15 years then?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And that's the same with the short term, it's looking just at, the initial step in the short term is calculating the revenue requirement effect of each portfolio over the first 5 years, is that correct?
Right.
And then determining how it's escalating over each year?
Right, yeah.
Okay. With respect to the resource optimization step, again in the Aurora model, the model is able to select between building a resource that would be able to produce energy and making short-term energy purchases from the market. Is that correct?
Well, the model is trying to achieve resource adequacy from a capacity standpoint. Energy can be thought of as a secondary consideration, or well, within the bounds that we set, in terms of the net sales and purchases, which Witness Solar mentioned was 30% plus or minus. So really, the primary objective is capacity adequacy at the lowest cost.
Yeah, it's solving for capacity, or it has to meet the capacity requirements that you input in, but it's solving for lowest cost, and in order to achieve that lowest cost, it will check to see if building a natural gas combined cycle unit, for instance, is lower than, building another resource and then relying in part on market purchases. Is that correct?
Yeah, so from that perspective, the energy is taken into account in that the model understands or knows the market price in AP zone, and if there's any energy being produced by the resource, it can sell to the market at that price. And then if the portfolio is short on energy, then it would have to purchase at that price. So that is taken into account.
And my question about that is, when the model is applying that with respect to the PJM price that's being reflected in the model at any given point, is it taking into account, is it an hourly price? Is it a daily price? And I guess you shook your head. Is it an hourly price?
Yeah, hourly over the entire horizon.
Okay. Yeah. And is that hourly price changing every hour based on the expected load within all of PJM and the projected resource availability within PJM?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Just one more quick question. There was discussion of kind of a two-part analysis with respect to, first, I guess the figure 66 is a two-part analysis, but before you get to figure 66, you were projecting, I guess, resource decisions within PJM. And my first question on that has already been answered. That was all done before you do the Kentucky Power resource optimization in Aurora, correct?
That's right. That's an earlier step, an earlier module where we solve all of PJM, come up with a price in AP zone, and then provide that price to the optimization, or the local, let's call it a local KP optimization model.
Yeah, just the last question on this was the resources that were available within PJM when you ran the optimization for PJM, was all of PJM limited to the same resources that Kentucky Power was limited to when the Kentucky Power resource optimization was run?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I have just a few, so we'll try to get them in before we break here. ELCC, let's just go back to this. You still have the documents that Mr. West gave you on behalf of the AG's office?
Yes.
Big change between page 4 of what they ran as indicative for the 24-25 year versus the indicative starting the 26-27 planning year, right?
Right.
So it's not. Apparently, this is a very fun stakeholder meeting on June 4th, trying to get an idea of what's the underlying assumptions for this slideshow here in the second item, AG2, where like fixed tilt goes from 7% in the 26-27 delivery year down to 3%. You see that?
Yeah, fixed tilt.
All right. Work with me here just for a second on some conceptual. You have a good appreciation for ELCC as a concept, right? If a model that produced ELCC and the only thing changed in that model was to weight winter risk days higher than the base model. And those winter risk days were at 4 a.m. Across winter mornings. Would that, all else equal, reduce the ELCC for fixed tilt solar and tracking solar?
Well, if it was at 4 a.m., then yeah. I mean, it would be almost like effectively zero, you could say, right?
Well,
Yeah, if it was at
I'm just
4
saying,
a.m., but.
not put all the weight on winter, but if you just directionally increase the risk weighting of those winter days, that would tend to reduce the ELCC for solar resources, correct?
Yeah, in general terms, yes.
Okay. And then opposite direction, if you were to increase the weight of risky hours, if you were to increase the weight of noon in the summer, all else equal, that would increase the ELCC,
Agreed.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. If the model takes into account risk of correlated outage based off of unavailable fuel transportation, let's assume an ELCC model took that into account, and you continue to add combined cycles and CTs to the exact same pipeline without any additional capacity or redundancy in that pipeline, all else equal, directionally, what would that result in for ELCCs for those current resources, gas resources?
Well, likely it'd be lower if the fuel risk. Yeah.
Now, we're not touching the supply side for a second, right? We have an ELCC. Let's say that customers tend to, all else equal, in the future, start increasing their demand of power in the middle of the afternoon on hot days or on whatever days in which there's sun out. And they start shifting. The kilowatt hours, megawatt hour total in a year doesn't change. They start shifting their usage, though, from other hours to those, let's say, noon hours in the summer. All else equal, is that going to increase or decrease the ELCC of solar?
Well, if the load is increasing during those hours, it would increase the probability that the solar is going to be serving that peak. Well, assuming that the peak is occurring in those hours, then.
Yeah. Assuming that the increase in demand in those hours increases the likelihood of a loss of load probability.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, higher. Yeah.
So I guess what I'm really asking for is how much weight or stock would you put into forecasted ELCCs over a 15-year period in conducting an integrated resource plan for resources that cost in excess of $1 billion, given the number of variables that go into it, period. Question mark. Sorry.
Yes. So let me think about that for a second, how to express that. So yes, this is the value that any resource can bring to the system from a peak adequacy standpoint can shift over time. So I think, though, that the approach that we took is probably, it's fairly robust for the information we had at that point in time. And for the other scenarios, by the way, CRA actually forecasted the ELCC based on the total combination of resources in PJM. So we went to extra lengths to make sure that the ELCC that we're using actually reflects market realities in our model.
Yep.
Now, things can change over time, like we've seen PJM do here. However, this is just guidance. So yes, this is something that can shift. However, in a same respect, energy prices can shift, gas prices can shift, carbon legislation can shift, like we've seen from the EPA. So a lot of things can change.
Capacity is not consumed to keep lights on and heat warm and air conditioning cool, correct?
Well, at the very peak, but let's say in any given hour, it's utilized. The capacity to generate is utilized.
It's utilized to produce
in every hour
energy.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. It's energy that we care about in each and every hour, correct? Electricity.
Right.
Not the ability to correct it or ability to produce it, but the actual production of it, correct?
Yeah, I would personally, I would take it from a bit of a different angle. The capacity to produce the electricity is what enables the energy. But I see your distinction, but Yeah, more or less agreed.
What I'm trying to make sure I have an appreciation for is how much value the commission should give an integrated resource plan to the capacity accreditation to meet a system-wide resource adequacy construct versus the ability of those facilities to actually produce energy for the utility that owns them and built them for the benefit of their consumers.
I think at the snapshot in time that we're producing the IRP, I think it's a pretty robust analysis. However, yes, things can change. If we're saying what's going to happen 20 years out, I agree. There's a lot of risk, but if we have to do an analysis today, I think the way we perform this is fairly robust.
Yeah, let me ask you from your perspective. Was the integrated resource plan conducted with an eye towards meeting Kentucky Power's portion of its required requirements in PJM, or separately to meet Kentucky Power's obligation to serve native load?
I think it's both because.
Go ahead. You explain.
So Kentucky Power's obligation is, from PJM standpoint, is to be PJM, and the way the relationship works is Kentucky Power brings the UCAP that PJM asks for its peak, which is right now it's targeted towards the summer, and PJM in return in that relationship says, look, the control room is going to cover everything else and make sure that frequency and voltage and power quality stays adequate for the consumers and ratepayers of Kentucky Power. So I think it would be both in that respect.
And what I'm trying to ask is, as it relates to things like ELCC and capacity accreditation, specific to that, is that an entirely a meeting the PJM requirements consideration, or should this be taken into account in both meeting the capacity requirements of PJM and meeting its own native retail customers' demand?
Well, I guess, yeah, we use it for both, so I think it's applicable to both.
Well, you're applying it to the resources you're using for the latter, but you're not running ELCCs on an LDA specific basis, correct?
Yeah, ELCCs are, from the report that we're looking at here, it's from PJM's global standpoint.
There's not a locational aspect of ELCC, correct?
Yes, putting it that way, yes, agreed.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there's a locational aspect there's certainly a locational benefit to having generation within the LDA and specifically within the node, correct? Or within the zone, not the zone, within the footprint of Kentucky Power, correct?
Oh, sir, can you say one more time? I missed the beginning.
There's certainly a locational benefit of having the generation within Kentucky Power's territory, correct?
I don't fully agree with that.
Let me ask it differently. If there's a massive imbalance within a subzone or a small area within a zone between demand and load, does that risk anomalous energy pricing outcomes?
If there are transmission constraints between that sub area and the rest of the system, yes. However, in the case of Kentucky Power being part of AEP zone, which is large and broader Western PJM, then I think the transmission system is robust enough in that it can transmit power to the areas that are needed.
Including a retirement of the magnitude and the addition of the magnitude outside of that sub-area of the type envisioned in the preferred plan? Let me withdraw that question. Does the IRP, the question was about transmission, but does the IRP look at all as to whether or not the retirement of local generation to be replaced in large part by generation that's not local, for lack of a better term? That's not any price impact of that is not looked at in this integrated resource plan. Would you agree?
It is not a nodal analysis. Yeah. It is a zonal analysis.
So an LDA specific analysis.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I call it a zone, but yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's not LDA specific. Let's call it. It's zone. It's AEP. The pricing and the supply demand balance conditions that are evaluated in the IRP, as they pertain to Kentucky Power, are on the AEP zone basis. That's the main granularity that we look at.
We'll take a recess for dinner. Let's. Does anybody have an objection to 30 minutes? Okay, so we'll come back at 8. 9-2. Before I turn it back over to you, Mr. Garcia Santana, for your redirect, I do want to note we should plan to be taking our next break in about 50 minutes. The reason for that is that we're going to reboot the system and stop the YouTube feed and then start a new one because it only goes 12 hours. So we apparently,
Once again.
if you're ever like, hey, do I have the leg up on Google? In this single instance, we can go later than Google. Mr. Garcia Santana, you have any redirect of this witness?
I don't, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
And can
You may
Mr.
be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep. All right, so at this time, we've gone through witnesses West, Newman, Huber, Solar, Haratum, phonetically right, Haratum, and Spitznogle.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Glass?
Kentucky Power calls Stephen Blankinship.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Stephen Blankinship. Address 12333 Kevin Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky 41102.
Glass?
Can you please state your business position and your employer?
Yes, I'm the Distribution Region Support Manager for Kentucky Power Company.
And did you sponsor data requests and portions of Kentucky Power's IRP report?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to that information?
No.
Based on the information you knew at that time, if you were asked those same questions today, would the information you provided be the same?
Yes.
The witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. West?
No questions.
Mr. Kurtz?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Gary?
No questions, Your Honor.
Anybody else here? Thank you very much. You may be excused.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Steve.
Would you like to call our next witness?
Well, we would. The Kentucky Power calls Cameron Ollie.
Mr. Ollie, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
Cameron Ali. The address is 8500 Smiths Mill Road, New Albany, Ohio 43054.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Garcia Santana?
Mr. Ali, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by American Electric Power Service Corporation as Vice President of Transmission and Telecommunication Planning.
And in that capacity, do you provide services to Kentucky Power?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and specifically in this case, did you provide input that was provided by you or under your supervision for the preparation of the integrated resource plan that was submitted in this case and discover responses that were provided in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections to that evidence?
No, I don't.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, substantially your answers would be the same?
Yes, they would be.
Your Honor, the witness is ready for cross-examination. Thank you.
Mr. West?
No questions.
Mr. Kurtz?
Couple. Mr. Ali, good evening. The transmission system at the Big Sandy Power Plant, what voltage is it? Can you describe it? The condition it's in, that type of thing?
Yes, absolutely. So the substation, the Big Sandy substation, it's a 138 kV voltage station. It steps up to 345 and then 765, but that is a Baker substation. The condition of that station, it meets all the current standards and criteria as well as the internal guidelines that AEP has. So it meets all those requirements.
That plant, that facility used to have an 800 megawatt coal plant, and it retired about 10 years ago.
That is correct.
So can that site accommodate 800 megawatts of new gas generation, whether it be CT or combined cycle?
I really cannot answer that without actually analyzing that because, a lot has changed since then. And so we'll have to analyze the injection of a 800 megawatt plant to see if it's going to cause any kind of constraints on the grid. Any such project will have to go through a PJM interconnection process, regardless of whether our findings are there are issues or no issues. Per the FERC tariff, they'll have to go through the PJM process for PJM to be the final authority in determination of any transmission network upgrades or local upgrades that may be required to connect it.
Okay. One last question. Would you describe the condition of the transmission system at the Big Sandy facility as in good condition?
Yes, like I mentioned earlier, the assets there meet our standards criteria when it comes to the planning criteria. In essence, what that means is, the analysis we do, we look at the contingencies that NERC has stipulated in the NERC TPL standards, and that system meets that. Now, you got to remember that when we do that analysis, that plant is assumed retired in that analysis. So we haven't done any analysis where we have 800 megawatt of generation. There is a possibility that when you do that, it may not meet those standards, but we haven't done any such analysis at this point.
Thank you, Chairman.
Gary?
Just one question, following up on the question from Mr. Kurtz just now regarding the transmission system at Big Sandy and in that general area. Would it matter whether that 800 megawatts came from, say, a new combustion turbine, combined cycle, or, say, a renewable resource or a battery, or is it resource agnostic, essentially, is what I'm asking?
I mean, it does matter at the end of the day what type of resource you're going to connect to the transmission grid, because the different types of resources have a different profile during different times of the year, right? So from a light load perspective, one resource may not create any constraints, but it may create constraints during peak conditions and vice versa. So yes, it does matter at the end of the day what type of resource you would connect to that facility.
Okay. With regard to the Big Sandy transmission system specifically, would that be capable of hosting a 800 megawatt battery, for instance?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I haven't performed, or my organization hasn't performed any analysis recently to confirm any such options. So I really cannot say yes or no to that answer without having done any analysis there.
And the analysis would be essentially the same as the analysis for a CT, I mean, not the results, but the analysis you would have to do would be essentially the same as for a CC or a CT?
Yeah, so let me clarify something before I answer it. So I think you're trying to compare a CC and CT with a battery storage system, right?
Essentially.
Yeah, so battery storage analysis is a little different in the sense because battery also needs to be charged. So it's not only just a generation injection, it's a load injection or consumption, I should say. So in essence, that analysis is slightly different. It's more involved. But again, at the end of the day, we haven't really performed any such analysis for me to opine on the feasibility of that system being able to handle whether it's a CC or a BESS, battery energy storage system.
No further questions.
Council?
No questions.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Ollie.
Good evening.
You said you were asked a lot of questions about, can the Big Sandy substation accommodate this or accommodate that? And I take it from your responses that it's just maybe, but it hasn't been studied. Is that a function of whether the actual substation can take it or whether the system will have violations if that type of facility connects to that substation? Is there a distinction between those two things?
Your Honor, my answer is for both. We have not analyzed it for, at least my organization and myself, I'm not familiar with any analysis we have performed to see if physically we can accommodate a CC, CT, or battery energy storage system, or from a system performance perspective, from a capacity availability perspective. So I'm not.
But those are two completely different analyses. Would you agree? Whether the substation is in the shape and whatever that you could actually add that versus what the impact on the system is from that type of injection.
That is correct.
Okay. Ordinarily, you would do the latter study when somebody puts in for into the queue, right? You would see what is the effect of this generator connecting and injecting their energy. That's the type of study that's done as a result of somebody seeking to interconnect into the system as a resource, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, let me clarify it so that I'm responsive there and responding to it accurately to your question. So I think your question is, would you do the physical feasibility of whether a new resource can physically connect to the substation first versus the capacity analysis? Is that your question?
No, what I'm asking is, you agree there are at least two distinct studies that have to be done. The first is like, can you physically connect, and the second is, what violations may occur from me connecting on the broader system, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The second type of study is the type of study that, like, if a competitive generator showed up in your territory anywhere in the AEP zone and wanted to connect, the latter is the type of study you would do. It would be the same type of study that's done, or set of studies, frankly, that's done for that new interconnection request, regardless of whether it's owned by an AEP affiliate, right?
Not entirely correct. We would still analyze how the physical interconnection of that generator is going to take place, because that's the injection point, right? So now it's a possibility that the developer may propose the new CC or CT or BESS is going to be right there on the substation. That's a more involved analysis, because in this case, I'm assuming AEP has that, a station and the land around it. Whereas it could be farther away from a substation, and in that case, it's only a gen tie coming into the substation. And again, either case, we need to make sure that physically it's going to be able to connect to a certain spot on the grid. So that analysis happens in parallel with the analysis as to when the injection happens, what capacity constraints are caused on the grid, and what are the solutions to resolve those capacity constraints.
Here's what I'm trying to make sure I have an appreciation for. Is AEP or Kentucky Power in a position to study on their own the feasibility or the impact of that type of interconnection, separate from and without necessarily seeking to enter the queue?
Your Honor, maybe let me phrase this question so that maybe I can answer it more appropriately. Are we in the ability to estimate exactly what it's going to take to interconnect that facility to the PJM grid? The answer is not really, because you really need to know what other generation is connecting, right? So you have to handle that as a queue, because it's a possibility that a single generator may not create any concerns on the grid, but when there are two of them, they may. So really, that's why we need to rely on the PJM queue process to exactly and accurately estimate as to what the transmission upgrades may be if a facility is connected to the grid at some point.
Yeah, and that's why I was trying to make a distinction between those two types of studies. The one where the impact of a connection, the impact that a connection has on the broader system, versus the physical ability to actually connect to that facility. And what I'm curious about is, it doesn't sound unreasonable what you're saying is, given the idea of the queue is how everything interacts together, that study of the broader impact is probably going to be hard to do with any certainty as to saying this is the impact or this may be the cost of grid. What I want to ask about though is, what I'm trying to ask is there still that same lack of certainty with relation to, without necessarily entering the queue, studying the physical capability of attaching to that individual substation?
Yeah, the physical connection could be analyzed without entering the queue, but Your Honor, at the end of the day, if you're looking at the feasibility, and that feasibility is based on overall cost, right, of a project, then I think that's a very important characteristic that you need to understand as to how much is the network upgrade cost of that interconnection, because that could be significant, depending on what else is in the queue.
Right, but I take from all the testimony in this case, the idea is that as it relates to an IRP, you just sort of ignore transmission costs for the purposes of doing some of these things, but insofar as you can reduce the risk of a transmission interconnection cost, there's a benefit to that of using what are effectively brownfield sites where the utility already owns interconnection equipment, correct?
Like I said, Your Honor, I mean, definitely there is maybe some cost saving if there is already existing infrastructure like a substation, but really you cannot take that and assume that a given project is more cost effective, because the network upgrades required to interconnect that project may be a lot more than a greenfield interconnection station you need for another project somewhere else on the system. So
Yeah,
again,
that's a directional aspect, similar to what I was asking Mr. Harrotten earlier, right? Harriton, about the locational aspect of facilities and load and generation.
that is correct. And again, I think that is why, Your Honor, like, if you look at our RFP process, the projects that bid into the RFP process, they are projects that already have at least an impact study completed.
Yeah. It's just, it hurt my ear for confidential information, Your Honor, that's all.
Okay. I understand now. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm not as quick as you are, Mr. Garcia. All right. So let's, what I want to have a final question on this. When something enters the queue, and I'm oversimplifying this for a second, but when somebody enters the queue, and it's on your all system, on the AEP system, PJM depends on you all to do a significant amount of the legwork on what the impact of that additional generation might be in connecting to your grid, correct?
Your Honor, I won't call it significant. It's a bottom-up and top-down approach. So really, we are analyzing the underlying sub-transmission grid and see if there is any impact to the underlying sub-transmission grid. And PJM is doing a top-down where they're looking at the extra high voltage and bulk electric system, and then we kind of meet in the middle where we see and tally where the upgrades are needed.
Yeah.
So it's a collaboration, and again, PJM is the transmission planner for the AEP zone, so they are doing most of the analysis in that case.
And if needs are identified, you all determine the appropriate solutions to meet those needs? Is that right?
Yes, we do.
Do you all have different methodologies that you use to meet those needs? If it's a non-affiliated generator versus if it's an affiliated generator?
No, we are agnostic to as to who owns the generator.
Okay. And do you allow, if it's an affiliated generator, do you allow that operating company to determine the upgrade that they would like to make? The type of upgrade, or you give them options and say, which one of those do you want?
So, Your Honor, can I just repeat the question? So you're asking if it's a non-affiliate, would we?
It's an affiliate.
It's an affiliate. Would we ask the operating companies as to which upgrades they want to make?
No, not which upgrades they want to make.
Right.
I will be very clear. The needs identified. Do you work with the operating company on identifying the, getting their input on what their proposed or what their position is on that appropriate solution?
I mean, like I said, the solutions that we identify are purely technical solutions. So they will be multiple solutions and alternates, just like we would do for non-affiliates. And then we would work with PJM first to see if those solutions are going to work at the end of the day, because PJM is the one performing the analysis. And once that happens, then we would, at the end of the day, since in this case, it depends, like maybe the operating company is going to own the transmission solution. So of course, you got to make sure that the financing and the budgeting piece are aligned. So after that, once PJM has confirmed that the solutions are working, and if there are more than one, that's when that discussion takes place.
Yeah, but the solution could be reconductoring, or the solution could be complete reconfiguration and rebuild of the line, right? Those are two possible options given an identified need, correct?
That is correct.
And so if it's Kentucky Power seeking to interconnect and it's Kentucky Power's transmission system, they get a significant input, I would assume, on which one of those options they'd like to go with, correct?
Your Honor, that won't be any different for a non-affiliate. So both solutions, if both solutions are viable, we would put both solutions in the impact study report for non-affiliates also. So you can look at any impact study or facility study reports that AEP has put together, or other TOs for that matter, and every viable solution that works, we put it up there. And then at the end of the day, in some solutions, they may only live for a few years before you, like a reconductoring. Whereas if you do a rebuild, that may give you 10, 15 years. So at the end of the day, PJM works with the developer to determine the cost allocation, to figure out if that solution is viable just for that project, or it's going to be viable for the queue. And again, PJM does the cost allocation for all projects across the queue, right? It could be more than one generator paying for it. So at the end of the day, the solutions that are given are the same, whether it's affiliate or non-affiliate.
Do you all have the final call as to what solution to go with, as long as it meets PJM's as long as it solves the identified problems of PJM?
Your Honor, I will say, in these cases, it's the generator that is paying for the solutions, whether it's an affiliate or non-affiliate. So they have a lot of say in what solution they want to go with. Because at the end of the day, if that solution is not fully complete, it's them at the end of the day who are at risk of curtailment, right? So we do work with our developers to say, look, here is a solution that's reconductoring, it's cheaper, but it can only get the loading to 98%. Whereas here is a solution that is rebuilt, it will get the loading down to 60%. And so we do a lot of discussions with the developer and the owner who's impacted, whether it's an affiliate or non-affiliate, to figure out which solution is the right solution.
Okay, but I just want to be very clear, whose call is it at the very end? I mean, of course, they can withdraw and just choose not to build, but whose call is it as to the proposed solution? The final say.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we work with PJM in determining what the right solution is. I mean, I don't think there is a hard call there, because if a solution is cost-effective and cheap, we as a transmission owner cannot come in and say, look, we're going to impose a more expensive solution on that, unless we have good rationalization for that, right? And unless there are other benefits. And if there are other benefits that we can demonstrate, then we need to make sure that the cost differential is taken and put it in a supplemental bucket somewhere. And that does happen in some cases where, you have a project that is reconductoring and it solves it, and we know that we really need to go rebuild it because there is a load showing up. In that case, we will work with the developer, we will look at the cost differential, and the cost differential will go in a separate bucket, because we really can't charge developers more cost than is needed for them to address the constraints on the grid.
And that, by definition, is your call.
Yes, that is.
Every year in advance of I say every year, this is going to be a misnomer, but in advance of capacity auctions, insofar as they're actually conducted every year, there are certain risk parameters that are studied, including determining the CTO and then the subsequent CTEL, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The CTO is not necessarily your, not necessarily within your purview, but the CTEL certainly is. Would you agree?
That is.
It's a function of transmission and transmission capability and available capacity, right? Generation capacity.
Yes. So Your Honor, the CTO is the capacity emergency transmission objective. That is as to how much power needs to be imported in a given LDA or a zone. And the CTEL is the capacity emergency transmission limit.
Yeah. So with CTEL, that is a LDA or sub-LDA determination, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in any given year, if there is I'm oversimplifying this, but any given year that there's a mismatch between the obligation, the demand within an LDA or a sub-LDA, subzone, and the either generation available within the zone, given the timing of the load, or the transfer limitation, with transmission being able to bring generation in. Insofar as there's a threshold, but insofar as there becomes a mismatch, that is reflected in an increased capacity price for that zone or LDA, correct?
Your Honor, unfortunately, I don't think it's that simple.
Like I said, I was oversimplifying it. Go ahead.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's not a mismatch. I mean, the CTEL has to be 115% or less of the CTO for that to happen. Actually, it's 130% or less of the CTO. But if it's less than 115%, then it becomes a reliability constraint, and typically the RTO would there's a load deliverability analysis that PJM does, and they will try to address that before that issue shows up. And even if CTEL is 130%, let's say in this case of CTO, that doesn't necessarily mean that there'll be price separation. What it means is that the RTO would look at that LDA or sub-LDA separately to see if there is going to be a binding constraint at the end of the day, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a binding constraint, right?
That's fine.
So that analysis is done. Now for AP's case, Your Honor, our CTO is minus 2200 megawatt.
This is the question. So this is why I asked all this. So I appreciate you anticipating. My direct question is, at how close is the AEP zone, the AEP East zone, from being able to not meet its obligation?
Your Honor, that's a very difficult question to answer because that has not been analyzed, and partly because we are, I think right now, we're the only zone that has a negative CETO, meaning we have minus 2200 megawatt of CETO. So we have that negative CETO, and then of course, once the CETO gets positive, that's when you do the CETL analysis. So for AEP, a CETL analysis has never been done because we're negative already, right? So
Let me ask a question. Very direct question. If all of a sudden tomorrow you have 3,000 megawatts of demand at the appropriate time of year, right? Because that's very important. I get. But if you have 3,300 or 4,000 megawatts, whatever they are, well in excess of that negative amount, that study will be conducted, correct?
Your Honor, maybe let me put it this way. I don't know if a 2,000, 3,000, or 4,000 CETO is going to drive a study because that, like I said, CETO is one number. You got to look at the relationship between CETO and CETL. And we and PJM has never determined AEP's CETL. That CETL may be very high. But I think to simply answer your question, if there comes a time down the road, which is something that I have not anticipated or analyzed because of where we are from a capacity perspective as a zone, if there comes a time where, let's assume hypothetically that AEP's CETL and CETO ratio is below that threshold, then yes, it will be studied as a separate LDA. But we haven't seen that historically, and we don't expect that.
Well, that's why I want to ask about the expect that, because we're expecting thousands of megawatts of retirement of generation across the AEP zone between now and 2028. Tens of thousands, maybe. But thousands of megawatts. And within the AEP zone specifically, we're seeing thousands of megawatts of requests for new interconnections for demand, for load, correct?
Your Honor, that is correct.
Okay. So those two things combined, thousands or tens of thousands of megawatts of retirements, much of which is in the zone, or a significant amount will probably be in the AEP zone, plus thousands of megawatts of additional interconnection requests for demand between now and 2028 in the AEP zone, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct.
Okay. Given that those two things seem to be seem to go both ways in degrading that the calculation that you're referring to, when is the appropriate time to start looking at that in the context of an integrated resource plan and necessarily taking into consideration the location of generation, not just within PJM, but within the specific zone?
Yeah, so Your Honor, there is a third parameter that goes into that equation, and that is how much generation is planning on interconnecting to the AEP zone. And so there is a lot of generation also that is planning on interconnecting to the AEP grid. If you look at the PJM Q stats, recently, just in Ohio, there is 35,000 megawatt of just solar, right? So all of that goes into that equation. Like I mentioned earlier, PJM calculates that on a very regular basis, and we work very closely with their planning organization to see if we're going to get anywhere close to that CETO-CETA limit. And if we do, of course, we'll be doing analysis to see what is the right mitigation for that. Is transmission the right mitigation for that, or is that something that going forward, needs to be considered in other analyses? But at this point, like I said, even with all the projections, we see ourselves as a negative CETO LDA.
ELCC is not locational. We talked about that earlier. I talked about that earlier with one of your witnesses, correct?
Yes, I heard that discussion.
An AEP, the AEP zone is a winter peaking zone, or is it a summer peaking zone?
So, Your Honor, there are some companies within AEP that are summer peaking, and then there are some companies within AEP that are winter peaking.
Do you know what it is on a zonal? Kentucky Power, for instance, is winter peaking.
Yes, Kentucky is winter, Appalachian is winter peaking, Ohio and M are summer peaking.
You don't know what the peak is on a zonal for the zone of which season?
Yeah, Your Honor, I don't recall that.
I ask this from the perspective of if the CETO calculate. So you're aware of the DPL South issue that occurred last year, with the study parameters and the anomalous results and changing the rules of the capacity market. Are you generally aware of that? Because capacity was indicated they were going to be there, but they actually weren't going to be there in time for the delivery year?
Not familiar with that.
Well, let me ask it this way. Insofar as the CETO oversimplified mismatch that I was discussing earlier, right? Insofar as that's a winter phenomena, okay? So an individual zone or subzones LDA requirements are on a winter peaking basis. That's when their highest risk is, okay? Does the, regardless of what the ELCC is system-wide, class ELCC, the addition of solar, regardless of how many thousands of megawatts it may be, may not necessarily benefit that mismatch. Would you agree? It may not alleviate that binding constraint.
I mean, Your Honor, that's where I think I would struggle in answering it, because you got to understand what that constraint is. Because many times the CETL constraint can be a riser or a transformer, which is a very small issue to fix. Versus, again, you're not going to see a 765 kV line as a constraint, because those lines carry a lot more, they have a lot more capability than the terminal equipment at the substation, right? So a lot of time, those constraints are very easy to fix compared to a generation solution, which will be, of course, a lot more expensive, right? So I think it really, in my view, it's hard to sit here and speculate on, unless I know exactly here is the constraint and here is what the generation mix is at that point within AEP zone where the load is exactly located. It may be very cost effective to just fix the transmission constraint overall.
That's not taken into account at all in the integrated resource plan. Is that your understanding? Or at least as it relates to your job as on the transmission side?
Yes, as far as my job is concerned, so far not, for the reasons I mentioned earlier, because, we are at minus 2,200 megawatt, and at least in our forecast, we don't see that changing in the near future.
Have you heard my questions earlier to Mr. West about the outstanding request for proposal? That they exist?
To be honest with you, Your Honor, I was in and out
Okay, that's
of
okay.
that, so.
Are you generally aware that Kentucky Power issued 3 requests for proposals in RFPs in September for thermal, wind and solar, and then for batteries?
Yeah, generally aware of that.
Okay. I was reading to Mr. West earlier from the Kentucky Power website, provision each of those related to the interconnection of those facilities, like what the request is, to meet the requirements of the RFP. Right? And one of them, I'm just reading here from the thermal one, said that the project must be interconnected to PJM. This is section 3.1. And then bidder must have a completed PJM system impact study, which remains active in the PJM queue. There are a number, and as I remember, maybe 3, but there are a number of studies that have to be conducted, ordinarily conducted, for a generator to fully interconnect into PJM, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct.
Okay. One is a system impact study, right?
Your Honor, it is one of them, yes.
Okay. Do you know how far along the path the system impact study is?
Yes, Your Honor, typically, and again, the process has now changed, as you know, the cluster process, as a result of the FERC policy change there. But really, typically, the feasibility study is the first study that the RTO would perform. Historically, it has taken 6 months to complete that. And the next study is the impact study. And then the last one is the facility study. So
Okay.
that's historically the designation of those.
So, assuming, let's just assume all 3 of the RFPs say this, which I believe they do, that would indicate a generator that is, well, is it accurate to say that they're halfway through the queue if they at least have a system impact study? Given that, for instance, feasibility study seems to take a very short amount of time, and a facility study and a system impact study may necessarily take longer, is a generator that has a system impact study where, on average, just order of magnitude kind of thing, where are they along in the queue interconnection process? Or the interconnection queue process?
It will be hard for me to speculate on that, to be honest with you. I have seen where generators can combine feasibility and impact studies, where then they opted for it and the RTO has allowed it, where they've combined them into one study, because the interconnection was very simple and small. And I've seen it where impact studies have taken over a year to complete, so it's kind of hard for me to speculate.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, what I'm asking is, once they have a, quote, completed PJM system impact study, how far along after that's completed are they along in that process?
I think maybe what I can tell you is this: what is the value of that impact study for us, right? The value of that impact study is that we know to a very good, extent as to what are the transmission constraints that our generator may or may not be causing, and what are the fixes, transmission upgrades that are needed to address those constraints. And in most cases also, the cost as well as, in some cases, the allocation of that as well. So that's why the impact study is very important for us, because we can look at it and have a good idea, a reasonable idea, I should say, of what the transmission interconnection cost and the timeline may be.
Does a completed system impact study mean that the entity has already conducted, if PJM indicates it's necessary, affected system studies with other entities in the electrically connected area?
Within PJM, that is correct, but there is coordination that PJM also needs to do with neighbors like MISO and New York. So that may not be completely, it may not be completed in the impact study in some cases.
But I ask it from like the perspective of the LG&EKU system, for instance.
Yes.
If somebody had conducted a system impact study to connect to the AEPE system, right? And they quote have a completed SIS, a completed system impact study, does that necessarily mean that they've, because it's completed, have already done an affected system study insofar as PJM indicated it was necessary to do so?
Okay, Your Honor, so a completed system impact study means PJM has looked at all the impacts of a project within PJM. So that would include all the zones within PJM.
Right. What I'm saying is I've seen studies that say our models show that there may be problems on the LKEE system. You should go get an affected system study from them.
Right.
Okay. Is that done after is that done, the ordering to go get an affected system study by somebody else, is that done in the context of an SIS?
Yes, it is.
So just because an SIS is done doesn't mean that that same entity might have already necessarily gone and sought and received back an affected system study from an affected system identified in the SIS.
So, Your Honor, that's what I'm getting at. If that affected system is outside PJM, your assumption is correct. But that may not be completed. But if that affected system is within PJM, then PJM would have coordinated the upgrades with all the TOs in that.
They treat all PJM as a single system.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask someone else about it, but I want to make sure I have an appreciation. Do you have any input into the rubric or scoring for requests for proposals as it relates to related transmission costs?
You're talking about requests for proposals, or you're talking about the IRP?
I'm talking about objective. So I was told earlier to ask, I think, Mr. Pierce about rubric scoring.
Yeah. No,
Like, do they bring somebody in on the transmission side to say, this is the weight or consideration we should give to the risk or the cost or whatever it may be of related transmission of responses to RFPs?
Yeah, and if I can facilitate for the witness, you can refer to whether you have provided input for such a thing without disclosing confidential information about what it is.
Yeah, and I'm not even asking about specific rubrics. I'm saying, do you lend somebody, have you personally participated, whatever, in creating rubrics, or is there a transmission-related portion of scoring rubrics across the AEP system, or frankly the AEP system generally, for responses to RFPs, so that you can take into account the cost, the risk, whatever, of related transmission from all of those individual responses?
Yeah. So, Your Honor, for the IRP portion, of course, that's more of a zonal analysis that I think the witnesses in the past mentioned also. So it's not nodal. So transmission is really not fully represented. So we, of course, don't have a lot of input into that process because it's more generic resources. But when you get into RFP and it's more specific resources, my team does provide, transmission parameters that are either available or calculated.
Okay, so there would arguably you would have somebody would be on maybe the scoring team, or somebody would have helped put together the metrics that should be used in a rubric to score things. That level of involvement, or just like if you have questions about what connecting a certain type of resource might look like you can come and ask us questions. What's the level of involvement generally of having someone from the transmission side of the business involved in RFP response?
The level of involvement is really threefold. There are three things that we are looking at. Number one is, what are the direct connect and network upgrades? And in most cases, we are really relying on PJM for that because it's a publicly available system impact study that you can go through and look at what the upgrades mean. Of course, it's easy for a transmission person to look through that and understand what that is. The second thing we're looking at is congestion, because now that we know the location, are there any congestion profiles that we need to think about? And then, of course, in PJM, it doesn't matter as much, but in other jurisdictions, we would look at deliverability. Because in PJM, they do a generation deliverability already as part of impact study, but in some other regions, they don't, so we'll look at that.
They just do low deliverability.
They actually, in some regions, they don't do either, so.
Aren't we happy we live in PJM? All right, thank you, Mr. Ali. Any redirect of this witness?
No redirection.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. May be
Honor.
excused.
Thank you.
Judge, call your next witness.
Yes, Kentucky Power calls Kelly Pierce. And he'll be presented by Mr. Gish.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I did.
Please have a seat. Mr. Gish?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Pierce, could you please state your full title and your business address for the record? Or, sorry, you already did the business address. Your full title for the record, please.
Managing Director, Integrated Resource Planning and Strategy.
And were you involved in the preparation of the Integrated Resource Planning report that's subject to this case?
I was.
Okay. And because I know people will ask, are you involved or people under your direction involved in the review of responses to Kentucky Power's September 2023 request for proposal?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the witness is available for
No questions.
cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
I have a couple, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so I'm not limiting you. I'm just going to be very honest. But I mentioned earlier, we need to take a break before, a short break before 5 o'clock.
None.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
I don't know why. I don't know where I'm getting 5 from. This is water in here. Do you believe you'll have your cross-examination done before 9, or should we take that short break now so that we can reset our system? I don't want to limit you. That's why I want to.
I'm guessing 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. So we get to 5 till. We'll just go ahead and take the break.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Pierce.
Good evening.
I just have a couple of questions for you that came up earlier in the discussion with Mr. West. Were you here for that cross-examination?
I was listening, yes.
Great. One question I had related to the PJM procurement of capacity for PJM delivery year 26-27. Do you remember that discussion? I was asking Mr. West what the timing would be on when Kentucky Power would need to make those decisions about whether to purchase capacity for that PJM delivery year.
Sure. The 26-27, PJM's had some delays. The base residual auction right now, I believe, is scheduled for early December for 26-27. If Kentucky were to need some additional capacity, it would have to make its FRR election a couple of months before that, so say early October. So if it needed some capacity, it would need to purchase that by early October of this year.
I'm sorry, what did you say would happen in December?
In December is when PJM, I think, is currently scheduled to hold their 26-27 base residual auction.
And if Kentucky Power decided to do bilateral contracts, would that be the same time frame?
Well, they have to if they make their FRR election, per PJM rules, you're required to make that a couple of months before the base residual auction. So I think it would be prudent for Kentucky to go ahead and have any bilateral contracts, if it needed any additional capacity, lined up. So I thought your question was, when would they need to go acquire that bilateral capacity? And I think it would be around the time that they're going ahead and submitting to PJM, that they're going to go FRR and not participate in the base residual auction.
Understood. Thank you. And then I have one other line of question which relates to the confidential questioning earlier, so I think, Your Honor, we should probably go ahead and go into confidential session.
Okay, Candace?